Meet baby Elliot Roadline, the most spoiled infant in the building, and everyone's already fighting over her future. This one wants her cooking up potions as an alchemist. Nope, says Dad, flexing his suspenders. Their girl's got a natural gift for cooking and he's personally training her to be the greatest chef alive. Grandma shoves her way in, unimpressed, insisting the real skill Elliot needs is charming her way into high society and landing a good husband. All three of them throw their hands up at once, each shouting that they're the one who's going to raise her right. Poor kid doesn't even get a say. Whatever they argue about, one thing is certain. This little girl is loved by absolutely everyone around her. And the story insists she really does deserve every bit of it. So who exactly is this golden child? The story's about to answer that question directly, cutting straight to the reveal. And there she is, pink hair, green eyes, growing up surrounded by roses and adoration. This is Elliot Roadline living her absolute best life. Now hold that image because we're yanking you straight out of fairy tale land. Welcome to the era of transmigration, and it turns out this isn't just some webtoon gimmick anymore. On the news, reports keep piling up, people vanishing, bodies turning up, and nobody can explain the pattern. Public safety alerts are flying left and right. Whatever's behind it, everyone's calling it the era of transmigration, and it has the whole country on edge. Sirens everywhere. Online theories are blaming it on spirits and ghosts, the usual internet nonsense that somehow keeps turning out to be true. Sounds like something ripped straight out of a webtoon plot, sure, but stick with it, there's an actual reason this keeps happening. Dig into the victims' phones and you'll find the pattern. Every single one of them was doing the exact same thing right before they died. And here's one of them now, sprawled in the street after getting hit by a van. Rough way to go. In her final moments, our narrator's holding her phone, scrolling a web novel, thinking, just like me right now. Paramedics rush in, shouting for her to hold on, calling for a stretcher, but you already know where this is headed. Bleeding out on the pavement, she's crying for her family, and then out of nowhere a menu pops up in front of her eyes. Yes, no, reject, because apparently dying comes with a terms and conditions screen now. Whatever she pressed, the answer comes back instantly. She's registered, no turning back now. A voice in the dark gently asks her to stand up, please. Same request, louder this time, tagging her with a brand new label. Reader ID 1****5617. Not exactly the afterlife welcome she was picturing. She jolts upright in a body that very much still has a pulse, completely baffled about what just happened to her. She's staring at someone, utterly lost for words, while whoever's across from her calmly says okay, like this is all perfectly normal. Here's how this whole afterlife works. Every dead reader gets matched to a book world to live out, complete with a genre and an official survival difficulty rating. This lucky soul pulls a level F, easy mode, and gets showered with congratulations for it. Other freshly dead readers crowd around comparing scores like it's exam day, buzzing to find out what world they're headed to. And now it's her turn. Reader 5617, step right up. Her jaw drops when her afterlife caseworker turns out to be, wait for it, a puppy. Not just any puppy either. A winged corgi in a field of sunflowers clutching a tablet like this is the most normal job interview in the world. The corgi introduces itself as an official judge at the Transmigration Management Bureau. She, understandably, has no idea what any of that means. The corgi lays it out bluntly, she's dead and this is the afterlife. No sugarcoating from this dog. It finally hits her and she breaks down. She really did just die just like that. Turns out the gods have been busy. They've been turning beloved novels and webtoons into literal, livable dimensions, and now there's a whole program shipping dead souls off to live in them. And it's not a program just anyone qualifies for either, the corgi adds proudly. Apparently dying before your time gives you a real knack for possessing another body. Silver linings, right? The corgi asks if she's got a preferred genre in mind. She goes quiet, actually thinking it over. Her answer, romance, fantasy, childcare genre specifically, the safest, softest corner of the entire bookshelf. She lights up just thinking about it, practically buzzing with hope. This is it, she declares, A cushy little life, minimal danger, plenty of money, low survival requirements. The living have to live, and apparently so do the dead. As someone who's read every genre under the sun, romance, fantasy, martial arts, you name it, she's confident the childcare route is the easiest ticket to survival. In her head, she's already living the dream: ruffled dresses, doting maids, zero hardship. The best genre, hands down, or so she thinks. Fired up, she promises to work hard at this whole second life thing, and the corgi practically does a backflip cheering her on. The corgi taps away at its little tablet, telling her to sit tight while the request processes. The results come back, and the second she sees the screen, all the color literally drains out of her face. She asked for cozy childcare fluff. What she got assigned is regressing until the world is saved, raid fantasy, infinite regression, survival difficulty S. That is not what she ordered. The Korg is thrilled, confetti and everything, congratulating her on pulling an S-class, a result only 1 in 100,000 souls ever gets. The crowd of other dead readers goes wild for her too, though someone mutters that this novel is notorious for being an absolute nightmare. She just stares, wondering exactly what she did to deserve this. The title alone jogs her memory, and not in a good way. This world is one being torn apart by demonic dungeons, and someone has to bleed to save it. Suddenly, childcare fluff sounds like a fantasy she'll never get to live. She pulls up the reader reviews and immediately regrets it. Everyone agrees the book is miserable, and half the comments are just people cackling about it. Shaking, she asks who she's even supposed to become. The corgi explains the S-ranked male lead has a soft spot for kids, so they're dressing her up as an adorable pink-haired girl to get close to him. Her actual role, the daughter of a commoner servant bullied by a clueless aristocrat. She deadpans that the street trees probably have a better life than that. Before she can even process it, she's being marched toward a gate that apparently has no reverse gear. Wait, hold on a second, she protests. The corgi promises she'll get backup from the management office's support system, then casually mentions she's the very first buyer of their brand new full life insurance package. See, the corgi chirps, nothing to worry about at all. She looks anything but convinced. When she asks what on earth that insurance package even covers, the corgi just praises her for being a natural at this whole possession thing. Not an answer, buddy. Word spreads through the crowd of dead souls fast, and suddenly everyone's jealous of the full package buyer, completely oblivious to the death trap she actually signed up for. She barely has time to ask what the hell is going on before she's being hustled straight toward the gate. And just like that, she's yanked off her feet and pulled straight through. Her protest barely gets past "wait a minute" before the light swallows her whole. Screaming her lungs out, she gets dragged through the portal, no brakes, no mercy, straight into her brand new S-class nightmare. The light swallows her completely, and reader 5617 Second Life officially begins, whether she's ready or not. So here's the pitch. Some cosmic possessor support system is dialing in, and rose petals are already falling like this soul just got dropped into a whole new life. Petals and starlight streak across the sky. She's not dreaming, she's genuinely falling into another world. The system rattles off the fine print like a used car salesman: an afterlife full insurance package complete with a training period, a growth bonus and one-time cash. Apparently the afterlife has customer service now. Roses bloom around the message as the system quietly launches the real story, but first she's stuck in a mandatory training period. Through a window below, a small pink-haired body lies collapsed on the floor. That same limp body barely stirs behind the glass. The system chimes in again, survival difficulty set to grade F, behavior locked down tight, not exactly reassuring. One more notice drops. The original story runs on infinite regression, so she won't get her first real episode until this tutorial wraps up. A clock tower ticks past, and a groggy hum slips out of her. A hand twitches. Please wait a moment, it takes time to load, the system announces, like she's buffering a video and not a human soul. Why is it so loud, she groans. Her eyes finally crack open, wide, green, and very much alive. Fragments of memory crash in first, hands clapping through a story, a gasp, someone spitting out that conscienceless puppy with real venom. It's not her memory, not yet anyway. Footsteps blur past in a rush, someone running hard through a sunlit hallway. A scream rips out and her own face locks into shock. This, as expected really, she gasps, roses blooming behind her like the universe is showing off. She freezes, green eyes blown wide, mouth open in total disbelief at what's happening to her. It finally clicks, "I've transmigrated," she blurts out right as the system confirms it in cold text. Synchronization with Elliot Roadline is complete. New body, new problems. First things first, she gives herself an experimental sniff, getting her bearings in this unfamiliar little room. 10 straight minutes in front of the mirror later, she has to admit it. Wow, I really look like a doll. Cute even, but the excitement fades fast. What's the point? Because she remembers the plot now and it's not good. There were villains in this story who abused their power against the protagonist, more than one, and she has no idea which noblemen they actually were. She squints thinking hard, Then a system window blinks open, an actual map. Area, Count Gillette's castle out in the eastern reaches of the Kingdom of Winchester. Fine print warning, watch out, the Count's son is a ruffian. A holographic display wraps around her. This house apparently comes with its own floor plan. Wow, this kind of service? This is a map of the house, she marvels, genuinely delighted. It's like a game, then mid-thought it hits her. Her stomach drops. Count Gillette's son, she repeats as that same warning flashes back at her, that he's a ruffian and that this castle is exactly where she's standing right now. I've remembered who he is, she shouts, the realization hitting like a physical blow. The name lands hard, Count Gillette's bastard son. A shadowed figure lounges on what might as well be a throne. And there he is for real, sprawled across a couch like he owns the place, which, to be fair, he basically does. Cue the flashback. On the brink of death, wandering some dungeon, a nameless man is about to become very important to this story. The kind, upstanding protagonist of this novel swoops in and saves his life. Cue triumphant lighting. Watching it play out like a memory through glass, her heart pounds. The protagonist wants nothing for the rescue, but the Count's son won't drop it. He insists on paying him back somehow. So the protagonist gets invited back to his county as a guest. That's so cool, she thinks, half swooning before catching herself, because it's painfully obvious what that compensation is going to look like from a spoiled brat with a vicious streak. And she's right to worry. The protagonist is too much of a pushover to stand up for himself, so the brat treats him like hired help, humiliates him in front of the staff, and has him tossed out on his ear. The second the protagonist walks out those gates for good, everything changes. A dungeon burst tears open right near the castle, and the entire Gillette estate gets wiped out by monsters. Flames swallow the place whole. Karma, apparently, does not mess around in this genre. Watching it all replay in her head, she mutters dryly compared to the satisfying payback part. The setup where he's a doormat was a way longer chapter. Somewhere outside, birds chirp obliviously. Back to the bigger picture, dungeons have been spreading across the whole continent like tumors. And any one of them can rupture without warning and kill you where you stand. She deflates completely. Sniff. I'll die shortly after the original story starts, she mutters, already resigned to her fate. If only I'd paid attention to the actual content of the novel, she groans, picturing her healthier, younger self hunched over the book. It's really regrettable I only read this thing back in middle school. So she does the only reasonable thing, she screams at the sky. System, stop it, are you listening? Not every possessor remembers the contents of the book. If she could recall everything from a single read, she snaps, she'd have gone to Seoul's top national university, she finishes, right as the screen glitches and reboots around her. Sparkles ripple outward as something shifts into place. A brand new menu materializes, glowing against a wall of books, integrated study. She plops down on the floor, staring up at the towering shelves in total awe. The rules scroll past. Books are food for the mind, and she gets to keep every book her previous body ever bought or read, officially published titles only. Awesome, she cheers. If that's the case, then regressing until the world is saved should be in here too, right? Thank God I actually bought that one and read it properly. She starts digging and it is not going smoothly. Not this one, this isn't it, she mutters, tossing aside the imperial daughter and the traitor. Then, bewildered, why is there a textbook as a Korean language book and something called Wise Life turn up in the pile? Old favorites keep distracting her, a manga called Deadly vs Romance, a guide titled 101 Ways to Date Someone. Wow, this was fun, she admits before catching herself with a startled AH. Then finally, book in hand, she lights up, I found it. Flipping to the index, she spots the full run of volumes. Fortunately, I even have the final volume, she says, relief washing over her. This will greatly increase the chances of survival. By the way, she murmurs, eyes narrowing with sudden calculation, it seems like things are slowly being revealed to me whenever I constantly ask. She finishes, eyes practically turning into dollar signs, pure greed now. System, is there anything else? The system pings back with something new, afterlife full insurance package privilege, one-time bonus cash. She blinks, utterly confused. Coins start raining down out of nowhere. She jolts upright, stunned, as more gold clatters around her. Then it's not a trickle anymore, it's a flood, coins burying her from every direction. Hands slapping over her mouth, she manages one strangled thought, what's all this? Money. The system spells it out. This is a life insurance payout based on the terms her previous body signed up for before she died. The total, 120 million, all cash. She sits there practically glowing on top of a literal mountain of coins. My death insurance, 120 million, all of it in cash. Then the gears start turning behind her wide eyes. Wait, she thinks, if there's cash, that means the system loads something new. A shop built exclusively for transmigrators like her, shimmering into existence. The building keeps assembling itself out of thin air, brick by glowing brick. She stares it down, jar on the floor, woe at tilde. Staring at heaps of gold, she can barely believe it. I can buy things like these too. With this money, it's strange, she admits, spending her own death payout after she's already dead, but if it works like this, well, she's not about to complain. A small, satisfied smile creeps across her face. I can survive, she decides, with these transmigrator privileges. And for the first time since she woke up in this body, she actually believes it. Meet Elliot, freshly transmigrated and buried up to her neck in gold coins, already asking the important question, where's the mall? Turns out being reborn into a novel comes with a signing bonus, 120 million in shopping cash, reloadable anytime with the local currency. Not a bad way to start a new life. Of course, she reminds herself to spend carefully, re-ite like that ever lasts. First up on the menu, a combat job change package, pick your poison, aura, magic, or raw martial muscle, sold to whichever poor soul just got dropped into a life or death fantasy world. 10 million cash for a power-up, her eyes go full sparkle mode, sold. In a world graded S for suffering, awakening a power isn't optional, and lucky for her, this world's got aura, magic, and divine blessings all on the menu. That's when the name of this place fully clicks for her, a story about regressing until the world is saved. Yeah, hey, that title is doing a lot of foreshadowing. Next item, a blessing of rapid growth, doubling how fast any power she picks actually levels up. Her wallet is already crying. Hold up, the system flags that an even better version is already active on her account. Since when does she get freebies? Turns out there's an ultra-rapid growth blessing, 5 times the normal rate, and it's not even for sale to regular customers. The catch, it's too broken to sell, so it only comes bundled free with the Transmigrator Afterlife full insurance package. So casually confirmed she died to get here, and the Afterlife has customer service now. Stack a combat class, the rapid growth blessing, and some integrated study on top. And maybe, just maybe, she can actually survive whatever this S-level difficulty throws at her. Ding, the system chimes in, her background as a character in this story's chapter is officially locked in. And here's the genre label she's been dreading, infinite regression. As in, somebody in this story keeps dying and rewinding time over and over. So what actually matters right now, she realizes, is exactly how many times the story's real hero has already looped through this nightmare. Because every single time he dies, the male lead rewinds, and each reset comes at a price that's genuinely brutal. Lifetime after lifetime, this loyal, painfully sincere knight gets nothing but betrayal and backstabbing from everyone around him. Rough gig for the chosen one. Silver lining, the more chapters he grinds through, the stronger he gets. So Elliot is praying hard she's landed somewhere late in his story, not square one. Her survival odds ride entirely on how buffed up this hero already is, and the system's about to tell her exactly which chapter she's dropped into. She holds her breath, hands clasped, hoping for good news. Instead, she just freezes solid. That is not a good sign. Because apparently out of this whole grim, dragging story, there's exactly one chapter that stands out as weirdly different. And guess where she landed? The system confirms it. Welcome to Chapter 17. And the reason this chapter is so refreshing, the instant the hero regresses back into it, the final boss just kills him on the spot. No fight, no drama, just dead. So much for plot armor. The so-called chosen hero gets taken out before he can even land a single hit. And the news hits Elliot like a truck. She straight up topples right out of her chair. Her brain scrambles. If the hero's dead on arrival, what is she supposed to do about the strongest villain in the world? Even attempting a rescue could mean grinding through 70 regressions just for a shot at the fight. 70 do-overs for one measly chapter. Realistically, can she even pull that off? Her own honest answer, no. But instead of spiraling, something in her expression hardens. She snaps herself out of it. No point banking on a hero who might not survive his own introduction. From here on, she's planning like he doesn't exist. If survival is on the table, she's the one who has to earn it. New plan, new attitude. Rule 1 of surviving a regression apocalypse: trust no one but yourself. Combat class, growth blessing, integrated study. She's betting everything on her own build. For anyone dropped into an S-level nightmare world, there's really only one rule: gear up before the real danger even starts. Her goal: claw her way into the top 100 most powerful people around, one sharpened skill at a time. Current standing: dead last around rank 1000 with roughly 392 days on the clock before the tutorial ends. Fail to rank up in time and the penalty is, charmingly, death. Cool system, very chill. She tries politely asking the system for a little clarification. Dead silence, 10 out of 10 customer service. Before she can get an answer, real life barges in literally as a girl comes storming through yelling her name. Elliot nearly jumps out of her skin, while the intruder smugly confirms she's caught her hiding out exactly where she suspected. The whole household starts kicking off around her. Word spreads fast that the runaway's been found. Someone yanks back the cover on her hiding spot, and just like that, Elliot's cover is blown. Turns out she's supposed to be on kitchen duty, news to her since she has zero memory of ever agreeing to that. The head maid isn't interested in excuses and hauls her off, sneering that she's nothing but a lazy freeloader in this house. Luckily, someone steps in fast, her father, the household alchemist, insisting she's far too young for grueling kitchen labor. Her brother backs him up instantly, offering to take the work off her hands himself. It's a small detail, but seeing that matching hair color hits Elliot harder than expected, proof these people are actually, genuinely her family now. Her father keeps pressing the maid to reconsider, gentle but firm. He can't stand the idea of his daughter getting hurt over something this pointless. For a moment, the storm settles and someone finally just walks her away from the chaos. And it clicks for her fully now: whatever else this world throws at her, these two are actually on her side. The head maid isn't done though. She rounds on Elliot's brother next, ordering him back to his lessons like he's the one out of line. Then she turns on the father too, insisting a 10-year-old should be pulling her weight, which is rich, considering the maid's own 11-year-old daughter does exactly zero work. Said daughter Nellie just stands there looking extremely pleased with herself. The double standard is almost impressive. Nellie's hands are apparently far too precious for real work, while Elliot's aren't worth a second thought. That's the last straw for Elliot. She finally speaks up, reminding the staff exactly who outranks who in this house. And she backs the words up with action. Nellie, cheek stinging, tries to play it off with a smirk, reminding Elliot how she used to cry after their last run-in. Cute bit of history there. Turns out this time is different, and honestly, Elliot decides showing a little hostility when it's earned isn't such a bad look. The head maid, furious and out of leverage, just snaps at everyone to clear out before she escalates things even further. But rather than gloat over the win, Ellet steps forward and offers to help in the kitchen herself. Now that she's got a read on who's who in this messy household, she figures it's time to just diffuse the whole thing. She doesn't want to watch the people who have taken her and keep struggling on her account. Her dad, naturally, is touched. Besides, she insists she's genuinely fine with it. And weirdly, she means it. She's actually convinced she can pull this off. Because as it turns out, that system cash shop isn't just for warriors and mages. There's a whole non-combat catalog too: cooking, alchemy, carpentry, anything that helps a transmigrator actually make a living. 2 million cash, please. Ellet doesn't hesitate, she buys in and awakens as a descendant of the great chef. Kitchen duty is about to get very unfair. Suddenly, she can sense the freshest ingredients, prep them like a master, and season like a sommelier, all while keeping the kitchen spotless. That's not cooking help, that's a cheat code. With an unfairly stacked skill set locked and loaded, Ellet cracks a confident grin. Time to head into that kitchen and show this household exactly what a fully loaded transmigrator can do. Our girl's up before dawn, hands deep in ice water, scrubbing broccoli like her life depends on it. Knife works flying, peppers and carrots all diced clean. Girls treating kitchen prep like a boss fight. I prepped the mini carrots and broccoli, she announces, beaming, and the maids just stand there, jaws on the floor. Onions peeled, garlic peeled, and she's already hauling out a whole pot, rattling off her prep list like a drill sergeant. King oyster mushrooms sorted, bad ingredients binned, beef diced to exact spec. She's not just working, she's showing off. And the whipped cream I made is perfect. The two maids just go silent. Somebody clearly wasn't briefed on the new hire. Finally, her arm gives out. Can I rest a bit? She asks, and the maid practically shoves her into a seat. She perches on her little stool with a grateful smile, like she just clocked out of the cutest shift in the world. Breaks over before it even started. She's back on her feet, ready to keep tidying. The maid can only stare, already. Word spreading through the kitchen staff. This kid actually does everything she's told, no complaints at all. Here's her secret: in her head, every chore is popping XP bonuses. I can feel my XP increasing, she grins, girls speedrunning chores like a video game. Even the guys on staff can't help it. One look at her hustle and all they've got is she's really cute. The kitchen crew's warming up to her fast. Turns out working hard and being adorable is a winning combo. Turns out she's the alchemist Leonard Rodeline's daughter, and apparently that girl's got a genuine talent for reading ingredients. She just answers with a polite thank you, humble as ever. One maid's melting over the taste, this is delicious, while the warden who dragged her into this mess is quietly losing it. This was supposed to break the kid, not turn her into a star. She's supposed to work until she drops, the warden mutters bitterly, right as the kitchen's notoriously picky chef calls Ellet over by name. The chef wants her to check the seasoning on the cream stew, and the other staff about fall over. Nobody gets that privilege. The warden isn't having it. She grabs the grump by the sleeve, demanding to know how a little kid could possibly be trusted with the food. The grump doesn't even blink, tells her flat out she's the one who hasn't been pulling her weight and maybe she should be the one leaving. The warden's got nothing. Leaving the warden red-faced and speechless, he waves Ellet over like nothing happened. She grabs the ladle and gets stirring, focused as ever. In her head she's cackling, activate, oh glorious power of cash, treating a taste test like she just popped a rare item in a game. One taste and she calls it, connoisseur-level seasoning, no notes. She hums happily over the spoon, savoring every bit of her own handiwork. Then she actually critiques it, suggests a touch of cracked pepper, and the grump just stands there, arms crossed, taking notes from a literal child. He goes dead serious and says her full name, Ellet Rodeline, like he's about to make an announcement. The rest of the staff can't believe it. Since when does their famously uptight chef take an interest in anyone? Turns out he just asked her to be his student. This kid has real talent, he says, high praise from the pickiest guy in the kitchen. He's not messing around either. In his head, talent like hers is way too rare to let slip through his fingers. Cooking, oh should I really, she asks, practically vibrating with excitement at the offer. And of course her brain's already crunching numbers. More cooking means more XP, and she is not missing out on that grind. She walks off deep in thought, already scheming her next move. Meanwhile, the warden's just standing there, realizing the kid she tried to sideline just landed the luckiest break in the whole kitchen. Someone bitterly clicks their tongue as the new training schedule gets announced, starting bright and early the next morning. Even the grump softens up a little, bumps her start time back since she's still just a kid. The staff can't get over it. Is he actually being nice? A brand new morning rolls in, sun spilling across the kitchen counters. One of the maids clocks how hard she's already going and tells her to ease up a little. Offered the easy way out, Elliot just waves it off. It's okay, I can do it, stubborn as ever. In her head, it's simple math. She's basically about to level up and nobody's stealing her hard-earned XP. The staff are genuinely charmed now. You're so diligent, they tell her, just call if you need us. She skips off with a cheerful okay. By evening, the kitchen's gone quiet, and she finally gets a moment to just sit with it all. Sore arm and all, she can't help but laugh. This grind feels exactly like her old part-time job life back before she ever transmigrated here. She groans, if only fate had dropped her into some cozy, pampered fantasy story instead of this. In her head, she's already picturing it, marrying into imperial royalty, living the absolute power dream. Or maybe secretly the hidden heir of some powerful dukedom, way less kitchen duty involved either way. Showered in love from the best family in the land, now that's the fantasy life she signed up for. She catches herself moping like this is only making it worse, right as a familiar voice calls out her name, Elle. It's the young master, grinning ear to ear, so you were here. He checks on her right away, genuinely worried something happened to her. It clicks for her, right? That's Prince. He explains he only just got out of his history lesson, which is why he's late finding her. Ever the softy, he takes over the mixing bowl himself. I'll do this, you just rest. She tries to wave him off, but he's already rolling up his sleeves. Just tell me what to do. Well, first things first, wash your hands, she tells him, amused he's this eager to help. For a second, she actually considers just letting the young master do all the work for her. Hey, why not? Then she spots something on his hand that stops her cold, faint marks she really wasn't expecting to see. Cane marks on the young master's hand, and suddenly this sweet little kitchen moment feels a whole lot heavier. Our girl is curled up with her favorite novel on break, and there they are again, the Roadline family, jumping right off the page. She knows these two by heart, Prince and her father Leonard, once a rising star alchemist at the kingdom's top tower. He trained at the legendary Golden Ivory Tower, papers scattering behind him like his glory days were already slipping away. But Leonard crossed the wrong powerful people, and just like that he got blacklisted, an outcast overnight. Branded damaged goods with 2 kids to feed, he got scooped up dirt cheap by Count Gillette, bargain bin hiring at its finest. Not knowing any better, Leonard signed himself away with a lifelong contract to the Count's household. His kids, Prince and Elliot, grew up as servants in that same house, and somehow it is always Elliot stuck doing the grunt work. Flashback time, Prince is covering up a beatdown, claiming he barely got hit today since Elliot secretly did his homework for him. Little Elliot is horrified looking at his bruised hand and tells him to get it treated at their father's lab right now. Prince begs her not to tell their father, terrified he will get banned from sitting in on the young master's lessons, even if it means more hits. She reminds him he bribed her into silence with an entire pudding, and clearly that bribe is expiring. Too late for regrets, the pudding is long gone, already digested and unbothered. Elliot insists on patching him up herself, and for once, Prince does not argue. That one word, brother, completely short-circuits him. Turns out she has not called him that since she was 4 years old, and he never forgot it. He remembers exactly how she used to brush him off for being dense and awkward. Our narrator quietly realizes the girl she is possessing was kind of a brat. New plan, fresh start. She decides right then to actually be the sweet little sister this kid deserves. Prince lights up, demanding 0 takebacks, and drags her straight into baking duty to seal the deal. One bite in and he is already glowing, finally feeling like a real sibling for the first time. She clarifies this is not some performance, she is genuinely happy now and he is just grateful she means it. Little confession for us though, In her old life she had a real brother who was also 12, so slipping into this role feels oddly natural. The head maid, forever the warden of this household, barks at the kids to wrap it up and get to snack time. Chores first though, dishes do not wash themselves and these two know better than to dawdle. Enter Nellie, the head maid's daughter, sauntering by just to clown Elliot for pulling dish duty. Prince shoots her a warning look, but our parlor princess just keeps twisting the knife, bragging that her mom has tea and snacks waiting just for her. And then out of nowhere a status window pops up. Elliot just leveled up her cooking, apparently she is living inside some kind of game. New skills unlock on the spot: cooking sweet fruit, making basic snacks, handy timing. And brewing flavorful tea joins the list too. Suddenly kitchen duty does not sound so bad. She is thrilled at the speedrun leveling, but something about it nags at her. Brewing tea specifically, why does that one feel like it matters? She trails off mid-thought, clearly cooking up a plan of her own. Nellie, still hovering, sneers that kitchen work is a perfect fit for ignorant siblings like them. Prince answers with a forehead flick that lands louder than any comeback. Nellie did not see that coming. She yelps about his suddenly hard head and he just deadpans it right back at her. Sibling solidarity, apparently. The head maid swoops back in, warning everyone not to get ahead of themselves. Elliot freezes when she spots Miss Isella, the woman running the countess's own tea and snacks. Isella is already busy grilling another maid about tea leaves that should have been delivered by now. It clicks for Elliot, this is the woman who controls what the countess actually drinks. And with her brand new tea skill burning a hole in her pocket, an idea starts forming fast. She bolts down the stairs after her, shouting for the chef before she can even think twice. Isella is mid-sentence about the snack time tea when Elliot cuts in and asks to be the one to brew it herself. Isella just eyes her, unreadable, clearly weighing whether this kid is serious. Elliot doubles down. She wants to brew for everyone else grinding through hard days right alongside her. So she gets to work, kettle steaming, leaves swirling, the whole process in full motion. Word spreads fast through the kitchen. Wait, Elliot is brewing tea now. Even the head maid pauses to watch, arms crossed and clearly skeptical, as the tea pours out golden and fragrant. Elliot throws her hands up, done, and honestly kind of proud of herself. The spread she pulls together looks straight out of a 5-star tea room. The staff cannot believe their youngest whipped this up, and Prince just beams with pure big brother pride. First sip in and the reaction says it all: this is shockingly, genuinely delicious. Even the regulars are stunned, wondering if this is really the same tea they drink every day. Word reaches the head maid herself, who demands a cup, only to get told politely to go ask Elliot directly. So she does and takes her first sip in stony silence. That silence stretches a beat too long. Because whatever she is tasting is clearly not what she expected from a kid stuck on dish duty. She rounds on Elliot with a sharp "you" that makes everyone flinch. Elliot just blinks back an innocent yes. Her expression twists into something a lot more serious. And she drops the bomb: Elliot has apparently gone and done something very, very foolish. Guess we will find out what that means next time. The head maid rounds on Elliot mid-curtsy, and whatever just hit the floor is not helping her case. You've done something incredibly foolish, she snaps, jabbing a finger like Elliot just torched the good china. Enter Facia the cook, swooping in with Isella. She's a kid, not a war criminal. Did you drink something funny with that tea? I am perfectly sane, Facia, Isella insists, right before launching into the single most over-the-top compliment this kitchen has ever heard. Her point: letting a promising kid rot away in the kitchen was the real crime. Elliot beams ear to ear while Facia slowly reconsiders. Wait, was that actually kindness? Nearby, Nellie's jaw hits the floor. She was fully expecting to watch Elliot get chewed out, not showered in backhanded praise. Word spreads fast. Why on earth is the head maid handing out compliments to that peasant girl? One of the staff tries to argue Nellie's already the one training for tea service. Isella shuts it down cold. Nellie has no talent for it, none. So Isella makes it official. Elliot Roadline, was it? Starting tomorrow, I'm personally teaching you how to serve tea, every single day. Facia isn't having it. No, Elliot's learning to cook right here. This kid's got a gift and I'm the one building on it. Two very determined women reach for the same terrified kid at once. This is not a tug of war Elliot signed up for. Somehow it resolves into shared custody. Learn from the both of us, they bellow in perfect, terrifying unison. Elliot just blinks, wait her, both of them actually fighting over her. Cue the sparkles, Elliot is thrilled to suddenly have two grown women scrapping over who gets to mentor her. I'll be in your care, Elliot says sweetly, sealing the deal while Nellie looks like she just watched her whole world tilt sideways. Nellie's brain is still buffering, ah. And then the full meltdown scream. Nellie did not see this promotion coming and she is taking it about as well as you'd expect. Cut to home where Elliot slips through the door asking her brother the one question that matters, did he manage to get Dad's ointment? Prince just kneels there, quietly saying her name, and that alone tells Elliot the answer isn't good. What do we do, he mutters, it's not in Dad's bag, not a single jar. Elliot can't believe it, their dad is a dedicated alchemist, he should have stockpiled plenty. Turns out the head maid's been swiping it regularly, calling it moisturizer. Elliot's first instinct, did you even tell the butler? Prince's answer lands like a punch. The butler, the head maid, even the family doctor all in on it together. No matter how she turns it over in her head, none of it adds up to anything good. Bottom line, this household treats the Roadline family like garbage, and Elliot is done pretending otherwise. Here's the ugly truth of this world. Real healers are rare and the church hoards every single one of them. Which leaves regular folk with a downgrade option instead. An alchemist's healing potion. Good but nowhere near as strong as the real thing. And her dad, Leonard Roadline, used to be a top-tier talent straight out of the golden ivory tower. Used to. Prince sighs, resigned, nothing we can do about it now. I'll just make do with whatever's left next time. His whole posture just deflates. This kid is carrying way more than a little brother should have to. Does it hurt that bad? Elliot asks gently. No, he stammers, it's not that, it's just. You were going to use it on me, he finally admits, guilt written all over his face. It really is a shame, one more thing this family's been cheated out of. But Elliot's already moved past moping. She's scanning the room and every ingredient and tool she needs is sitting right here. So really, all that's left is figuring out how. And that's her cue to crack open that system of hers, non-combat job class unlocked, alchemy. Title earned, descendant of the great alchemist. The alchemy skill is officially hers. Now she grins, let's whip up that ointment for my precious brother. Only problem, her brand new level 1 skill set is ingredient detection, soft skin cosmetics and fancy soap. Healing potions are apparently a stretch goal. Right, guess I need to level up first, she mutters while Prince just stares, utterly lost. Elliot, what exactly are you doing? Then it clicks, forget the ointment for now, she can sell or gift soap and cosmetics instead. Silver lining located. Brother, get over here and help me, she yells through the window, then I'll help you with the ointment. Prince has no idea what just happened. Night falls over the Roadline estate and somewhere inside, two kids are quietly cooking up a comeback. Leonard finally makes it home, tired and completely unaware of what his kids have been up to. Then he freezes solid in the doorway of his own workshop. Wow, what is all this? The place is a wreck and right in the middle of it, his two exhausted kids are fast asleep. They clearly worked themselves right into a nap. Leonard tucks a blanket over them, chuckling to himself that they must have just been playing with his equipment. Then he actually looks at the table, and that is not what messing around looks like. Neat rows of glowing little bottles, professionally finished. Someone did real work here. A note signed Elliot, sorry for using your stuff without asking. Give the soap to the staff and the cosmetic potions to the Countess as gifts, they'll love them. Leonard blinks, gifting cosmetics, somehow that never once occurred to him. Then the real question hits him. Wait, does this mean his daughter actually made all of these herself? Wait, is my daughter a genius? He catches himself immediately. No, every proud dad thinks that. Stay rational, cute effort, but the quality is probably. He rubs a bit of the cream into his skin to check, expecting nothing much. Wait, this feeling. The shine, the softness, not even sticky, just clean and refreshing. This is genuinely good. Even an amateur like him can tell top-shelf work when he feels it. My daughter, he breathes, is actually a genius. He is fully starstruck by his own kid right now, and honestly, fair enough. Starting tomorrow, he decides on the spot, I'm teaching you alchemy properly. Elliot sleeps right through her own promotion. For once, this exhausted little family gets to end the day on something that actually looks like hope. Picture this, a funeral late at night. Just one white flower left behind, and somewhere in the dark, a girl who just lost everything is curled up on the floor. Behind the memorial photos, her aunt and uncle are already arguing about who has to deal with her. Why do we have to be responsible for her? One hisses, and she can hear every word. Whether she goes to an orphanage or dies has nothing to do with us, the uncle snaps, brushing off his wife like she's talking about a stray cat, not his own niece. The argument dissolves into muttering she can't quite make out, but she's heard enough to know exactly how welcome she is. She breaks down completely, crying so hard her nose is bleeding, barely able to breathe through the grief. Get up, her aunt says flatly, because we're your aunt and uncle, you're going to live with us from now on. Not a comfort, a sentence. And just like that, in the middle of the night, she's led away from the only family she has left. Her new normal starts with restless nights in an unfamiliar bed sleep that never really comes. A sharp bang on the wall jolts her awake. Hey, message received, keep it down, kid. Her aunt corners her in the kitchen at night. You're really loud, just let me get some sleep, she snaps, then adds the real complaint. You're living off someone else's family, it's annoying. The words land like a slap. She flinches, eyes red-rimmed, while a single flower sits nearby, a quiet echo of the funeral she can't escape. Her uncle sits her down for the talk. You know our family's situation is bad, right? So don't expect any support from us. All she can manage is a quiet yes. There's no point arguing with people who have already decided she's a burden. She goes numb, staring blankly at nothing in particular. It's easier than feeling all of this at once. Meanwhile, her aunt and uncle stroll in laughing, arms loaded with shopping bags and gifts, all for their own daughter. Funny how there's always money for treats and never for her. When she finally asks, food, the answer is ice cold, we ate, no plate for her tonight. It's the same scene on repeat, happy homecomings for their real daughter, and nothing at all for the niece they never wanted. She's still standing there, stomach empty, replaying that flat little sentence, we ate. A door slams and she retreats down the hallway alone, learning fast that nobody's coming to check on her. So she does what she's had to learn to do, scrapes together whatever's left in the kitchen and eats by herself, in silence. She finally calls it out, you say the situation is difficult, so why do you always eat out? Somebody's lying about where the money's going. And then there it is, a ledger dropped open on the floor. You know exactly what's about to happen. Now I understand everything, she says, holding it up like a weapon. This. The insurance payout from her dad and brother's accident, the money from selling the house, all of it right there in black and white. You've been pocketing it this whole time. Her uncle doesn't even flinch. So, her aunt goes further, spinning it right back on her. You crafty thing, we helped raise you and you were only counting money. The nerve on these two. If you're going to be like this, her uncle roars, then get out. Get out of our family house. And yep, she's out on the street just like that. She ends up alone on a park bench, a tiny, shell-shocked figure with nowhere left to go. The grief drags her back to a memory she can't outrun. Daddy Tilda, just a little girl again, calling for a father who isn't coming. In the memory, they're all still here, mom, dad, her big brother, laughing together in a sunny park like nothing bad could ever touch them. Mom, the word barely makes it out. The warmth of the memory is already curdling into something that hurts. Dad, big brother, she curls in on herself, swallowed by grief she never actually got the chance to process. Please don't leave me alone. A plea aimed at people who are never coming back. Mom, Dad, big brother, she says all three names like a spell that might somehow bring them back. Please don't leave me alone. Then, out of nowhere, warmth, a hand reaching for hers in the dark. Somewhere else entirely, a very different scene, a father crouches by his sleeping daughter's bed. Here, you're just having nightmares, everything's fine. She blinks awake, hardly believing it. Dad, is it really you? A dark-haired boy watches quietly from beside him too. Of course it's really me, he says with a soft smile like there was never any doubt. I'll stay right here until my daughter falls asleep again, he promises, and for once, the fear in her eyes starts to melt away. Don't worry, she has to ask anyway, half scared to believe it's a promise. Yes, I promise. Outside the window, tiny white flowers catch the moonlight like the whole world is holding its breath with her. Then she jolts awake for real, sweat on her brow, heart still racing from a dream that felt far too real. Turns out she was talking in her sleep, don't go Tilda, and now she's mortified. It's embarrassing. I'm ashamed of myself. Sleep is officially off the table now, so Elliot drags herself up and decides to make herself useful instead. I'm going to finish reading, she mutters, heading down to the library like the answers she needs might actually be written down somewhere. There should be a place where the Roadline family gets mentioned. She flips through the book with real focus. This isn't idle reading. Ah, here it is. The passage describes the Count's unruly son vanishing and a servant who greeted a stranger with a distinctly awkward face. In the story, the servant introduces himself. Hello, I am a servant here, Prince Roadline. Funny, that name sounds awfully familiar. Even if our young master Romdeo was rude, please forgive him, the servant adds, smoothing things over for a brat who clearly needs a lot of smoothing. Instead, let me guide you to the room where you'll be staying, Sir Knight. The story's about to hand this knight somewhere he really shouldn't be. He hesitates in the doorway. I think it's a lady's room. I don't think I can stay here. Ah, please do not worry, Sir Knight. Those are the servant starts to explain, gesturing at the dresses and shoes left behind. The knight just stands there in the quiet of the room, clearly not convinced this is a good idea. My younger sister's keepsakes, the caption reads, and the girl pictured in that old room has the same pink hair and green eyes staring back from the page. Elliot stares at the book, unable to shake the feeling that this story is a lot closer to home than it should be. Somewhere in this world, a book slams itself open, pages rifling like it's got something urgent to show her. She stares down at the page and the words hit like a slap. According to this book, she's about to die. No way, she thinks, scrambling to reread it. How does the story just casually drop that on her? The book spells it out in black and white. My younger sister, Elliot Roadline, died, and guess who that sister is? Confirmed death, no wiggle room, no maybe. The story's already decided her ending. Turns out the plot has receipts. Deep under the Count's own estate sits a sealed dungeon nobody bothered to mention. One wrong step down there, the book says, and that's it for her. A servant gets hold of evidence she can't explain away, and just like that, her mouth is sealed shut too. She groans. An explosion near the estate wasn't bad enough. Now there's a whole hidden dungeon under her feet. Honestly, she figured this new life wouldn't be smooth sailing from day one. But she's not about to sit still and let a book decide her fate. If she can crack its plot, she can dodge the bullet. Her plan: devour every last page of this story and use it to survive. The estate sits quiet under the sky, giving nothing away. If she wants answers, she'll have to dig for them herself. Night falls, and somewhere behind those walls, she's already got her nose back in the book. Page after page, she reads on, hunting for anything that might save her life. This ending is insane, she mutters, completely sucked in. No matter how she slices it, this plot is unhinged. Hey, author, she snaps at the book, did you really need to torture this poor character this much? Turns out her rough life has nothing on the actual heroines. Then a glowing panel appears out of nowhere. A job class change package, combat edition, apparently a must-have for anyone who's landed in a world like this. So this is what all those transmigrator perks were for. Turns out she actually gets to cash one in. Her first instinct, grab a combat skill and go full action hero. But she rereads the story again, and a different plan starts forming. Healers are rare and precious in this world, and the story's heroine suffers constantly for not having a good one around. So maybe, she thinks, that's the gap she should fill instead. Forget the sword, she wants to be the healer this story's been missing all along. The system locks it in. She's just claimed the soul of the legendary saintess. And with that, divine power awakens inside her for the very first time. Cue the system slamming the brakes. Sorry, requirements not met. Her big power moment face plants instantly. Of course, there's a quest first. There's always a quest first. So she goes back to her days at the estate, waiting to find out exactly what this system wants from her. Life goes on in the meantime. Brooms need pushing, floors need sweeping. She sweeps the stairs like any other day, the system's demands still rattling around in her head. Ugh, the dust, she sighs, already dreading the next round of cleaning. For a moment she just sits there, worn out, waiting for whatever comes next. Then something in her expression shifts. The pieces are finally clicking into place. Turns out the quest is morning prayers, 1,000 days of them. No shortcuts, no rapid growth loophole either. Nothing to do but grind it out. Divine power was never going to come cheap. Lucky for her, Count Gillette's estate happens to have its own empty worship room, just sitting there unused. Time to get fervent. She drops to her knees and starts praying like her life depends on it, because, well, it does. She keeps at it, quiet and stubborn, day after day. Small problem, she has absolutely no idea what she's actually supposed to be praying for. She never believed in any god back in her old life, so how does she fake sincerity for the god of a novel? Miss 3 days running and the whole quest resets. Then it hits her, maybe she shouldn't fake it at all. Maybe she should actually start believing. That's it, that's the answer. She grips her hands together so hard her knuckles go white. Gods of the Transmigration Management Bureau, she shouts, please give me divine power. Alone on the stairs at night, she keeps praying, refusing to give up. Same spot, same prayer, night after night. And then a system window flickers to life. Morning prayer, 5%. It worked, she cheers, progress is progress, and now she's got the gods' attention whether they like it or not. You want my sincerity and heart? Fine, she yells at the empty chapel, can you even hear me up there? Her sincerity meter hits a full 100 and mid-rant she decides their official title is way too long, so she's shortening it to Gods of the Transmigrated. Also, small complaint, this whole possessing someone else's body thing is their fault. Why send me here at all, she asks quietly. I was just an ordinary person living an okay life. Then she catches herself, was her old life really that okay though? She thinks about her uncle who drained every cent left from her parents' and brothers' deaths, the house money, the car insurance, the settlement, all of it gone, and he never once left her alone. Even after burning through it all, he kept calling for more, showing up uninvited, guilt-tripping her into cooking him dinner. A real charmer. Honestly, she doesn't miss much about that old life, maybe just the novels she never finished. At least this new gig came with some kind of support system attached. But more than any of that, there's the family she's found in this life. She watches them sleep, peaceful and close, and something in her chest settles. Her alchemist father and prince remind her so much of her real dad and brother, even down to how they look. Weirdly the same, she admits, blushing at her own sentimentality even though nobody's around to see it. Then a fresh horror hits her. She's technically dead back home, which means her rental deposit is headed straight into her uncle's pocket. She face plants right there on the spot. Stolen again, she groans, but at least the prayer meter is crawling toward 95%. 100%. 1,000 days done and true to form, even her dying thoughts were spent doing that man a favor. The system flags a special reward, God's reply, unlocked by the saintess soul and her hard-earned sincerity. And somewhere out there, some of the gods of the transmigrated actually respond. Whatever they are about to say to her, it's about to change everything. She's kneeling in a church, finishing one last prayer, and even now, dying, all she can think about is how she spent her whole life pouring herself into a family that never gave anything back. Every coin she scraped together, her uncle would smile and gobble right up, money she saved back when she had no one else in the world to lean on. And apparently, some gods of the transmigrated are listening in on all of this. She catches herself thinking, and somewhere behind the curtain, the world-building god assures her the deposit for her new setup has already been handled. Turns out that deposit was for her afterlife insurance. She has no idea what is happening to her anymore. Get this, she is transmigrated into an S-class world, and the world-building god himself is fascinated by her. Even the skyscraper architect checked her prayer, then left her on read because he is too busy designing a tower. Meanwhile, the so-called critic god is reading her prayer too, but he is too busy grumbling about how badly balanced this whole tower's difficulty is to actually help her. The gods keep chattering about balance and harsh reviews, and all she can do is sit there, stunned, as the gods of the transmigrated respond to her all at once. Her eyes go wide. Whatever this is, it is a lot bigger than one simple prayer. The world-building god, apparently in a chatty mood, casually mentions that her cousin ended up all alone, drinking and partying her life away. That catches her off guard for a second, then she remembers her cousin bombed her exams for the fourth time straight and just gave up. Turns out her uncle, on some junior colleague's brilliant advice, went all in on stock in a hair loss treatment company. It was a scam, he lost everything and is flat broke now. Oh, uncle, she thinks, she always knew he would get burned eventually. Her aunt was not any smarter, she pushed that same investment onto everyone around her, and once the scheme collapsed, all that money just vanished. With the money gone, her aunt got hit with fraud accusations. They are the ones who could never stop blowing my father's and brother's money on eating out and shopping, she thinks. I bet there is a lot more to this story. Thanks for the update, she thinks, staring off into space. She does not fully understand what is happening, but hearing that the people who wronged her are quietly ruining themselves feels like peace. Maybe this god watching over her is not so bad after all. Up above, the world-building god actually glances her way for once. Why is he looking at her? Turns out he feels guilty that she got dragged into all this without ever getting to really live her first life. Now the world-building god is furious, hunting down the monitor of chaos and calling him a bastard for skipping his quality checks. This whole bug could have been avoided with a little basic QA. The monitor of chaos just crouches down and ducks for cover. She cannot help but think, no wonder these gods act exactly like overworked office employees. It is fine, she tells them. She is already dead. She is not about to complain about her old life. But hey, could they maybe waive that 1,000-day quest as an apology for the bug? Nope, not approved, and if it ever does go live, she will be paying an astronomical fee. Fine then, can awakening this divine power at least make her strong enough to face the final boss? She is answered with dead silence. The god just cups his chin and studies her for a long moment. Did that not work either? Was it too absurd a request? Underneath the joke, though, there is something rower. Her life really was stolen from her. The god decides to test her instead. If she truly wants to become strong enough to never be beaten, she will have to prove it and keep praying diligently. Well, obviously, she thinks with a grin, if a god built the entire world she landed in, of course he is the best. Gods really are just built different. She throws up an awkward thumbs up, not totally sure why, and the whole heavens suddenly lose it with excitement. Turns out she just became his very first believer, and the world-building god is thrilled to announce that decision cannot be retracted. Light floods down around her out of nowhere, and all she can do is gasp. I am pleased you have become my first believer, the god beams, and for a moment, bathed in golden light, she actually looks genuinely happy. What? She just accidentally founded a religion? She cannot believe the scale of what has happened to her. Just like that, she is officially under the world-building god's favor. All she can manage is a stunned exclamation. The reward is enormous. Her ultimate skills power jumps 10 full levels, and she unlocks access to high-level divine skills the moment her power awakens. Something like this? She squeals, hands over her mouth. This blessing hits like a 1,000-day deposit maturing all at once. Across the heavens, the overworked skyscraper architect nearly falls out of his chair wondering what just happened. Word spreads fast. The moment the critic god who balances everything hears the news, he storms straight to the head of the world-building department, furious that a religion got founded before his. Down on the ground, she has no idea any of that godly drama is even happening. She just knows something huge went down. Well, whatever it is. I believe in you, Lord World-Building God, she declares, glowing, completely earnest for once. Time skips ahead. In a lavish drawing room, a woman presses a little bottle to her skin and admires herself in the mirror. My skin looks good today, she thinks. Meet Sandra Gillette, Countess Gillette, and she is very pleased with herself right now. The potion the alchemist gave me this morning is the real deal, she gushes, cradling the little bottle like treasure. Until now, she had written the family alchemist off as a hack. No matter how much of his health potion she force-fed her son, his swordsmanship never improved. Turns out he really was trained at the Golden Ivory Tower after all. Still, one thing bugs her. If he knew how to make something this good all along, why did not he make it for her sooner? unforgivable. Mother, comes a voice, young Bia Gillette, offering to fetch her a hand mirror. You have been so busy admiring your own face, Bia says flatly, that you have not heard a word I said. They had actually been in the middle of discussing something far more serious, the survival of the entire Gillette family. Bia lays it out cold. The family's line of swordmasters died out with their grandfather, and handing the household to her incompetent, foolish uncle would only speed up its ruin. Better, she argues, to bring in a genuinely competent knight through marriage. What do you think, mother? Sandra just blinks, stunned that her 10-year-old is talking succession strategy like a war general. An older relative waves it off. Bia's uncle is still only 12, there is time yet, just as a maid arrives with refreshments. Sandra changes tack, gently prying. She has heard Bia kicked out another playmate this morning. Is there a problem with her friends she is not telling her mother about? Bia only answers with silence. The problem, Bia finally admits, is that I do not have anyone at my own level. Her mother just blinks, caught off guard all over again by how sharp and how lonely her daughter really is. A little later, a strikingly unique dessert shows up on the table, and everyone wants to know where it came from. It is from the alchemist's daughter, they are told, and apparently she is just as talented in the kitchen as her father is in the lab. In the background, a small pink-haired girl beams, God is with me. Sandra cannot stop gushing. She is in a great mood today thanks to that whitening potion and moisturizer the alchemist whipped up. And apparently his daughter did just as well. Someone should send her down to the kitchens for snacks. She never used to think of potions as anything but medicine. Who knew lotions were even possible? Bia is not so easily charmed. Leonard Roadline was supposedly a strictly by-the-book alchemist. So why did he suddenly start whipping up beauty potions out of nowhere? Word gets around that Mr. Roadline handed out high-quality soap to everyone in the mansion and bragged non-stop that his daughter made every bit of it. Isella, he finally says, when someone asks for her name. The alchemist's daughter, Bia repeats to herself, eyes wide, clearly intrigued by a girl she has not even met yet. We open in the Gillette greenhouse, rows of ripe tomatoes glowing red under the glass, and a certain trainee maid is right where you'd expect her, knee-deep in produce. She plucks one clean off the vine, grinning like it's treasure. It's beautiful, she coos, because apparently even reincarnation can't kill her love of a good tomato. Basket after basket fills up fast. Turns out a former office drone knows a thing or two about grinding through a task list. Her smile fades for a second. It is a little funny, she thinks, that she still has to work this hard even after dying once already. Still, there's something satisfying about a full basket. Small wins count double when your last life gave you none. Then a shadow falls over her and her good mood just took a hard left turn. She clocks him instantly, black hair, fancy clothes, permanent scowl. Yep, that's the Count's one and only rascal of a son, right on schedule. Young master, that's my basket, she tries politely. He ignores her completely and plucks a tomato out like it's his God-given right. It's really firm and round, he announces, delighted with himself, then cocks his arm back like he's about to pitch a fastball. And he does, splat, direct hit on a poor maid, then the old gardener too. Collateral damage is apparently half the fun for this kid. Bullseye, is it tasty? He cackles. She can only think it, this unruly little rascal. Basket empty, he rounds on her next. I feel like throwing one at your face, he grins, then barks at her to hurry up and pick more. Faster. She sighs internally. What power does a lowly trainee maid actually have here? Basically none for now. He's off again, pelting the kitchen staff for sport. Bullseye, bullseye, ugh, ack, the tomatoes do not discriminate. This is really fun, he beams, actually inviting her to join in. She just blinks, Oh, she'll join in all right. She's got one tomato left in her hand and it is not exactly fresh. A cuter, rounder little grenade, if you will. Splat right in his face. What the heck is this? He screeches, and honestly karma has never smelled so ripe. Oh my, sorry young master, I was just picking in a hurry, she says, the picture of innocence. A nearby maid is not fooled for a second. But I really should clean you up, she offers sweetly. Don't move, I'll clean it. He does not look thrilled about the offer. Once she's done, she flashes him a grin. all clean, young master, so shall we keep playing the tomato game? I don't like it, I'm not playing anymore, he yelps, suddenly very over the game he himself invented. He storms off, pointing a shaking finger back at her. Say one word about today and you're dead, he threatens, which, coming from the kid who just got tomatoed, is not exactly terrifying. Even the so-called world-building god clicks his tongue at this one, rude and villain coded from a young age, apparently. My thoughts exactly, she agrees. Drama handled, back to the actual job. Now then, she thinks, let's finish up the kitchen work. Except she's not off the hook yet. A fellow maid rounds on her, seething. I saw it all, you were practically holding the young master's hand. Nellie, did you seriously come all the way out here just to start a fight? Nellie's answer is a sharp be quiet. Nellie grabs her, tell me exactly what you two were talking about. I told you if you see the young master, pretend you didn't. What, you like the rascal or something? Question me with that attitude and I will not tell you a thing, she fires back. Nellie's grip tightens hard enough to hurt. That's all she can even get out. I told you to stay modest, Nellie hisses, yanking her in close. Ouch. Even the world-building god can't step in on a believer's petty drama, so all he can do is glare from the sidelines. Meanwhile, she's thinking, she'd already clocked this ever since Nellie randomly signed up for tea-serving lessons. You're after the young master too, aren't you? Nellie spits. Don't even dream of it, ugly girl. Oh, so it's not that Nellie thinks she likes him, Nellie likes him. The world-building god stops glaring and leans in, very interested now. She grabs Nellie right back by the collar, grinning ear to ear. Oh, I see. Where are you even looking? Are you listening to me? Nellie sputters. Sorry, Nellie, comes the far too calm reply. So what you wanted to say was, you don't want me around because you're trying to seduce the young master yourself, right? Exactly, stupid, but you catch on fast, Nellie says, way too proud of her own scheme. But Nellie, won't that be tough? He's a noble, we're commoners, she points out, all faux concern. Nellie scoffs, so what? Our current madam started out as a commoner too, heemp. Is there some law against me becoming the next countess? Nellie demands, striking a pose like she's already picking out curtains. Wow, really, who told you that? Nellie huffs, scandalized at being doubted. Mother did, Nellie announces, like that settles the entire argument. Nellie yelps and freezes because behind them the actual madam has been standing there this whole time. A voice cold as ice repeats Nellie's own words back at her. Does being countess look easy? Because she started as a commoner too. Indeed, children that age do say the silliest things, Sandra Gillette says, deceptively calm. But that calm lasts about 1 second. Her expression curdles into pure fury. It was your mother who taught you those words, wasn't it? She snaps, then wheels on the butler. Drive this brat and her mother out of the county. Now. She sweeps off without another word, and Nellie is left standing there in complete shock. Nellie's mother comes running, sobbing, Ma, madam, you can't. I didn't mean it that way, I swear. It doesn't matter, the staff drag both of them out, kicking and wailing. You can't do this, madam, and just like that they're gone. Somewhere upstairs, a little system message pops off. The monitor of chaos formally credits her for wiping out a villain tier small fry, no effort required. Cleared, she thinks, smiling far too sweetly. Sandra is still fuming, not a big deal, Nellie called it. But Bea Gillette steps in cool as anything. Mother, think of it positively, that maid had plenty of problems already, hiring fraud, embezzling goods. This is honestly a good thing. Bea smirks to herself, didn't realize we'd get such a convenient excuse. Our maid, meanwhile, is sweating bullets. Why is the young countess looking at her like that? Better find a candle wick to trim, stat. I'll just go finish up in the kitchen, she announces, backing away fast. Bea is not letting her off that easy. Wait just a minute. Bea turns to her mother instead. Mother, about that child, there's something I want to discuss regarding Elliot Roadline's treatment here. I would like to Bea starts, and the pause alone is enough to make anyone nervous. Make this child my personal playmate, Bea finishes, cool and absolutely final. From the sidelines, our girl's eyes go wide as dinner plates. What is genuinely all she can manage? The tomato-flinging trainee maid just got claimed by the young countess herself. And just like that, two girls walk off together, one future looking a whole lot brighter than it did this morning. Every noble house has its quirks, and this one comes with a job posting, playmate to Count Gilead's daughter. Word around the servants' quarters is that this playmate gig is basically an extreme sport disguised as a play date. Plenty of kids from the family's branch houses got sent in to try their luck as her companion. None of them lasted more than 3 days before they were bawling their eyes out and bolting for the door. The moment it was time for Bianca to walk them out, they'd practically sprint for the exit. So the servants whisper that this ice-cold little lady must be tormenting her playmates. But here's the twist: right now she's just anxiously wondering when her new one will finally show up. Bianca can lose herself in a book any day of the week, but dolls, she really does need somebody else in the room for that. Her bar isn't even that high, she insists, just personality, intelligence, and good taste. Practically nothing, right? Enter Elliot Roadline, and one look at her in the garden already tells Bianca she might exceed expectations. Somehow this girl also manages to charm the household staff into leaving her alone with barely a word. Bianca isn't fooled by a pretty smile though. Personality's a pass, but there's still more to test. Showtime. Bianca calls her in. Elliot steps through the door, a little nervous, offering up a polite hello. The room welcomes its newest hopeful playmate. Bianca sizes her up in silence, giving absolutely nothing away. First test: just read a book. Simple enough, Elliot figures. She can't help wondering if every other candidate got saddled with the exact same weirdly easy assignment. Then she clocks the actual bookshelf: continental history, monetary policy, and just about chokes. What 10-year-old reads this? Watching her genuinely dig in, Bianca allows herself a flicker of relief. Maybe this one isn't just faking it to get on her good side. Then Elliot finds the good stuff, a trashy romance basically titled "I Seduced the Demon King," and lights up like it's Christmas. Bianca even offers her the comfy spot to read in. High praise in Bianca speak. Elliot settles in, fully absorbed in Demon King drama. A few pages in, she politely asks to swap books, and easygoing Bianca just says sure. But as Elliot reaches for a new one, something catches her off guard. Her pick this time is the Bible, and Bianca can't help but ask why. Elliot's answer: you can't really understand literature without understanding scripture first. Bianca just stares, quietly stunned. A kid came up with that answer on her own. Religion and culture are the raw material for art, Elliot explains, and it lines up with everything Bianca's ever read too. Cracking the Bible, Bianca realizes, is really just step one toward understanding that trashy Demon King romance novel. Oh, and also, Elliot admits she couldn't quite follow the climax. The literary kind, mind you, get your head out of the gutter. Bianca's left quietly impressed. This girl actually knows exactly what she doesn't know yet. On top of that, she treats faith itself like just another subject to study, cool and clear-headed about the whole thing. And that's the exact moment Bianca feels her heart do something funny. Maybe, just maybe, this one's a keeper. Before she can get too deep into her book world, Elliot looks up, startled. Bianca offers a change of pace. 4 days of reading is plenty, she says, so how about trying something else? Elliot's thrilled. Dolls take her right back to playing with her big brother. Translation: her brother's idea of dolls was a full-blown robot war epic, explosions and all. She just went along with it. Bianca dashes off to grab her dolls while Elliot waits, practically buzzing. And the doll collection does not disappoint. A whole miniature royal court, dressed to the nines. Elliot gushes over how adorable they are, and Bianca wastes no time assigning parts. Tonight's game is Scary Duchess and her loyal maid. Buckle up. Elliot's first reaction is a very fair "wait, what kind of setup is this exactly?" Bianca's already fully in character, gasping like she just caught someone red-handed. Turns out 10-year-old Bianca has range, full soap opera villainess, threatening a torture chamber over a doll's alleged affair. Elliot nearly loses it laughing, and honestly, every playmate who ran off before this had genuinely stung Bianca more than she'd ever admit. Turns out Elliot had been quietly holding back this whole time, scared of becoming just another kid who couldn't handle Bianca and bailed. But today she finally picks up a doll of her own and dives all the way in. And she is fully committed, full scandal drama energy, playing the innocent home wrecker to the hilt. Bianca's stunned into silence as Elliot doubles down, swearing up and down that nothing actually happened with the Duke. Because, as it turns out, the Duke himself is the real problem here. The verdict: she's not the villain, she's the victim of a fraudulent marriage. Case closed, Your Honor. Because let's be real, in her past life Elliot read enough web novels to method act her way through literally any genre you throw at her. Well, a Duke in full dress uniform on his knees swearing up and down that nothing happened with that girl, and judging by the blood already on the floor, his wife is not buying a single word of it. His own household turns on him instantly. A maid drops to her knees begging forgiveness and volunteers very cheerfully to be the one who tortures the Duke herself. Off to the side, a girl with black hair and blood-red eyes watches the whole beating without blinking, a teddy bear tucked under one arm. We do not know exactly what this Duke did, but something tells us he had it coming. Someone in the room just holds a porcelain doll in silence, watching the whole punishment play out like it is the most natural thing in the world. Phew, the Duke has finally collapsed, someone chirps, then turns to check on the young miss like they just wrapped up a chore instead of a beatdown. A little pink-haired girl blinks up at her, not quite sure what to make of any of it. Miss. In the middle of all that chaos, a doll-like little noble girl in purple stumbles, all sparkle and softness, a strange, delicate contrast to what just happened. Then the mood flips completely. Roses bloom around them and the black-haired girl leans in with the biggest ask of her young life. "Can I call you Ellie?" And just like that, a friendship is born. Bia cannot stop staring. In her head she is practically glowing, this Ellie finally a friend who actually gets her. Ellie has no idea why she is being looked at like that, and it shows. "Wah what?" she stammers, completely thrown. Bia, a little too proud of her own performance, plays it cool. "And you can call me Bia. When it is just the two of us, it will be nice to talk comfortably. What do you say?" Ellie fumbles for a second, then breaks into a smile. "Yes, well, that is good, let's do that." Bia allows herself a small, satisfied smile. Step 1 of operation: make a real friend, complete. Naturally, Bia wastes no time steering the friendly chat toward business. "So now, Ellie, can you tell me more about those torture devices you mentioned earlier?" Ellie just blinks. "Torture devices, that is, I'll tell you, miss." Outside the grand house, the same easy request lingers in the air. "Call me Bia, all right." "Got it, Bia," Ellie agrees, and just like that, she casually mentions spotting a medieval torture device listed in her own status Windows integrated study. Yeah, totally a normal thing to have. These days, Ellie is spending a lot more time with the family's esteemed daughter. A little bizarre, sure, but honestly, fun. Turns out Ellie runs her own morning prayer routine, tracked like a quest, 55% done, 22 out of 1,000 days. And Bianca's books, she admits, have basically taught her how this whole world works. While she's at it, she puts in a request to her god. Can the books she has read since transmigrating get added to her integrated studies storage too? Shame that only the ones from before she died actually count. The so-called world-building god says they will seriously think about it and hands the whole request off to some poor intern deity. Ellie, delighted anyway, as expected of our god, thank you. Up on the steps, she just keeps right on praying, and somewhere out there her god smiles. Status report time. Cooking has hit level 4, so now she can whip up any dish she has ever tasted. Alchemy sits at level 3 and she is grinding away at tea serving on the side. Apparently her family still wants to ship her off to that Duke. Honestly, if this were a proper romance novel, that would be the whole plot, would not it? Honestly, this count has zero vision, she mutters, watching the family's unruly heir throw tomatoes. Do you know what Bianca said though? That without a proper heir, the Gillette family cannot produce another Aura Master. And that is a shame given our reputation as a swordsman family, Bia finishes. If I want to keep this family from fading out completely, I will have to become head of house myself and bring in a skilled knight as a son-in-law. It gets Ellie thinking. Their esteemed young lady really is sharp, she admits, wandering the quiet halls of the family library. So in the original story, the one Ellie somehow already knows, how exactly did the Gillette family end up like this? Somewhere in that story's backstory, the word dungeon keeps coming up. Whatever happened, it was not good. Just a dark, uneasy feeling hanging in the air, like a warning nobody is quite ready to read yet. Then the mood snaps right back to sunshine. Bia in her red dress lights up the second she spots her friend. Ellie, I was waiting. Really, what are we playing today? Ellie asks, already grinning. New books just arrived at the library and that settles it, that is where they are headed. I did not want to go alone, so I waited for you, Bia admits. Ellie practically melts. Wow, as expected, our miss really is the best. Ho ho, just trust me and follow, Bia says, leading the way with way more confidence than the situation probably deserves. The family library stretches out ahead of them, towering shelves and all, the kind of place you could get lost in for days. Tucked away on an empty display stand, something small and glinting waits unnoticed for now. The heavy library door creaks open, and in they go. Ellie cannot help the wow that slips out. Bia, playing tour guide, explains the librarian has been away for a while, so she will show her around herself. I come here a lot, so I know this layout really well, Bia says, with just a little too much hesitation for someone who definitely knows where she is going. She marches confidently into the stacks. And then stops dead. The library's layout. Ellie tilts her head. What is the matter, Bia? Bia, for the record, looks like she just saw a ghost. Nothing, Bia recovers fast. First, let's grab a book for you. You wanted something about dungeons, right? Deeper and deeper they go, footsteps echoing down row after row of shelves. Ellie cannot help but glance at the endless spines as they pass. Further in they push, the library swallowing the sound of their footsteps. And then finally they stop. Ah, here it is, Bia says, reaching for the shelf. The book she pulls down is titled in bold letters, Demonic Rift Dungeon, Subtle. Bia, this is a little weird, Ellie says. There was a light coming from right here a second ago. Bia, no answer, something is very wrong. Dark red light rips out of nowhere, coiling around both girls at once. Whatever this book really is, it just woke up. The shelf itself splits open into a jagged black tier, right where the book used to sit. It detonates outward in a burst of red and black, swallowing them both whole. Ellie does not even get a scream out before her hands are ripped away, reaching for something that is already gone. Somewhere in the dark, two hands find each other and hold on for dear life. The book hits the floor with a thud, pages fluttering shut like nothing ever happened. And just like that, the corridor is empty. No girls, no light, just one book left lying open on the floor and a whole lot of questions. 1 second it's a library, the next, total blackout. Ellie and Bianca wake up somewhere very much not a library. Bianca's eyes go wide with dread as the pieces click into place. Fog creeps over broken headstones under a blood-red moon. Wherever they landed, it is not friendly. The girls huddle together on cold ground, surrounded by graves, trying to process the nightmare they've dropped into. It was definitely a library. What happened? One of them stammers, still not buying it. I think I know, Bianca, Ellie says quietly, and from her face it is nothing good. A cold notification flickers up. They have stumbled into an A-rank dungeon, sealed away under Castle Gillette. Cut to a grieving relative holding his late sister's keepsakes. She wandered into this very dungeon, sealed deep in the Count's castle, and never came back. Ellie's face falls. Now it all makes horrible sense. Because apparently today is the day this unimportant background character was always scripted to die right alongside Bianca, the family's young lady. Is this why I never show up in the original story? Ellie realizes, half horrified, half oddly impressed. Bianca whispers the grim rule out loud. This is a dungeon and you cannot leave until its owner is beaten. It's okay, Bia, God will protect us, Ellie offers, then undercuts herself instantly. But I'm an atheist. Great pep talk. Let's just believe in God, she decides. Over time or not, the actual world-building God comes barreling in to check on the noise. Ellie's whole face lights up. Her God, the one she has quietly worshipped this whole time, has actually shown up. The God shakes his head hard, insisting nothing like this could ever happen in the world he built. I trust you, God, but come on, she thinks. People dying in the tutorial zone kind of sounds like a bug. Wait, so it was designed this way from the start? Ellie panics. I already died once transmigrating here, now I have to die again. The God, utterly stumped on how to help his favorite believer, decides to just wing it. Ellie does not miss a beat. Give me a bug compensation reward. She lays out her demands, cartoon flex and all, weaken the dungeon or buff her up. Take your pick. The god goes quiet, thinking hard while something in the dark starts to stir. Skeletal shapes creep closer through the gloom, and the girls, small and huddled together, have no idea what is about to reach them. "Godnim, come on," Ellie begs, patience officially gone. The god keeps thinking hard, and thinking some more. Still thinking, cool, everything is fine. Finally, in sheer desperation, the god makes his call and a system notification chimes in. A gift is coming her way. Light wraps around Ellie as the reward locks in. Whatever this is, it is real. A new skill, let's go. She pulls up the description window, buzzing to see what she just got. Her eye twitches reading it. She starts, clearly not what she expected. Is this actually good? She yells at the sky, still not totally sure what she is holding. Enter the critic god who balances these things. Done with the favoritism, he drags the world-building god off to write a formal apology. On overtime, bureaucracy, undefeated. Back in the graveyard, Bianca's hand tightens around Ellie's. She is not letting go. "Bia, don't worry, you'll be fine," Ellie says softly. "I'll protect you." Bianca just breathes her name. "Ellie." "Yes," Ellie answers, steady. Bianca chokes up. "I'll protect you too," she manages, and Ellie is genuinely stunned anyone means that for her. Something ancient in the dark starts laughing, low and wet, right before it decides to introduce itself. "How long has it been since I had guests?" a voice croons from the roots. "Come on, adventurer." The dungeon's owner steps out in the flesh, necromancer Baron Ardaman, demonic rank 2039, here to greet his new arrivals personally. He looks the girls over, almost disappointed. Younger than I thought. Have these children come as a sacrifice?" Bianca's blood runs cold. Sacrifice. Squaring her shoulders, Bianca introduces herself properly, next head of House Gillette, and offers the demon a deal. 100 children, she promises, if he will just send her and Ellie home. The demon leans in, intrigued. "You want to make a deal with me?" "Fine, I'll take the offer," he says, then adds the catch. "But leave the little maid behind." "No way, she's my." Bianca starts, then scrambles. 200 people instead, just let us both leave. The demon is not buying it. "Foolish girl, how can I trust a human to keep their word?" "You don't think I know how this goes?" he sneers. "Let you run off and I get excuses or corpses." He looms closer, horns and all. "Make up your mind if you want to live. She's just a maid, throw her away and save yourself." Or, he adds with relish, "One of you works for me. Show me how ugly people get when they betray and kill each other." Bianca's fists clench. "I just can't listen to this anymore," she mutters. Decision made. She turns dead serious. "Ellie, you have never been just a maid to me," Bianca says, gripping her hand tighter. "You're my friend," she says plainly. Then quieter, "Ellie, you're smart. You know what to do once you get out of here, right?" Bianca means to stay behind and wait for a rescue team that might never come. Ellie freezes. "Bia, thanks for telling me, but you don't have to do that," Ellie says firmly. "Didn't I tell you, we're going to be fine?" She flashes a confident smile. "So don't worry." Then in a flash, Ellie pulls Bianca in close and shields her outright, no hesitation. "I will protect you," Ellie shouts, hand outstretched, and something in the air answers her. Power crackles up her arm, and for the first time the demon's smug grin actually falters. Golden light floods the graveyard. Even Ellie looks stunned by what is pouring out of her. That so-called bug reward from Godnim, turns out it was very much a feature. Ellie's new skill just went live. Out of nowhere, the sky itself cracks open, and a blinding pillar of light comes crashing straight down from the heavens. In the shadows, a girl catches her breath as the light rips through the dark, and across the field a horned demon freezes solid, muttering that this just cannot be. Ellie stares down at her own glowing hands, barely able to believe what's coursing through her. "This power," she breathes. The system flashes a warning that her rank is rocketing up so fast even it can barely track the numbers. Something huge just switched on inside her. A stat window pops up, divine power unlocking both omniscience and omnipotence. Casual Tuesday for her, apparently. Another skill locks in, transcendence. Use it and the world-building god himself moves into her body for a while. Her hair bleaches white, her eyes flash gold. She's not entirely herself anymore. The demon panics. He was dead certain the gods had abandoned this world for good. Nobody sent him the memo. Channeling the god's voice through her own mouth, golden-eyed Ellie announces it plain and simple: their successor has arrived. She calls the skill out like a spell. Omniscience, divine light floods the air around her. Turns out being all-knowing looks suspiciously like a search bar. She's officially running on God's own search engine now. Even Ellie can't process it. Omniscience is a search engine, she mutters, then shrugs and types in her request anyway: show me the strongest divine power skills out there. While the search spins its little loading wheel, the demon isn't waiting around. He's already closing in for the kill. He growls a warning: whatever game she's playing, he's not about to let her finish it. No more talk, he winds up a massive blast of dark energy, done waiting on her search results. Search complete, top result, omnipotence itself. All she has to do is say the name out loud. Naturally, she goes straight for the number one skill. Omnipotence, she shouts, only for the system to slam the brakes. Sorry, your divine attunement's too low, level 11 skills only, typical. Bia screams her name from the sidelines, terrified the demon's attack is going to land before Ellie can even pick a spell. Scrolling fast through what's left unlocked, her eyes land on one option: level 15 barrier. Omnipotence, she yells again, slamming the skill into place just as the demon's attack bears down. A golden dome swallows the whole battlefield, the barrier of the guarded city, blooming to life around tiny, glowing Ellie at its center. The attack shatters uselessly against it. The demon can't process it. Not even the Pope himself could pull off a barrier at that level, so how did she just do it? She's not done yet. Ellie locks onto her next move and calls it out cold: omnipotence, divine punishment. Lightning erupts from her like a pair of wings as the skill locks in at full power. A bolt comes down like judgment itself, aimed straight at the demon. It connects clean. The demon goes down screaming, torn apart by the strike. The smoke clears to show Ellie hovering above the wreckage, glowing faintly, looking down at what's left of her enemy. The demon, barely holding together, begs for mercy. Oh, she says, almost surprised, you're still alive. He begs harder, falling apart before her eyes. Ellie just turns the word over quietly: mercy. Then, okay, since you want to live so badly. She reaches for his outstretched claw with the sunniest smile you've ever seen. I'll heal you right now. Somehow that sounds a lot less comforting than it should. The demon barely gets out a panicked wait before the healing skill slams into him at level 102. Turns out healing from a god is the last thing a demon wants. He disintegrates screaming into a shower of light. Ellie watches the last of him scatter into dust and admits it flat out. She remembered that divine power is fatal. Fatal to anyone weak to it, even from a harmless heal. Mercy for a guy who just tried to murder them? Yeah, that was never really on the table. The system pops a confirmation at last: dungeon boss defeated. Demonic rank 2039, necromancer Baron Ardaman himself officially wiped off the board. The dust settles over the ruined graveyard that used to be his lair. The glow fades and Ellie drops back down to earth, hair and eyes back to normal. The god's taken his leave for now. Sitting in the rubble, a book and an old briefcase, loot from the fight. Looks like an instruction manual for a passive skill and some kind of special item. She picks up the bag and two notifications ping at once: Tomb Raider's bag and a brand new skill called Underworld Notoriety Status. Cute name for whatever that turns out to mean. She shrugs it off for later inspection because right on cue, someone's shouting her name across the field. Bia comes running and Ellie softens instantly, telling her it's all okay now. Bia just stares at her like she hung the moon. You're amazing. Then it actually clicks for Bia and she practically shakes her. Wait, you're a god's apostle. She can't believe someone Ellie's age carries that much divine power. Ellie just blinks. Oh, I guess. She talks herself into the title on the spot: the world-building god's first apostle, technically. Bia nods along, then goes quiet, almost relieved, so the gods really didn't abandon this world after all. The system chimes in again: congratulations, she's officially the god's first believer too, just for talking about him. Divinity's up, favoritism's up, someone's playing games with faith mechanics. Wait, did she just accidentally preach? Because what she's picturing right now looks a lot less like faith and a lot more like a full-blown pyramid scheme. And with that horrifying realization, the divine overload finally catches up to her and she goes down. Bia lunges to catch her before she hits the ground, panic written all over her face. Turns out slinging that much power comes with a bill, divine fever, nearly 2 full days to sleep it off. Even half-conscious, Ellie manages one last thought: of course nothing in this world is free. Bia begs her to wake up, but Ellie's already fading, murmuring an apology and handing everything else over to her. Bia's not having it, tears and all. They only just became friends, there's no way she's letting this happen. Not like this, not after everything they just went through together. Ellie musters just enough strength for one last whisper of her name and a quiet promise. I won't die, then the world fades to blue around her. Something stirs in the dark, footsteps echo down a lonely hall and a strange light washes over everything. 2 priests lock eyes on that glow and about lose it. He has come, one gasps, stunned by this wave of divine energy. Beams of holy light come pouring through the cathedral like something ripped straight out of scripture. A senior priest declares it outright: this is a full-blown descent of divinity right here on their land. Another priest is nearly in tears. There hasn't been an oracle like this in 100 years, and they're all sure God was just testing their faith. Turns out this miracle didn't even happen in their holy state. It went down in the neighboring, decidedly less holy, kingdom of Winchester. So the church scrambles a search party, determined to drag whoever this is out of godless territory and crown them a saint. Cut to a hooded figure standing alone in the dark, silent, giving absolutely nothing away. Over at the church's orphan seminary, 2 trainees wonder out loud if they'll ever actually be allowed to leave once they're grown. One of them, already jaded, points out the ugly truth: orphans with no family ties get scooped up so the church can burn them out, keeping rival nations in check. He eyes the stigma forcibly grafted onto his own hand and needles his silent companion for having nothing to say. The louder one can't resist another jab either. Isn't his hooded friend just a little jealous some brand new saint is about to hog all of God's attention? The silver-haired boy just tears up quietly and mutters that jealousy happens to be one of the 7 deadly sins. Even as a joke, that's not funny, the blonde one snaps, while his friend just flat-out calls the kid annoying. They brush him off completely, sure he'll never earn the church's real favor, and grumble that one decent tank or healer would have spared them from ever teaming up with him. The silver-haired boy just asks them to stop talking already, muttering he'll really be in trouble if this keeps up. Left alone, he quietly wonders just who this new saint everyone's buzzing about could even be. Back at the mystery scene, a hand reaches out in disbelief. Saint, saintess, or heretic, nobody can quite process what just happened. The hood slips back just enough to reveal a young man's stunned face, silver hair catching the light. Who are, he starts to ask, flowers and gleaming steel framing the whole moment. You, the question just hangs there unanswered for now. Cut across the border to a pink-haired girl passed out cold in bed, looking thoroughly wrecked. She jolts awake dramatically, groaning that she's basically dying. Her system voice, the so-called world-building god, checks in on her, and she grumbles that she feels like she just pulled 10 straight all-nighters. He admits he didn't realize that skill came with such nasty side effects. She laughs it off, just glad she felt unstoppable for that one moment when it saved her. This is Ellie, and she's thrilled with her own descent of divinity trick, even as the system flat-out warns her never to overuse it again. She silently vows to get stronger on her own. If she's stuck surviving a story with no happy ending written for her, she can't afford to lean on the actual main character to save her. Staring out at a bright blue sky, she resolves to train hard and prepare for whatever comes next. The system praises her devotion and nudges her to keep up the prayers, offerings, and propagation. She can't help but call it out as basically a pyramid scheme. He insists it's more of a multi-level marketing thing. Actually, right before Bia bursts in, thrilled to see Ellie finally up and about. Bia lingers in the doorway, genuinely rattled at the sight of her friend so sick. Ellie brightens at once and Bia gently asks if she's feeling any better. Ellie swears she's back to full energy now that the aftereffects have passed. Aftereffects, Bia echoes, catching the slip, but Ellie just waves it off as a good night's sleep. Bia isn't fully buying it, but she's relieved. Ellie was out cold for days and it scared her badly. Ellie's mind drifts back to when she first landed in this world, figuring she'd fallen into some throwaway novel and judging it as nothing more than ink on paper. Bia rattles on about the 5 essential nutrients, insisting people here care about their one true friend just as much as anywhere else. Ellie's thoughts wander to quieter truths that people here find rest for their souls too and take real comfort in sweets and garden flowers. She remembers being fussed over as a sick child, sent off for treats and rest instead of chores. A warm memory surfaces of her father figure feeding her dessert, laughing as she scrunches her face and complains it's bitter. Staring at the night sky, she wonders if the souls living in this world are just as real as her own. Maybe she decides it wouldn't be such a bad thing if this world-building god spread his gospel here after all. Cut to Bia, alone and tense, admitting to herself that she never told a single soul what really happened down in that dungeon. Bia works up the nerve to ask Ellie something with power like hers. Will she actually join the subjugation squad and start clearing dungeons for real? Ellie admits that's probably the fastest path to getting stronger, even if she winces a little at how rough that road sounds. Bia jumps in without hesitation. She can't fight, but she'll back Ellie up with people and resources instead. She rattles off exactly how, handling every bit of admin work for subjugation runs across the continent, standing by Ellie's side as her aid for life. Touched, Ellie pulls her into a hug and thanks her. Bia thanks her right back, calling Ellie her most precious friend and her literal lifesaver. The two of them spiral into an overly sappy thank you no thank you loop, until Ellie decides it's time to go recruit some actual dungeon clearing muscle. Bia cracks open a book, already planning ahead, and casually asks what they're even supposed to do with the dungeons sitting under the library. Ellie explains there are really only 2 options once a dungeon's boss has already been cleared. Option 1, just leave it open, since a dungeon with a dead boss gets a whole lot less dangerous afterward. A flashback flares red and violent, Ellie standing amid total devastation, deciding that a dungeon with no real value and too much risk should just be torched completely. Bia connects the dots out loud, so shutting the library's dungeon is the right call then. Ellie just wishes it had been a money-making one instead, since all that's left down there now is skeletons and a ruined graveyard. Bia admits she must have been a handful to drag out of that wasteland. Ellie brushes it off, insisting the skeletons actually helped her. Bia's jaw drops. The skeletons helped her, those monsters. Ellie explains the survivors just quietly crept up to her, so she made them an offer. Come help her out, she told them, or spend the rest of their afterlife as her neighbors. Bia asks, only half joking, if that wasn't terrifying. Something clicks in Ellie's head all at once. Wait, that's right. Bia just blinks at her, completely confused by the sudden outburst. Ellie remembers now that dungeon boss dropped a reward she never actually opened, the underworld notoriety status. She pulls up the skill window and a glowing pentagram unfurls right in front of her hands. She reads it and lights up. Notoriety fear, this is exactly it. Let's go, Bia, she shouts, already dragging her friend along. Bia yelps, completely blindsided, with zero idea where they're even headed. Ellie grins ear to ear and announces her master plan. They're doing this to make money. And off the two of them go together, Ellie's newest scheme already in full motion. Rewind a bit, a young man collapses onto his cot, completely wrecked after a long ride home. Golden hair, polished armor. This is the prince, finally back behind the castle walls. 2 of his knights welcome him home, joking about how brutal that training trip must have been. His mother greets the men just as warmly, then turns to her son and asks what he's most looking forward to doing now that he's home. His answer stuns everyone. He wants to take up farming. His own knights can't believe he'd choose that kind of backbreaking labor. Turns out it was the farmers on his travels who impressed him most, and he promises his men a share of the harvest once he's grown one. His knights hoist him straight into the air cheering, and he can't help but laugh at how ridiculous they are all being. Then the ground splits open, blood and smoke pour out, and a monstrous figure rises to announce himself, Ardaman. This warm little memory is about to turn very dark. Cut to the present, a ring of skeletons slumps in the desert sand waiting on someone. That someone is Elliot, striking a dramatic pose on the hilltop with Bia right beside her, ready to put this new crew to work. One skeleton practically rattles apart, terrified by whatever aura she's giving off. One skeleton barks out an old, instinctive order to shield someone called Prince, while Bia just asks what exactly Ellie meant about earning money out here. Ellie waves a hand across the empty land and explains her secret weapon, a passive fear skill that keeps her bone crew perfectly obedient. Flashback within a flashback, she blew 2 million in-game cash on a job class change package just to set this up. Out of every non-combat class on offer, she went all in on one thing: farming. Her real reason? Her father's stuck working for a corrupt employer, and if she can keep him supplied with medicinal herbs, his alchemy income could finally take off. Random cutaway, even the world-building god comes rushing by mid-errand, and Ellie figures the guy upstairs must be swamped. Turns out he's just skipping work to watch her farm, until a stricter deity catches him slacking and drags him back to his desk. Ellie mutters a little "stay strong" at him, then spirals briefly on just how bleak it is that even gods and the dead don't get a day off. Then she snaps right back to business, declaring that her pile of bones is going to earn its keep too. Her crew vows to work until their bones literally fall apart, while she marks out the whole stretch of land to till. Next order of business: find water and dig a well. She is not letting anyone slow down. Her workers are already gassed, grumbling that they figured things would ease up once Ardaman was gone. Cue Ellie looming over them with a chillingly cheerful "work, more work," and one skeleton wondering out loud why a brand new tyrant had to show up. His buddy shuts that down fast. Whatever Ellie's like, she's nothing like Ardaman, who used to shatter them and force them to kill. One skeleton breaks down, clutching another, choking out an old cry for the prince to save them, then wondering who's even left to do that now. Between shifts, they admit all they really want, since they can't even ask to be treated like people anymore, is a real grave with their own names carved into it. Ellie's ears prick right up. Whoever's back there slacking and gossiping, she can hear every single word. As the sun dips low, Ellie finally wipes her brow and calls it. That should do it for today. She gathers her whole crew in close, clearly building up to something. You've all worked hard, she tells them, then orders 7 graves dug right there, exactly as promised, so every one of them finally gets a place of their own. She counts them off: 7 skeletons, so they'll need 7 graves, simple as that. The whole crew freezes, stunned that they're each about to get a grave of their very own. They'd spent this whole time crammed 5 to a single grave under Ardaman, so one each barely feels real. And there's more, she adds. Work hard enough and she'll carve them proper tombstones too. Names engraved right into the stone, flowers planted all around them. She reminds them gently that once upon a time they were human too, and the skeletons can barely stammer out the words flowers and our names in disbelief. One skeleton, still wrapped in a tattered red cloak, can only repeat it in a daze, on their own tombstones. It's the one thing every last one of them had quietly been longing for. Once they stopped being human, they figured that longing would never be answered, and one skeleton quietly murmurs to a memory of the old prince about this strange, kind little girl. The crew scatters in a panic as Ellie lights up with what looks like holy energy, cackling that she's about to purify the whole lot of them. Turns out it's not a threat at all. Her flustered bone crew tosses her straight into the air, the exact same way the knights once did for their prince. Bia watches, quietly proud that Ellie's actually built a real bond with her workers, while Ellie, still midair, just yells at her to quit smiling and help. She warns them they're going to snap their own spines with this much enthusiasm, and sure enough, one skeleton's bone immediately clatters loose. 3 weeks fly by. Turns out she planted her whole farm inside a dungeon, since time runs faster in there, perfect for squeezing in extra harvest seasons. Whatever she's got planned next, judging by the grin spreading across her face, it's working out perfectly. The reveal lands and even her friends can't help but gasp, wow. Out past the farmhouse, the fields roll on green and gold, a river cutting through the wild growth. It is the kind of view that stops you in your tracks. Ellie takes it all in, sun hat and all, and just lets out a happy wow, how beautiful. Down in the dirt, her skeleton crew is hard at it, clattering away with rakes and baskets like it is the most important job in the world. Guys, Ellie calls out, grinning, "You're making the farm look so pretty," praise a skeleton does not usually get. A basket comes back overflowing with fresh herbs, practically glowing with how good the harvest turned out. "You've already finished harvesting," Ellie blurts, stunned that was so fast. The skeletons just keep piling produce into her arms. "Wait, you want me to take it? This as well, and this too." She is not complaining exactly. Watching from the sidelines, Ellie wonders if her passive fear effect is behind all this hustle, or maybe the skeletons just fell for the farm. Her friend Bia has a more practical question. How exactly is she planning to carry all that? "Hee, this will all go into the bag, of course," Ellie says, popping it open with a flourish. "Okay, Miss Spectator, look right here." An entire basket shrinks and vanishes into the bag in a burst of sparkles. Magic that makes anything fit inside. Bia wants to know how she pulled that off. Turns out it is loot, a reward for taking down the necromancer Ardaman, a bag hiding a pocket dimension about 15 square meters wide. The Tomb Raider's bag, official item description and all. Since the pocket space is directly linked to it, nothing inside ever feels heavy. "I'm going to take the harvested herbs and turn them into potions," Ellie announces. Bia is impressed by the sheer work rate, joking she should start a whole company around it. Bia asks if she would rather sell through the existing companies her family already deals with. Ellie has already thought it through. Her own company, a trial run delivering potions to shops in her territory, business plan ready to go. Ellie is quietly floored, as expected of Bia, always thinking 3 steps ahead. So really, all she has to do now is make the potions. Ellie's mind drifts to the life she originally wanted, healing powers, a cozy child-rearing story. She did not get that, instead she got this. Coins and rewards raining down around her. Honestly, she will take it. An alert blares out of nowhere. Ellie freezes mid-stride. It is her transmigration support system, announcing a maintenance update, progress bar and all. So this is the update the gods were hinting at. "Bia, I'm going to go check on the farm," Ellie calls back. Bia just waves her off with an easy okay. Alone in the field, she pulls up the interface. "Show me the update log." Holographic panels bloom over the grass. The integrated library has been upgraded. Every book she reads or buys now gets stored for good. Isn't this exactly what I asked for last time? "Gods, you guys are the best," she laughs, scrolling further. And there is more, the cash shop itself has been updated too. Her eyes go wide. A brand new listing? The genre modification ticket, an item that claims it can change the entire genre of a transmigrated story. What's this? Could she actually rewrite her fate away from the path to death just by paying for it? If that's really on the table, then this changes everything. The fine print, outcome is random between fantasy, romance, and raw-rated route or GL and BL. Price tag 10 billion cash. Her old dream of a cozy child-rearing romance flickers back to life, if only for a second. 10 billion for a coin flip. Sure, she would love to be a cash shop VIP, but this price feels less like a product and more like a joke at her expense. Good thing there is another item waiting, the Mutual Growth Package, 1 week only. A job class change bundled with a blessing for rapid growth, giftable to others but only to a newbie with real potential and under a year of practice in the field. An icon will mark anyone who qualifies. "This looks pretty good," Ellie mutters, noting the price scales with the recipient. No icon lights up over Bia. Makes sense, most of the packages she has seen skew combat or labor, and Bia is more of a brainiac than a fighter. A skeleton sidles up with a cup of flower tea. "Yo, you surprised me," Ellie stammers, then accepts it with a quiet thank you. Then she sees it, an icon glowing right over the skeleton's skull. "You." Skeleton Surf number 1004, potential in cultivation. Raised properly, it could become the incarnation of a druid and reshape farming across the whole continent. The icon, she breathes. Wait, does this work on monsters too? This particular skeleton, she realizes, had a knack for farming even before it died. The system prompt lights up, asking if she wants to spend 3 million cash and gift the package. She confirms it, a bolt of light slams down into the skeleton, the gift landing home. It arches back, glowing from the inside out, arms flung wide as the power settles in. Ellie sips her tea and gives it a thumbs up. Of course it's worth it. Cloaked now in a deep red mantle, the skeleton gets its marching orders. You know what you have to do, right? It throws itself into the work at a completely different speed now, a blur of motion across the field. Back with Bia, Ellie explains the setup. Her notoriety skill leaves the skeletons no choice but to obey, and since none of them can leave this dungeon, she was never going to lose her 3 million cash investment. Bia just laughs, yeah. HM, that skeleton is suddenly doing his work really well, Ellie notes, watching from a distance. Thanks to Skeleton 1004 new skills, the farm practically runs itself now. What she is getting back, she figures, is worth way more than the 3 million she spent. And besides that, he looks happy, a skeleton genuinely happy, elbow deep in fresh soil. Back at the manor, Ellie scans the halls for more candidates. There's not a single person with the icon around here. The cutoff must be really high, she figures, peering out the window. That should be a given, right? It would not exactly be common to find a real prospect among the supporting cast, she reasons, wandering the hallway. Then a glowing icon flickers into view, her whole face lights up. Oh. She spots exactly who it belongs to. Prince, it's there. More than that, whatever skill he is hiding, it is a big one. It's amazing, she whispers, staring in disbelief. She grabs the door handle, already calling out, Prin. Skirt flying, she barrels down the hall toward him, not about to let this one slip by. Get up, Prince, she says, bursting in as he blinks himself awake. He stretches wide with a big, lazy grin. I'm not done yet, zero idea what is about to hit him. Ellie freezes in the doorway, staring. Just what is? Whatever she is looking at, it stops her cold. We will find out what it is next chapter. Meet the guy grinning like Christmas came early, except that blood spray behind him means somebody just got hurt, and he's loving every second of it. Ellie hears the commotion and comes flying in, screaming her brother's name at the top of her lungs. She crashes into him just as he's shoved to the floor, the two of them tangled up in a heap. The attacker freezes, squinting at her like he's trying to place her face, and then it clicks. Oh, she remembers him all right. You're that rotten tomato kid from before, she snaps, and yeah, hey, we want the backstory on that nickname too. Prince scrambles to cover, waving the training stick and insisting this is just sword practice. Nothing to see here, then looks to his so-called teacher for backup. The teacher doesn't even look up from his tea. Zero interest, he shrugs, waving her off like this is somebody else's problem. Ellie isn't buying the sword practice excuse for a second. This is just assault, she says flatly. Prince sits there stunned and bruised, barely able to meet her eyes. Ah, you're being such a pain in the ass, tomato face groans, clearly annoyed his fun got interrupted. He turns his grin on Ellie now, daring her to be his next opponent. Something makes her flinch and go quiet. This guy is not messing around. The stick cracks down again and Ellie can only watch, jaw clenched. Prince picks himself up and trudges off, staff dragging behind him, looking utterly defeated. Bruised but glaring daggers, Ellie holds her ground and even tomato face stammers, thrown off by her nerve. Let's see how long you can endure this, he yells, swinging the stick up for another hit. And that's when the cavalry arrives. Bia storms in, absolutely done with this nonsense. What kind of vulgarity is this? The servants scramble to attention while Prince, still shaken, checks that Ellie's okay. Bia rounds on the so-called teacher, red eyes blazing. How long until you stop acting like a little kid who can't make logical judgments? Tomato Face suddenly finds his spine has left the building. He fumbles out the same tired excuse about sword practice while another servant panics that the young countess has caught them red-handed. Then why doesn't the teacher comment on this? Bia presses, coldly pointing out there's a clear hierarchy in this house and asking if beating a servant one-sidedly is really the curriculum. He mutters something about just wanting to get the young master into swordsmanship. Bia isn't having it. It's best not to let someone who harms others near a sword at all. Bia tells Ellie to get Prince patched up, and Ellie shoots her a grateful thanks. Bia isn't done either. She's marching straight to Mother to report every bit of this. Back in her room, Prince hangs his head. Ellie, I'm sorry, are you mad? I'm not mad at you, that damn villain is who I'm mad at, she huffs, already digging through her herbs. Just stay still, I'll make you a potion. Prince blinks a potion, not just ointment. Wow, Ellie, you, he trails off impressed. Watching her work the ingredients like a pro, he can't help but notice how much better she's gotten since the last time they brewed something together. Well, of course, she smirks ever since that day. Her dad's been teaching her alchemy himself. Turns out her father trained at the prestigious Golden Ivory Tower and even called his own daughter a genius who deserved better, but little Ellie insisted she liked exactly where she was, apprenticed to her sweet, unmatched teacher. And somewhere along the way, all that training paid off. Congratulations, alchemist in training. A brand new skill lights up inside her. Creative inspiration level 1, passive officially unlocked. Turns out being a transmigrated soul comes with its own perks, and Ellie is not about to complain about that. She gets to mixing, pouring a fresh green concoction with practiced hands. Here, drink it all in one shot, she says, handing it over. Prince manages a grateful wow, thank you. But the second the cup's in his hands, his nerve completely evaporates. What's wrong? Ellie asks. Turns out he's just dreading how bitter potions usually taste. Hey, anything good for you is bitter if you're not drinking it, hand it back, she teases, reaching for the cup. That gets him moving fast. I'll drink it, Ellie. As he braces to chug it down, something tugs at her memory. In her past life, her own little brother hated anything bitter too. The memory catches her off guard for a second. That gives her an idea. What if medicine tasted like chocolate milk instead? Wait a second. She scans her shelf of ingredients, already scheming a better recipe. That new skill of hers hums to life again, and this time she's putting it to work on purpose. She ties back her sleeves, dead certain, I think I can actually make this. Prince watches nervously from the sidelines, clearly bracing for whatever chaos is about to happen. Wait, I'll give it right back, she promises, snatching an ingredient out of his hands while he stares in disbelief that she's actually doing this. She gets to grinding and mixing, working fast and messy. A cloud of smoke bursts out of the pot mid-brew. Somehow that doesn't stop her. Here, I'm finished, try it now. One look at the pitch-black sludge in the cup and even Ellie has second thoughts. Black, she mutters. Prince throws caution to the wind, drinks it down, and his eyes go wide. This is delicious. That terrifying black goo tastes like sweet chocolate. Nobody saw that coming. Hee hee, so I succeeded, Ellie grins. Prince can't get over it. A healing potion that actually tastes good could make her a fortune. I'll take that as a compliment, I guess, she shrugs. Cup empty, hands still a little shaky, Prince can only mumble how amazing she really is. He starts to spiral, saying he's always the one showing her how worthless he is, and Ellie shuts that down immediately. No. She looks him dead in the eye and tells him straight, you're amazing. I know it, she says with total confidence, and then something else starts glowing in her hand. A prompt flickers up. Prince Roadline has the hidden potential to become a sword master feared and admired across the continent, hers to unlock for a cool 11 million cash. No pressure. Something in her lights up with purpose. She's about to hand her brother the power to get his own revenge, with his own two hands. The gift goes through, and just like that, everything for Prince is about to change. The clash kicks off fast, blades ringing off each other somewhere just past the hedges, bang after bang before we even see who's swinging. The fight keeps roaring through the garden, one strike cracking right after another. Someone gets sent flying backward mid-duel and crashes down hard. It's young Master Romeo, sprawled on the ground bawling like a toddler who just lost his favorite toy. Face down and furious, Romeo wails, why couldn't I land a single hit? Not exactly the noble swordsman energy he was going for. Across from him stands Prince, wooden sword in hand, looking genuinely baffled that he just won again. Romeo pops back up dizzy and screaming murder, how dare you knock me down, I will kill you, while his maid scrambles to check if the young master is even okay. Cut to a training yard where an old swordsmanship teacher walks Prince through his stance, bend the knees, lead with the arms, not the wrists. Prince nods along gratefully right before someone shouts for him to wait. Romeo comes storming in demanding the real lesson, the person you should be teaching is me, full tantrum mode. All the teacher can do is admit it has been a long time since he's seen raw talent like Prince's. That word, prodigy, eats at Romeo. He mutters that the gardener's kid is nothing special, just lucky. Obviously it's this crappy wooden sword's fault he keeps losing. Sure enough, he boots the wooden sword clean across the yard, fully convinced the equipment is to blame and not, say, the skill gap. His glare hardens against the open sky. This is not over, not by a long shot. The scene drifts to a quiet manor garden, roses and hedges soaking up the afternoon light. Someone calls for Prince to bring a few more things inside, and he answers with an easy okay. Hoisting a shovel over his shoulder, Prince can't shake the feeling that his whole body has felt lighter and stronger ever since that strange day. He wanders off through the garden, quietly turning that thought over. Out of nowhere, Romeo jumps him from behind the flower beds. Try and dodge these, like this is round 2. Prince slips the attack without even trying, and Romeo just keeps taunting, insisting he'd need eyes on the top of his head to see it coming. Something whips past Prince's face close enough to make him flinch. A garden fork slams into the dirt right where he was just standing. Romeo is not exactly pulling his punches. Prince pivots and crosses 2 garden tools like blades, settling into a stance way too sharp for a gardener's assistant. Romeo's smug grin drops the second that counterattack comes rushing straight at him. One clean swing is all it takes. Romeo goes flying with a pained ack, crashing straight into the hedges. Round 2 ends exactly like round 1. A faint blue status message flickers into view around Prince: wooden swordsmanship level 4, strong constitution level 5, now auto-countering weak attacks on reflex. Then he catches movement nearby. Is someone there? It's Elliot stepping out with a knowing grin. Hee hee, how ridiculous, she laughs, clearly enjoying the show. She strolls off with her basket, muttering there was never any way a real prodigy would fall for tricks that lowly. She calls out brother from up ahead, and Prince perks up, startled. Elliot. She asks what he's carrying, and Prince proudly rattles off his latest batch of potions: grape, coffee, mint, even a steak-flavored one. The flavor list just keeps going: pasta, smoked salmon, blueberry, plus 1 proper energy-replenishing elixir, and he pops a taste right into her mouth before she can argue. Elliot tells him she knows he's been sneaking off to train swordsmanship at night, so he'd better take every tonic he's got, then almost calls Romeo trash before catching herself and adding he should be doing the same if he ever wants to make it into the Knights Academy. Prince just goes quiet for a second, Ellie clearly touched. Thank you, she says. Don't mention it, he shrugs. It wasn't hard, and I needed a taste tester anyway, though honestly, that's not the only reason. She tells him it's really about everything he's given her, for trusting her even when she felt useless, for calling her amazing, for how much she feels like she's improved because of him. Something about that sentence clearly rattles her, her face flashing pure "did I just say that out loud?" panic. She scrambles to cover, laughing way too hard, then blurts out that if he's really that grateful, he owes her 100 hours of playing dolls. Prince freezes solid. Play with dolls. In her head, Elliot is spiraling. That line just slipped out from a past life, something she used to say to her own little brother, back before she ever ended up here. Before it can get any more awkward, someone calls Prince off to help with chores. Elliot scolds herself under her breath to quit stalling and go sort her potions already. The two shove each other around one last time, laughing, and Prince heads off with a "see you later, Ellie." Okay, she calls back, and forget I said anything about the dolls. She takes off in a sprint, muttering at herself that there's no time for goofing around, she should be training instead. Somewhere else, Prince is getting summoned again. Yes, I'm coming, he dashes off. Meanwhile, unhurried footsteps tap through the halls nearby. Elliot threads her way through a grand corridor, potion basket in hand, chandeliers glittering overhead. Her mind drifts somewhere darker. She has to be careful never to get caught being a transmigrator. In every novel she's ever read, that kind of reveal is the one thing you never survive. Surely the same rule applies here too. Lost in that thought, she rounds a corner and slams straight into someone. A potion bottle flies out of her hands, clattering across the floor. So sorry, are you okay? She blurts, looking up at the man she just crashed into, tall, silver-haired, and unfamiliar. He calmly picks the bottle back up off the ground and asks, almost too casually, whether she's the one who made it. Yes, she manages. He studies her for a long moment. You're amazing, and Elliot flinches. Something about the way he's looking at her feels like he's reading straight through her. "Your name is Elliot Roadline, right?" he says, and it is not really a question. "I know all about you," he adds, and the words land like a cold drop down her spine. Her basket of potions sits forgotten in her arms, the whole hallway suddenly feeling very small. Elliot shows up with a basket in hand, delivering it to the old cardinal without a word. He freezes completely, caught off guard by the sight of her, and can barely stammer out a reaction. Before he can recover, Countess Sandra Gillette comes rushing in with her whole entourage, and somebody blurts out a startled question about what brings her here so suddenly. Behind the Countess's skirts, one of the kids ducks straight out of sight, in no mood to be noticed. Off to the side, Elliot catches the word mother and freezes completely, thrown for a loop. Realization hits her like a truck. She's finally putting together exactly who this cardinal is. The name clicks into place: Catalia Gillette. She remembers this face from the novel. Now Catalia is a cardinal of the Vatican, tightly connected to the male lead himself. And apparently this isn't just any background character either. Word is she's got a pretty special ability of her own. Elliot peeks out from her window, quietly replaying what she remembers about that unusual gift. Watching the family reunion below, it clicks for her, so that's why Catalia was looking at her like that earlier. Elliot can hardly believe she's getting an up-close look at such a major player in this story, exactly as intimidating as she'd imagined. Somewhere in the back of her mind, the world-building god chimes in, pleased she's taking such an interest in its story. Elliot can't help herself. If there's a male lead out there somewhere, she needs to know if he lives up to the hype in her head. In her imagination, he's already got the silver hair, the ocean blue eyes, the whole devastatingly handsome package. When the system asks if she actually wants to meet him, she doesn't hesitate. Of course she does. He's the male lead. Too bad she's just a lowly transmigrator stuck in the tutorial stage, and he's not due to show up for a long while yet. That's when the world-building god leans in with a sly little secret. Turns out it knows a shortcut. Footsteps echo down the hall. Someone's headed straight for Elliot's room. Bia stops outside the door, working up the nerve to knock. Curled up on her bed, Elliot hears a familiar voice and a knock. It's Bia, checking if she's home. Elliot swings the door open and waves her best friend inside. The moment Elliot asks what brings her by, pointing out her whole family's off strolling the garden with the matron, Bia freezes solid. "It's better without me there," Bia admits quietly, leaving Elliot blinking back a stunned what. Bia finally just says it out loud: her grandmother can't stand her. She's been like that for as long as Bia can remember. Never a word to her, never even a glance her way. Elliot's heart aches watching her. Bia's clearly hurt by all this, even while she's still defending her grandmother. Bia insists it's nothing personal, pointing out her grandmother treats her own brother just as coldly. Elliot can't just sit there and watch her friend hurt. She pulls Bia into a hug, right as a knock interrupts them at the door. A flustered butler pokes his head in, apologizing for the intrusion and clearly startled to find the young miss already here. Elliot asks what's going on, and the butler explains, the matron has asked to see her. "Grandmother, why?" Bia blurts out, completely blindsided. Elliot's got her own theory. She figures the matron looks down on her for being a commoner, which would explain why she's always been just as cold to Bia, ever since Bia got scolded as a kid for keeping a commoner as a playmate. A chill runs straight through Bia at the thought. "I'm going with Ellie too," Bia declares, but the butler holds up both hands. "Sorry, miss, the matron wants to see her alone." Elliot steadies herself. She's got a plan. Out in the garden, the matron Catalia waits alone among the hedges. "So you came," she says, without even bothering to turn around. Elliot steps up and introduces herself properly, Elliot Roadline. Catalia thanks her for sparing the time and gestures to a spread of snacks laid out just for her, catching Elliot completely off guard. The tea table is absolutely loaded, cakes and tarts and pastries stacked sky high. Even Catalia seems to wonder, half to herself, just how many portions someone actually ordered. Then she gets straight to business. She's heard Elliot is very close with Bianca and wants to know exactly what their relationship is. Elliot notes silently, no small talk here, straight for the point. Elliot just grins and throws up a thumbs up, more than happy to answer that one. She's Bianca's super close friend. She declares the best, smart, kind, cool, and there isn't a single book in the whole estate Bianca can't read. She keeps going. Bianca even remembers the name of every single employee, and once saved both Elliot and her brother when they were in real trouble. And don't get her started on Bianca's head for numbers. She can outcalculate grown adults without breaking a sweat. Elliot sneaks a glance at Catalia, quietly congratulating herself, called it. Catalia's mouth keeps twitching like she's fighting off a smile she refuses to admit to. Elliot's read on her is confirmed. The cardinal doesn't hate Bianca at all. So Elliot just asks it outright. Didn't the matron actually come here today to see Bianca? Catalia, caught off guard, asks what makes her think that. That's because Elliot starts choosing her next words carefully. She lays it out plainly. Wasn't the matron bracing herself this whole time for Bianca's death? Catalia goes still. What do you mean by that? She asks, voice tight, and Elliot doesn't back down. Catalia studies her for a long moment before admitting it. Elliot is clearly no ordinary child. Her expression hardens, wary and searching, sizing Elliot up all over again. Finally, she asks the question outright, just who exactly is Elliot? The camera lingers on that untouched, beautifully set dessert table, the tension between them nowhere near resolved. Meet Catalia Gillette, sweet face, noble name, and a secret she has carried since the day she was born, an ability called the eyesight of life. That eye lets her look at anyone and read exactly how much time they have left to live. Handy, also deeply unsettling. Ghostly gears and chains spin around anyone she focuses on. Only Catalia can see that clock quietly ticking down. It all traces back to a newborn wrapped in white and someone standing over her, already counting the years she had left. Years later, that same girl looks her grandmother dead in the eye. I figured you would remember a lowly maid's name just fine, she says. It is the same thing, isn't it? Her grandmother's silence says it all. Her own lifespan and the maid Bia's were fated to end on the exact same day. A cup clatters to the floor. The old man can only stare. How did you know? Is all he can manage. He lays down the family rule right there. You can see people's fates, but you can never get involved, and you can never tell them what is coming. The grandmother just stands there, carrying that rule like she has held it her whole life. The old man turns his back, unable to hold her gaze for long. Some secrets cost more to keep than to say out loud. So she started avoiding Bia entirely. Watching someone you love live out a countdown was pain she simply could not sit with. But Catalia cuts in. There is no point avoiding Bia anymore. Her lifespan just went up. The grandmother's eyes narrow. I will ask you this one more time, she says, and this time she wants the whole truth. Rewind further still to a little girl staring down a stranger across a grand dinner table. Who are you? She demands. The girl starts and stalls like even she is not sure how to finish that sentence yet. All right, without you telling me I can already see it, the grandfather admits quietly. He had noticed it years before, a strange number hovering over a little girl's head, swirling with butterflies only he could see. A number no person should be able to reach in a single lifetime. Whatever she was looking at, it clearly was not normal. A young man eyes her warily. Are you a revenant? He asks. That is why you knew the future and you changed Bia's fate, he finishes. For once it is not an accusation, it is gratitude. You saved Bia, he says plainly, and Catalia has absolutely no idea where to put her face. Alone on the garden path afterward, she murmurs the word matron to herself, still getting used to being called that. Bia is cool, smart, kind, and amazing, she gushes. Faster than any adult with numbers, and there is not a book in the whole estate Bia cannot read. She remembers every employee's name and face. She is so righteous and brave. She has stepped in to help me more times than I can count. I am just happy I got to save such an admirable friend. The old grandfather's face carries the weight of years of regret, watching it all unfold. Thank you, seriously, someone says quietly over tea in the garden. Compared to my granddaughter, the old man admits over dessert, I ended up doing something terrible to her. If I had known things would turn out this way, he says, back turned, I would have followed my heart and told her I loved her. I should have held onto the hand she held out to me. The grandmother turns, quiet, her own regret written all over her face. "Grandmother," a girl calls out, stepping into the garden, dark hair, red eyes, and a nervous kind of hope. Footsteps approach, the old man freezes. "Bye, Bianca, since when were you?" Off to the side, Catalia practically vibrates with glee. "Since the beginning," she whispers, "plan success." "Is that true?" Bianca asks, voice shaking. "This whole time you pushed me away because you thought I was fated to die. I never got to hold you, never got to embrace you, not even once," the old man admits. "I." Then the grandmother finally does what she never let herself do before. She pulls Bianca into a real embrace. Bianca cries into her shoulder, "That you didn't hate me, what a relief." The old man watches the reunion, quietly undone. Grandmother and granddaughter hold onto each other like they are making up for years all at once. Off to the side, Catalia just watches the whole thing with a soft, satisfied little smile. Mission accomplished. "Eliette Roadline," the old man calls out as he approaches. "Oh matron," she chirps back, caught mid-celebration. "I have a big debt to repay you," he says, overcome, hand pressed to his face. He presses a jeweled cross necklace into her hands. "Take this. It is a keepsake from a dear friend of mine. Keep being good friends with Bia. If you want anything else, just name it," he offers. "No, I'm content just seeing you two happy," she says, and then her eyes go wide. "Wait, that's right, something just clicked. I do have something I want," she blurts out, shooting straight to her feet. "I want to go to the Vatican." It's the trick a certain god once whispered to her about finally leaving the tutorial area. The so-called world-building god had let slip a little trick for exactly this kind of situation. If there is a possibility of reaching that location, then the old man muses, then smiles. "You are such a devout child, that request is easy enough to grant." It is almost the day of the pilgrimage, so he will bring her along. To pull off the trick, the world-building god just needs that possibility to exist. "I will use God's authority to activate a quest." Quest activated. The Vatican's weed, difficulty F. A rare herb called elephantypes is being mistaken for a common weed, and it needs collecting before it disappears. Reward for success, a fresh elephantype seedling. Penalty for failure, none. Do you want to accept the quest? Obviously yes. And just like that, she is standing in front of the actual Vatican, one quest closer to leaving the tutorial area for good. Through a window nearby, someone else is about to enter the story, completely unaware of it. A boy fast asleep in the sun. His eyes drift open, and there he is, unbothered and gorgeous, about to become a whole lot more important than he realizes. At the family estate, Catalia the cardinal tells a young noblewoman to hurry once she is done saying her goodbyes. They are leaving for the Vatican. That is Eliette, the girl secretly hiding a truth no one here would believe. She hugs her father and brother goodbye, promising to behave. Her dad fusses over her packing light and eating right, and Eliette just laughs him off. She is not a little kid anymore. "Thank you very much." A black-haired girl comes sprinting up, breathless, calling her name. That is Bia, and she is not about to let her best friend leave without a proper send-off. The family gathers for one last round of hugs. Eliette's little sibling clings to her, and she promises there is really nothing to worry about. Wink, wink. Bia eyes Eliette's mountain of luggage and just about loses it. Who packs this much for a church trip? "I am just treating it like a vacation, that is all." Eliette laughs it off, waving her hands. "Nothing suspicious here, nope." In her head, Eliette runs the numbers. The tutorial promised this whole arc would be an easy F rank. Reality begs to differ, it is actually S rank. She eyes the looming gates ahead. The second she steps through, she knows she is stepping straight into the story's real danger. Still, she tries to talk herself down. The male lead has not even started his regression yet, so how bad can it really get? Bia presses one more gift into her hands, a box of macarons personally requested from the head chef. Typical Bia, always going overboard. Eliette's eyes light up at the sight of them. She thanks Bia with a huge grin, already wondering how many she can sneak before the trip is over. Bia leans in close and whispers she wants the truth about Eliette's real age later. Then, quieter still, "You, the Revenant." She knows exactly what Eliette is. Eliette laughs it off nervously. "Someday," she says, while somewhere an invisible plot spoiler alarm just about goes off in her head. Catalia tells her to stay close. They will be using the teleportation stone to reach the Vatican. A young cleric's hand hovers over a glowing crystal, and it begins to float, powering up the teleportation stone. Light swallows the group as the teleportation spell activates, and Eliette instinctively shields her eyes. Through the rush of light, she hears her name called out. It is time to open her eyes. She blinks them open to find they have arrived, and the sight in front of her steals her breath. Wow, Eliette cannot help herself, staring wide-eyed as she and Catalia step into the crowd. The Vatican sprawls out before them, an enormous cathedral complex packed with people from every corner of the continent. There are so many people, Eliette gasps. Catalia explains it is because today is the day of sacrifice. Catalia tells her to stick close, and Eliette happily agrees, weaving through the crowd right at her side. Nearby, two young acolytes look out over the sea of hopefuls, wondering aloud how many of this year's crop will actually pass. One of them scoffs. This is not some elite academy, he sneers. There is no way any of these kids have what it takes. He doubts any of them could awaken divine power this young, and figures they will just whine to go home the second things get hard. He needles on, mocking how these homeless, parentless kids would be forced to live alongside them. Real tragic, he says, dripping with sarcasm. One of the group, a quiet white-haired boy, just clenches his fist and walks off without a word. Someone calls out, catching him praying alone in the middle of the hallway. He simply says he is praying for those children. His companion rolls his eyes at the display, the annoying saintly act again, and needles him. Does he actually want all these kids to pass, or is that just an empty gesture? The white-haired boy just answers flatly no and holds his prayer, unreadable behind those calm blue eyes. A flash of memory hits him, pain, blood on his own hand, some old wound resurfacing from wherever this boy came from. Blood drips from his fingers as words flicker past like a readout. Modest, kind, charitable, self-disciplined, tolerant, diligent, pure. He climbs the cathedral steps alone, the strange vision still ringing in his ears. More words flash by, uglier this time, arrogant, envious, mixed in with the good. He grits his teeth like he is bracing for something. His friend catches him staring off into nothing and asks what is up. Nothing, the white-haired boy replies, turning away. Let's not waste any more time, he says, and the group heads off, with Eliette and Catalia trailing not far behind. One of the acolytes shows Eliette around the cafeteria, explaining that the Vatican's meals for the sacred sheep candidates are famously simple. Simple turns out to be generous. One candidate stares miserably at his tiny plate while Eliette mutters that this is not simple, it is basically empty. Catalia hesitates, clearly needing to step away for something, but Eliette waves her off. Go, she insists, she will be fine on her own. Catalia apologizes and asks a boy named Pavel to show Eliette around the Vatican in her place. He agrees without hesitation, leave it to him. Catalia disappears through a doorway alone, murmuring to herself as she goes to handle whatever has pulled her away. Pavel takes one look at the other kids around and bails almost instantly. Go play with them, he says, and dashes off, duty officially dodged. Eliette just stares after him, unimpressed, so he simply did not want to deal with kids. Fine by her, she has got her own errand to run anyway. With a spring in her step, she decides it is the perfect time to tackle the real quest she came here for. Because plot twist, the male lead is not the only reason she is at the Vatican. She is hunting for a specific weed, the elephantypes. She spots it and takes off running, thinking ahead. This exact plant is destined to become the cure for a plague that is going to sweep the continent. If she can collect and cultivate it now, well before disaster strikes, she just might get ahead of the whole catastrophe. She is cackling to herself as she plucks handful after handful. Hey, saving the world and hoarding free herbs can both be true at once. Humming away, she starts packing everything up fast, figuring she had better finish before anyone notices what she is doing. Then she freezes. She can feel someone watching. Slowly, she turns around. Standing right behind her is that same white-haired acolyte from earlier, watching her curiously. "What are you packing?" he asks. Eliette's whole body goes stiff, caught red-handed with an armful of suspiciously stolen-looking greenery. He studies her for a long moment, dead serious. Are you a thief? Not exactly the first impression she was hoping to make. There they are, tucked away in a quiet garden, a bubblegum pink girl and a boy with hair like moonlight, sizing each other up in total silence. She can't stop staring at him, one thought looping in her head, this kid. He reaches out slowly, silver hair catching the light, those aquamarine eyes locked on her. You, he says like it means something. She swats his hand away and wipes a smudge off his cheek herself. You've got dirt on your face, she informs him, already playing nurse. He squints at her like she might be casing the place. So, are you a thief? And that's when it clicks, this fussy rich kid is the male lead himself, the Silid Argent. Somewhere, the story itself seems to be glaring at her not to spoil anything around the male lead. She squeezes her own cheeks in protest. Ugh, I know, gods, she mutters at nobody. Even in this brand new life, she's getting nagged by a narrator only she can hear, while the Silid just watches, thoroughly confused by whatever is happening in her head. What oh, right? She catches herself playing it cool. Of course I know, she says, her wide green eyes doing nothing to hide the fact that she absolutely does not. Here's the deal with the Silid's power. It's called the 7 heavenly virtues and 7 deadly sins, a gift that doubles as a leash on his own strength. Act with humility, kindness, and patience and his divine power surges. Slip into pride, greed, or lust and that same power drains right back out. Bottom line, this poor kid is stuck playing the world's most agreeable pushover for the rest of his life, or the power turns right around on him. He grumbles to himself about why he's the one stuck with this curse of a blessing, then catches himself wondering just what this strange little kid in front of him even is. He panics, realizing he just blurted out a secret duty out loud while she pretends so hard she didn't hear that it's obvious she heard every word. Anyway, he covers, I felt a holy relic nearby and came to check it out. But you're just as much a little kid, she fires back before freezing. Wait, a holy relic? His eyes drop straight to the necklace hanging around her neck. That's Saint Agnes's holy relic, he says flatly. Turns out it belongs to one of the legendary dungeon-closing heroes this whole day of sacrifice is meant to honor. Hero, she nearly chokes. Her grandma's keepsake is a relic from an actual hero-class saint and it's just been dangling around her neck this whole time. How strange, he mutters. He narrows those blue eyes on her, so why exactly do you have a holy relic? She flinches like she's been caught red-handed. I didn't steal it, Cardinal Catalia gave it to me, and that's when her stomach lets out a growl loud enough to end the conversation right there. Dead silence, neither of them says a word, both just standing there pretending that noise never happened. He finally breaks it. Are you hungry? She flinches all over again, mortified beyond words. That's arahum, he stammers, suddenly very interested in his own excuse. I was just on my way to the cafeteria is all. Meanwhile, across the grounds, a dark-haired boy scans every corner, muttering to himself about where the Silid could have wandered off to. She lights up like she's just solved world peace. Ah, I see, that's a totally natural bodily function, nothing to be ashamed of, brutal honesty right on schedule. He's convinced she's mocking him with that grin, but she just shoves a snack into his hands anyway. Here, eat this, the cafeteria food isn't even that good. I don't need it, I'm not even supposed to eat that stuff, he insists, even as she dangles the candy closer. It'll be delicious though, she teases, skipping off toward her friends. He stops her cold. What do you mean by that? No, I wasn't trying to offend you, she backpedals, sensing she just stepped on something much heavier than she meant to. Because she's just remembered something the story never lets her forget. There is a serious problem baked into today's setting, something from the Silid's own childhood. In the original story, he's the lone survivor of a catastrophe called the Dungeon Impact, the one who watched every other child get swept away and never come back. That was the start of everything slowly being taken from him, and she's realizing with a sinking feeling exactly what day this might be. The day of sacrifice, she murmurs. The Silid catches her expression. What's wrong? All she manages back is one word, friends. Back at the orphanage, a low rumble rolls through the halls and one of the boys freezes mid-step. What's that sound? Before anyone can answer, the ground itself seems to lurch, and the Silid instinctively yanks her close as everything starts to give way. There it is, spelled out in dread. The very dungeon impact that wrecked the Silid's childhood is happening again today right now. Even the story itself seems caught off guard, scrambling to process just how badly this catastrophe is about to spiral. She grits out that she absolutely hates this, for the record, right as she grabs onto him with everything she's got. The world around them turns to howling static and shadow, and the Silid wraps himself around her like a human shield. "Don't leave my side," he orders, voice tight, right before the screaming starts and everything goes white. Kids are ripped away into the churning red chaos all around them, and for one horrible second it looks like nobody is making it out of this. Then, just like that, black, and out of the silence comes the most anticlimactic sound imaginable, a sneeze. She blinks awake, sniffling in some strange, plush, candy-colored room, snowman decoration and all, like the disaster just dropped her into a holiday catalog. The wider room comes into view, presents piled everywhere, kids scattered around like party guests, except nobody here looks like they are actually celebrating. "I'm actually here," she mutters, dread creeping in as a message flickers across her vision confirming exactly where she's ended up. It's fine, this is just a normal difficulty dungeon," she reassures herself, conveniently skipping the part where normal in this world means level 5. "Hey, I'm kind of stuck under you here," he points out, unimpressed. "Where even are we? There's a ton of toys," she says, already reaching for one until he grabs her wrist. "Don't touch anything, we're inside a dungeon." "That's right," he confirms grimly, "we're inside a dungeon," and suddenly all those toys don't look so innocent anymore. A voice booms out far too cheerful for the mood. "Welcome to the delightful, fun mansion of Count Orsh. Nobody in this room looks like they're buying the delightful part." Red mist curls up out of nowhere as the voice purrs on. "I welcome all of you pure young souls. Allow me to introduce myself." A figure steps out of the crimson haze. "I'm Rodrigo," he says, all silk and menace, butler of Count Orsh. "Let's have fun together," he purrs, and somehow that's the single most terrifying sentence anyone said all chapter. A tall figure in a sharp suit strides down a blood-red carpet toward a cluster of nervous kids, gift boxes lined up like bait. Two boys and a girl hang back, hesitating hard. Something about this welcome party already feels very wrong. The host flashes an unsettlingly wide smile, waving off their nerves and asking if the kids are hungry. Nothing sets off alarm bells quite like a demon offering snacks. A small maid in a doll-like uniform pushes the door open, tapping toward the children with an eerie little bounce in her step. "Please pass out the welcome food to the little kids," she chirps, handing a boy something to give around. "Help yourselves, you can even take all the toys here," the maid adds, and for a second it almost looks like an ordinary party. Then a pink-haired girl lunges forward yelling no, yanking a boy's hand back before he can take a bite. "If you carelessly eat something given by a demon," she warns. Too late for someone else. A pair of hands claps over a mouth as violent coughing tears through the hall. A child crumples to the floor mid-cough, gift boxes and a stuffed toy scattering everywhere. All around, small silhouettes double over coughing and collapsing. The welcome food was never food at all. In a burst of light, a stuffed bunny poofs into being right where a child just stood. The pink-haired girl stares, stunned. "Dolls," she breathes, piecing together what she is actually looking at. A bell rings again and a beam of pale light swallows another child whole. The ritual just keeps grinding on. A status window flickers into view. Dollification, a black magic curse that keeps a soul fresh by turning a dying body into a doll, buying time before the real death arrives. Rows of blank-faced dolls now line the corridor. One girl yanks at a door that will not budge, screaming into the silence. Fists pound the door in a panic. "Open up," they scream over and over into wood that refuses to give. The demon host reappears above them, delighted. "Your voices are in good condition too," he coos. "You want to leave, right? Okay, then I will tell you how." Clown-faced monsters erupt around him as he grins wide. "Try to survive in this mansion," he announces like it is the best game in the world. He sweetens the deal, whoever is the last one standing gets to walk out alive. A quest window flashes open and her face goes hard and focused. Count Orsh's Grace, difficulty S, become the dungeon's sole survivor or die trying. The demon calls it generous. nobody else does. This is the story of how one boy, the Sillid, walked out of an S-class death dungeon completely alone. She throws herself in front of a beaten-up boy, shielding him with her own body. Go away, he chokes out even as she refuses to budge. A blade rips through the air straight toward them both, and someone screams. Somewhere else in the mansion, blood drips slowly from an unmoving foot. Not everyone is making it out of this one. A red warning flashes across her vision, a violence-rating violation, mid-tutorial no less. Her heart is pounding loud enough to hear. The boy grits his teeth and raises his weapon anyway, some inner panic finally quieting down enough to let him fight back. Not to be outdone, she snatches up the nearest gift box like a makeshift shield. "Hey, you have to get a grip," she yells, leaping into the fray. With the world's least dignified weapon, she cracks the monster clean across the face. "Get a hold of yourself and either run away or block its attacks," she barks at a terrified girl frozen behind her. The boy glances back sharply as another door creaks open behind the trembling blonde girl. The door swings wide and the surviving kids come pouring through it, half running, half tumbling in their hurry to get out. "Thank you, transmigrator system," she mutters with a shaky laugh. Boss fight or not, she nearly had to pull out her full divine power right there. Suddenly the boy squares back up, weapon raised, as a painted clown face looms over him again. Steel meets scythe with a screech and he holds the line, jaw locked tight. "Baptism of conviction," he shouts, and a wave of pale light tears clean through the monster in front of him. She trots up after, tapping his shoulder. "Hey Atilda, I thought you were going to die," she says cheerfully, like that is a completely normal thing to say. He just asks quietly how she knew. She launches into a technical little breakdown about scythe angles and blade trajectories. He cuts her off flatly. "No, not that." "How do you know my name?" he asks again, and this time there is no dodging it. She cannot exactly say "I read it in a book," can she? Caught red-handed by her own future knowledge, she does the mature thing and bolts. Behind them, a pair of waddling clown dolls clap gleefully. "They all ran away, go on and catch them, we have no time to dawdle," the boy mutters. "Let's get out of here, quick." They tear down the corridor at a dead sprint, a lone teddy bear left behind on the tile. He pulls a closet door open. "It would be best to hide in here until the clowns leave," he says, all business. "Are you Ulri?" he starts, then just stares as she wheezes back an enthusiastic "That's huff, a great idea," huff between gasps. Blood on her cheek and completely winded, she has apparently got an S-class body and F-class stamina. "When I get back," she vows between gasps, "I am buying a job change package." He goes quiet, watching her a beat too long, something clearly bothering him. Her eyes land on his arm. "The wound, the toxins," she says, reaching for him before she can think twice. He catches her hand first, and for a second neither of them moves. "That startled me," she manages, trying to laugh it off. "You're gripping me really hard. If someone saw this, they might think I'm the villain." His grip only tightens. "You have not answered me yet," he says. "How do you know my name?" He studies her face like he is trying to read straight through her, and for once she has absolutely nothing clever to say. Then a new voice cuts through the tension entirely. "Who are you?" someone else demands, and the chapter ends on exactly the question she was hoping to dodge. Face to face at last, and the only question hanging in the air is simple. "Who are you?" Neither one has an easy answer. "Forget the mystery for a second," she says, grabbing his arm. "He's hurt, and that's what actually matters right now." He tries to brush it off as nothing, but she's already rummaging for supplies, warning him that undead toxin left untreated will rot the wound clean through. She adds that the so-called sacred sheep got their divine powers but never the healing kind. He just stares. How does she know any of this? "Stop gritting your teeth and drink," she says, shoving over a detox potion strong enough to fix just about anything. He drinks it down and immediately wants answers. How did she peg the exact toxin grade, and where does a runaway get medicine this expensive? She just grins and asks if he's got more questions. Turns out he does, and it is a big one. In her head she's piecing it together. The strict duty and discipline system he's bound to, did it seriously just fail on her and only her? Out loud he insists it's not some rule, he's just being kind. In her head, she's cracking up. He just said the two words he's really not supposed to say. His hand drifts toward hers. Quietly, he realizes something wild. Bending the rules to help her hasn't cost him a drop of his divine power. Their hands meet, and for a second neither one says a word. A soft light rolls up his arm, his power responding to nothing more than the act of being decent. In her head, she's losing it. The system just handed her a free pass. Being a transmigrator apparently comes with some very shady VIP treatment, and even the gods upstairs are arguing about how unfair that is. The power only ever goes up, never down. Cheat code confirmed. She can't help the delighted little ooh that slips out of her. Somewhere above, the gods are still bickering, grumbling that an S-level transmigrator like her should have picked a different deity to worship. Too late now. He goes quiet, turning something over in his mind. Oh right, she remembers, and starts digging through her bag like it's bottomless. Out comes an entire feast. Eat all of it, she orders. You ran here on empty, and that's just not happening on her watch. She beams at him, all sunshine, clearly proud of her ridiculous snack stash. He studies the holy relic pressed against her skin. She's not burning, not flinching. Guess that rules out secretly evil. She's already shoving food at him, cheerfully reminding him the clowns are gone, so it's time to eat and get back to saving people. He finally works up the nerve to ask the obvious question. What's her name? Me, she says. I'm Eli at Roadline. Eli, it's fine. He repeats it slowly, like he's testing how it sounds, before quietly thanking her for the antidote. And for everything else, he adds, suddenly shy. She is absolutely delighted. This stone-faced guy is being adorable and he has no idea. She tells him flatly that she's coming with him. Her potions are useless sitting in her bag without her. He immediately objects. Too dangerous. She cuts him off. If the rescue fails, every kid here dies anyway, herself included. Better to go down swinging than hide and wait to die, she says. Privately, she just wants to tag along for the ride, but out loud it's all business. Until she can use her own divine power, she's counting on him. A voice crackles through some kind of comm, calling him by name, the Silid. It's the butler, Rodrigo. Checking in like this is all a game. He asks if hide and seek with the clowns was fun, then casually notes the East Wing has the best survival odds so far. The South Wing, he sneers, is a disaster, all because the silver-haired sacred sheep turned out to be the weak one who couldn't handle it alone. The Silid says nothing, jaw tight. Playtime's over, Rodrigo announces, ordering everyone to the banquet room within the hour where a feast is supposedly waiting. He warns there better not be any rude children late to dinner, then asks, almost too casually, if they've noticed all the fireplaces scattered around the mansion. The Count's mansion, he explains, runs on one central ventilation system tied to every fireplace, which means in an hour, fire is going to rip through every single room, he says, except the one place they are all being herded into. Don't end up baked like cookies, he chirps, then hangs up. The Silid is left staring at the deadline, trying to work out the trap. Eliot's already digging through the food he's holding. This reeks of a setup, she says. That banquet is probably laced with hallucinogens. She grips the curtain rope tight, her mind flashing back to something only she could possibly know. She's read this exact story before. In her memory, the other kids couldn't resist the food. That single meal is where the real tragedy starts, kids spiraling into madness and turning on each other. He wheels around, demanding to know how she knows any of this. She waves it off. That's not important right now, they need to stop it from happening. So he asks, do you actually have a plan? Somewhere in the bushes, something rustles. She flashes him a grin. Let's go play with fire, the Silid, and for once she doesn't mean it as a warning. A gloved hand flips open a pocket watch, counting down to something. Time's up, grins a horned figure in a sharp tuxedo, snapping his fingers like he's been waiting all day for this. Hey Helberus, someone calls down the stairs, time to earn your keep. Arise, Helberus commands, and an old skull sitting in the fireplace crackles to life. Flames roar to life around him. Time to work, he sighs. Spread your fire through every room but the banquet hall, his boss orders. Oh, and heat my bath while you're at it. Helberus grumbles that he's starving and has zero strength for any of this. There's a corpse right there, just eat that, his boss says. Helberus mutters that he's actually a vegetarian, which, for the record, is a wildly inconvenient thing for a demon to be. "You absolute embarrassment of a demon," his boss scoffs. "A vegetarian demon, really? Get to work or it's the frozen wasteland for you. And my bathwater better be exactly 666 degrees," comes the parting shot before the door slams, 1 degree colder, and it's an ice bath for you. The little fire spirit drags himself along, moping that all he's had to eat for 200 years is stale old bones. He flops down a wall with a sigh, dreaming out loud about the day he finally gets to eat some nice fragrant grass. Wait, grass, his eyes go wide. He spots it, an entire mansion wrapped in lush, overgrown garden. Jackpot. His whole face lights up, grass, actual grass everywhere he looks. He practically ignites with joy, real food after 2 centuries of nothing but bones. Curled up together with a book between them, the Scyllid and Eliot finally get a quiet moment, while somewhere nearby their tiny fire spirit friend is still celebrating his grass discovery like it's the best day of his life. This kid right here thinks he's just enjoying the best candy of his life. Little does he know, it's cursed table candy straight out of a demon's kitchen. One bite in and it's already chaos. A slap fight breaks out over a stolen piece of cake, and yeah, hey, that scream is exactly what it sounds like. Word is this food's been tampered with by something demonic, and the blonde kid is way too smug about how badly he's about to wreck his rival. The dark-haired boy doesn't even blink. He doesn't need to eat a single bite to know how this ends, and he says so with a smirk. Zoom out and the whole feast is a disaster. Kids stumbling, crashing, crying out like something's seriously wrong with everyone at this table. Our sharp little detective isn't drinking for the taste. He's testing the punch, and yep, confirmed, this stuff is loaded with hallucinogens. And just like that, the drug kicks in for real. These kids' eyes go glassy and wrong, and they start turning on each other. A hand clamps down hard, weapon raised. Whatever these kids are seeing right now, it is not their friends anymore. Ephael, shaking, presses a blade to the dark-haired boy's throat and begs someone, anyone, to back him up. Poor kid has no idea he's the one being played. Someone actually asks him if he's really about to use his divine powers on a little kid. Ephael, fully gone on demon candy, just sneers back, "A kid." Through Ephael's poisoned eyes, the boy in front of him isn't a kid at all. He looks like a full-blown demon, and the screaming says it all. Right on cue, the actual demon running this whole nightmare struts in through the door, absolutely delighted his sick little game is already underway. Turns out this whole feast was staged. A dining set stuffed with knives, plates, and forks built for exactly one purpose, getting these kids to hurt each other. The demon can barely contain himself, giggling like this is the best party he's thrown in years. His order is as blunt as it gets. Slice and dice each other open and make it good, apparently. The whole scene detonates into pure chaos, screaming silhouettes, a burst of light, and actual boom. Ephael whips around blaming his little fire spirit for the mess, and the poor thing can barely stammer out an apology for the smoke he couldn't control. Somebody's noticing something's off though. That flame is burning the wrong color and questions are starting. Crossed knife and fork gleam in the dark. Subtle, this dinner party is not done being awful. And just like that, the fog lifts. Kids coughing, blinking, staring at the knives in their own hands with pure horror, not a clue how they got there. 3 kids stand there completely baffled, snapping out of a nightmare they didn't even know they were having. The demon is furious. How ridiculous, he snaps, watching his perfect little hallucination unravel in real time. He storms off into the shadows, and there it is, a stray herb leaf, the real culprit, clearing everyone's head. He rounds on the fire spirit, eyes narrowed. "What are those weeds you've got there?" The little fire spirit visibly deflates as the demon closes in, stammering out a terrified apology. Turns out their tiny flame secretly grabbed a detoxifying herb and let its smoke drift through the whole mansion. Accidental hero moment, honestly. The demon does not appreciate accidental heroes. "You stupid little brat," he snarls from the shadows. He lays it out. The fire spirit was supposed to be running this sick game, and instead it just cured everyone's hallucinations. Cue smashing. The boys watch the demon absolutely lose it on the poor fire spirit, screaming that it's useless and telling it to get lost. He banishes it outright, and that little glowing core just shrinks and clatters to nothing right in front of them. Standing there with his back to everyone, the demon lets out one long, chilling breath. How dare you make me angry? Enough with dinner, he decides, time for round two. Somewhere else entirely, a hand reaches out and something snaps. The pieces of a much bigger picture are starting to click into place. Back at the mansion, debris rains down on the kids out of nowhere. Whatever's coming next, it's already started. And it's a monster. A massive red-eyed mole bursts up through the floor and everyone is screaming exactly what you'd expect. Mole monster. Effail's losing it over the thing crawling into his clothes while the dark-haired boy just stares it down, trying to figure out what they're actually up against. The demon announces the new rule with way too much enthusiasm. The red spider lily has bloomed, and that is apparently very bad news. Nobody has any idea what that even means yet, and honestly the confusion on this kid's face says it all. Then it hits a scream ripped straight out of him as something takes root he very much did not sign up for. Effail and another kid clutch their heads screaming too while the demon grins wider. His seeds, as he calls them, are taking beautifully. That's right, it's growing, the demon beams, way too proud of himself for a guy currently planting flowers in children's skulls. He strikes an actual pose to explain himself, thrilled to finally have an audience for his favorite hobby. Turns out the red spider lily is the demon world's most treasured flower, and depending on the pot it's planted in, the colors apparently change. Even the demon admits he's never actually seen one bloom. It only happens once every 1,000 years, and he's giddy at the thought of witnessing it today. Off to the side, he's already daydreaming about becoming famous overnight if the flower actually blooms on one of these kids. The dark-haired boy lays down the actual rule for everyone. Stay still, because the second that mole turns and catches you moving, the flower grows faster. He snaps at Effail for fidgeting instead of staying put. Not exactly the moment for getting distracted. Too late, the flower's already crept into Effail's mouth and he is not handling that news well. The dark-haired boy yanks at his head in disbelief, cracking that Effail used to just have flowers for brains and now it's literal. The demon warns them off immediately. Do not even think about plucking those spider lilies out of your own skulls. Because if they try to pull it or cut it, it burrows straight in instead, so that plan is officially dead. The demon rides in on his prized mole like he's leading a parade, laying out the grim truth. There's only one option left now. And here's the deal: beat him, beat the butler, and beat the mole, or these kids are not walking out of this mansion. He leans in close, almost amused, noting out loud that the flower's colors are looking pretty awful on them right about now. Then comes the real threat, glowing red and ice cold. I'll kill you guys quickly. Not exactly a comforting bedside voice. Meanwhile, Elliot's sprinting flat out down a corridor, chasing something small and fast just ahead of her. She skids to a stop, gasping for air while someone checks in with a simple, "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm okay," she manages between breaths, though she's got no idea a little flower just started sprouting on her own head. Catching her breath is enough. "Let's go now," she says, already back on her feet. Behind her, a spider lily blooms in full, glittering menace, because apparently there's still another sacred sheep out there they need to find fast. Say hello to the dungeon's reigning creep, white hair, tuxedo, zero chill. He figured this damage dealer and healer duo would last longer than this. The boys are gassed, kneeling in the dirt, barely holding each other up as they catch their breath. He is not wrong about their limit. His grin goes full nightmare as he sneers about what utter crap this healer order really is. A hulking, red-eyed monster looms in to finish the job while its owner watches from the shadows, perfectly happy to let it. The blonde healer shakes his half-dead partner, begging him not to let some overgrown mole finish him off. As the beast closes in, he murmurs a name he never thought he'd miss: the Psyllid. The monster is not moved. What kind of disgusting last words are those? It sneers back. Down in the dirt, the blonde healer makes a wild prediction. Somebody's about to save their asses by wrecking this ridiculous mole. Annoyingly stupid and flashy is the exact phrase he uses. Spoiler, he is right on the money. Then boom, something just kicked its way straight into the fight. A blinding streak comes slicing through the haze before anyone can even clock who's swinging it. Old Bones does not see this coming, eyes wide as someone closes the distance fast. The mole eats a full hit, smoke and light exploding off its hide. And there he is, wings out, robes billowing, making an entrance like he's been rehearsing it. Old Bones completely loses it. How is he here? While the blonde just gapes, stunned, speechless. Meet Hestio. The blonde's prediction lands dead center, and Hestio himself isn't shy about calling out how flashy Old Bones is being. Old Bones is furious now, screaming about rude, cruel sacred sheep brats and threatening to go straight for Hestio's throat. Then he freezes on a single word, the Sillid, like it means something he wasn't expecting to hear again. Cut to Eliette peeking through the wreckage, hand over her mouth, silently praying this fight is finally over. Something in the rubble catches her eye, and she can't help the gasp that follows. Turns out Hestio spotted it too, a dark purple-red spider lily, rare enough to make his heart skip. Eliette can't believe her luck, actually laying eyes on the legendary flower in person. Meanwhile, Old Bones, perched on his very unconscious mole, is already doing math on the black market price tag. He's even wondering if it's worth bribing one of the 3 demon kings with. Someone snaps him back to focus and turns to the pink-haired girl, asking her name. She answers plainly, Eliette Roadline. Old Bones suddenly turns charming, reaching out like they're already old friends. And then the offer comes, dripping with something that is definitely not good news. He's taken a liking to her. Ephael grabs Hestio by the collar, demanding to know what fresh nonsense he's cooking up now. Eliette, totally unbothered, is already weighing her own options with a grin. Ephael is not reassured. Did she even think before agreeing to whatever this is? Knowing her, probably not. Turns out Eliette already had her own counteroffer ready. Free every single kid trapped in this dungeon. Old Bones is caught completely flat-footed by the demand. She just beams at him, cheerfully insisting it's basically nothing to ask. Old Bones throws up some very extra jazz hands and struts off to show them the way. Hestio can't hide the laugh, so much for keeping it subtle. Then out of nowhere a slash rips through the air and Old Bones flinches hard. A hand shoots out and grabs Eliette clean by the hair before anyone can react. Turns out the deal was never really a deal. Old Bones snarls that he's not letting this girl go anywhere. Hestio steps in to shield her, muttering that name again under his breath like it costs him something. Eliette, sweating but unbothered, tells him to quit hogging the hero moment. She's got a plan of her own. Old Bones bails entirely, screaming he'll be back to kill them all once he's cashed in on that flower, calling Eliette his darling little flower pot on the way out. He vanishes before she can finish the sentence, and somewhere unseen, the universe itself seems to be taking notes on all of this. Hestio rounds on her, dead serious now. Was she really about to trade herself away for strangers? Nobody asked you to be the hero here, he snaps, and he clearly means it. Around them, the rescued kids lie exhausted on the ground, proof of exactly what she almost paid for their freedom. He reminds her flatly, she's no saint and nothing special either. So, he argues, there was never any reason to throw herself away for total strangers. Even the unseen narrators watching this whole story seem to roll their eyes at him, mocking how full of himself he sounds, conveniently forgetting she's an S-rank transmigrator herself. Eliette silently agrees. By her count, that little lecture broke 3 virtues and committed 1 flat-out sin, wrath. But apparently her own transmigrator privilege means none of those rules actually apply to him, at least where she's concerned. A strange little loophole worth remembering. Off to the side, Ephael and his healer buddy are gossiping like schoolkids. Neither of them has ever heard Hestio raise his voice like that before. Hestio is still fuming and Eliette folds instantly, throwing up her hands and apologizing on the spot. They both take a breath. She promises no more freebie sacrifices. Okay. He softens too, quietly apologizing for losing his temper in the first place. Nearby, 2 of the freed kids are absolutely wailing that they just want to go home. Fair, honestly. Eliette calls it time to regroup and move somewhere safer before anything else goes wrong. The 2 head off deeper into the dungeon, footsteps echoing down the stairs. Something catches the light up ahead, small, red, and clearly not just debris. She picks it up and turns it over in her hand, and it practically sparkles back at her. Someone tugs her along before she can get too distracted and she skips after him, teasing, "You're not still mad, are you, Thelly?" "I'm not," he mutters back, not exactly convincingly. Somewhere far from them in the dark, a screen flickers awake with a single word: "Welcome." A rank card glitches into view, tagged with a name neither of them has heard yet: Count Orsh. Someone has been waiting, and it does not sound patient anymore. The figure finally turns, introducing himself as the dungeon's true owner, Count Orsh. Whoever Old Bones was, he was never actually in charge. Meet Hestio, sharp-eyed, quiet, and clearly done with everyone's nonsense. And this soft-spoken blonde is Ephael. Stick around, he's going to make this whole ordeal a lot funnier. And here's Eliette, green eyes, pink hair, and secrets she is not in a hurry to share. This whole gang got tossed together as a group, and somebody, let's call him the Silid, is the one who roped Hestio and Ephael in. Hestio, ever the charmer, immediately shuts that down. "We're not friends," he grumbles. "Sure, buddy." Turns out Eliette's got a secret stash, jars and jars of homemade potions, tucked away like contraband. The bag spills open mid-mission and Ephael about jumps out of his skin. "Wow, what's all this?" Hestio's down and hurting nearby, not exactly the best time for a surprise reveal. "Relax," she says, "they're just healing potions, a little alchemy hobby she picked up purely for their sake. We're super close friends," the boys insist. "We literally can't survive without him," they add, subtle much. The boys dive in and guzzle potions like candy, and it's honestly kind of adorable watching them behave for once. But then someone clocks it: those weeds look suspiciously like the herbs that made a fire demon cough up detox smoke earlier. Busted. One clean hit later and the enemy's toast. "You totally destroyed him," Ephael practically screams. Now they've just gotta pull the same trick on the dungeon's actual boss. No pressure. Before diving back in, the crew huddles up for a quiet moment before things get ugly again. Word is there were 11 sacred sheep left guarding this place, and some butler dropped a very ominous hint about them mid-fight. The sacred sheep in the other annexes have all been, yeah, you can guess how that sentence ends. Hestio's face says it all. Wiped out, every last one. The room goes dead silent, and it is not a comforting kind of quiet. Morale's tanking fast, so Eliette jumps in to keep spirits up before the whole group spirals. "It'd be great if the Descent of Divinity's protagonist showed up right about now," she jokes. The irony here is delicious because she is that protagonist and she knows it. See, word had spread that some divine power touched down in the kingdom, and the religious order has been tearing the place apart trying to find the heroine behind it. If she gets caught, she's getting dragged off by strict order and goodness faster than she can blink, so she's playing this very, very carefully. Meanwhile, the actual gods running this world are bickering in her notifications about how famous she's getting. Not helpful, guys. One god's crying heresy, the others yelling back that they're the real hypocrite here, and Eliette is just trying to wave the whole argument away before her friends notice. Naturally, the group pivots straight to snack talk. "If plan A doesn't work, we've got plan B," Ephael says, holding up a sandwich. Then the mood turns on a dime. The actual condition to leave this dungeon requires exactly one survivor. That is a much less fun kind of plan B. "Thanks a lot for the helpful advice," Eliette deadpans and smacks him for good measure. "Hey, why are you hitting me?" "Because you earned it, hothead." Back into it they go, blades swinging as the fight kicks off in earnest. Somehow, in the middle of an actual battle, these guys still find time to snack on potions like it's recess. The clash keeps escalating, steel and light crashing through the dark. Seriously, more gulping, more potions, priorities, people. They cut their way forward, closing in on whatever's waiting through that gate. "Ta-da," Eliette announces, popping up like she didn't just teleport them there. Hestio isn't buying the casual act, "We got here so quickly." She smirks it off, "Just use the system Windows map to find a shortcut, no big deal." Except it is a big deal because now the guys are side-eyeing her hard. Potions appearing out of nowhere, secret shortcuts. Just who exactly is this girl? Ephael waves off Hestio's suspicion, not the time, and turns to Eliette with something clearly weighing on him. "Before we fight the boss, I have something to tell you." Cue the big confession moment, which turns out to be him begging for one more bottle of that potion. It's so delicious, he sighs, especially the grape one. Real smooth, F-ale. Hestio smacks him for the timing. F-ale, unbothered, just confirms they've reached the last room before the boss. Elliot steps in close and makes him a quiet promise once they are out of here safely, she'll treat him to something even better than potion. F-ale goes quiet for a second, the weight of if we get out safely hanging heavy in the air. Now let's go, weapons up, they charge straight for the boss room. The dark swallows them whole as they step through. This is it. A voice slithers out of the dark before they even see him. Welcome, I've been waiting, cozy. Out steps the dungeon's self-proclaimed owner, Count Orsh, the big bad boss of this whole S-class nightmare, straight out of the novel Elliot knows by heart. Elliot tenses up as his enormous shape closes in. Giant body, egg-shaped, coldly composed, exactly like the novel described him, which means she knows exactly how dangerous he really is. The system barely has anything on his real strength except that he's stronger than Ardaman ever was. Then the rank readout just redacts itself. Cool, 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 cool. Let's go, no more waiting around, they charge straight into it. Guys, wait, he's really strong, Elliot shouts, trying to get a word in about her plan before everyone's already swinging. Guess they're winging it. The Count actually looks impressed, wondering aloud if their sudden combat boost is thanks to those potions everyone's been chugging. Yes, yes it is. One last decisive strike lands hard. The Count's massive frame crumbles into the rubble with a thud. We won, we really did it, the boys cheer, though Hestio's staying suspiciously quiet. Because the exit gate isn't showing up at all, something's very wrong here. Hestio stands there in the sudden quiet, and it's the kind of silence that makes your skin crawl. He feels it before he sees it, something's closing in. An attack comes out of nowhere, aimed straight at him, and Elliot yanks him out of the way just in time. The blast rips through the exact spot where he was standing a second ago. As expected, I knew they'd go after you, Hestio, the support. Wait, they definitely killed the boss, so who is this? Elliot's eyes go sharp. Ha, I knew it. I overlooked this because I was too focused on the original story. Hestio, the boss is someone else, she realizes. Even if he isn't the dungeon's true owner, this new guy is clearly the one who's been controlling the exit gates the whole time. And there he is, stepping out of the shadows in a sharp suit with an even sharper smile. Rodrigo, Elliot calls out, recognizing him instantly. As expected, I've got a sharp eye for talent. You really are a marvelous lady, he purrs. I like you in many ways, creepy, a little. He dangles another offer, just listen and come along with him quietly. If you do that, he says, letting it hang in the air. I'll make you my fiancé. Yeah, that just happened. Nobody saw that coming, least of all Elliot. Her face just goes completely blank. What kind of she starts? Honestly, same girl, same. Somewhere along the way, this dungeon crawl apparently turned into a full-blown romance story. Nobody's quite sure when that happened, but hey, that's a problem for next chapter. Somewhere above the story itself, something furious is watching, and its rage is aimed straight at the monster this world is about to show you. In some overwrought stage play, a masked groom melts over his forbidden human bride. Family scandal be damned. Our girl watches from the crowd with the driest look imaginable. Romance is not the word she'd use for it. The romance promptly faceplants. Turns out the groom forgot the single most basic thing, a ring. Cue her imagination running wild, already picturing herself leaping in to save the day. On stage, the panic over that missing ring just will not quit. But in the real world, 2 crimson vials clatter to the ground and the joke is over. I did that to buy some time, someone murmurs. Share these with your friends. On stage, the desperate groom is still scrambling for that ring. In reality, a girl presses a vial into a boy's hands with a gentle lie. Here, F-ale, your favorite grape juice. 2 men go pale at what they're seeing. Elliot, one demands, are you trying to sacrifice yourself again? A young man just stares down at the vial in his own hands, utterly speechless. The truth comes out plain and ugly. At their current strength, this group cannot beat the devil standing in front of them. I knew this would happen, someone mutters, as a potion bottle slips from trembling fingers and shatters on the ground. A grim, blood-streaked face hardens. There's only one option left, Plan B. The Psyllid, it kills me to say it, but you're the strongest one left standing here. You're the one who deserves to survive the most out of all of us. The Psyllid can only stare back in horror. No way. Elliot pours out the draft with shaking hands, while a broken apology gets whispered her way before it's done. The pain will be short, the wounded man promises, forcing a smile through gritted teeth. I'll be right behind you. Wait a minute, someone lunges forward, desperate to stop what's already in motion. It's too late, dust and screams swallow the scene as someone howls a single name into the wreckage. Fail. Here's the twist, this world runs on a script and Elliot's own system just pulled up how the original story was supposed to go. The original plan was brutal. The moment their strongest ally, Hestio, died, everything was doomed to fall apart. In the source material, Fail was meant to mercy kill every surviving child himself, then take his own life, all just to smuggle the Psyllid out alone as the one deemed worth saving. Even the story itself seems to flinch at its own cruelty. Isn't that a lot to ask of actual kids? Elliot's answer is simple and fierce, so that's not happening. She swaps the poison and tucks her friend in instead. All right, Fail, sleep tight. The corpses start twitching awake mid-morning and Elliot gets a sword pointed at her face for her trouble. That's, whoops. A very much alive, the Psyllid blinks up in total confusion, a sleeping child cradled in his arms. What is this? Turns out this isn't the first time. A much younger Elliot once handed off her own dose too. I gave it to Hestio, she says. He was hurt worse than me. Back in the fight, Elliot's got a new call. Don't worry, we're going with Plan C. It's a winning strategy. The Psyllid isn't so sure. Plan C. You take the front, I've got the back. Meeting adjourned, let's move. The Psyllid hesitates, but it's just the two of us against that thing. He doesn't get to finish the thought. Something behind him just lit up like nothing he's ever felt before. There's no need to sit back and watch anymore, Elliot murmurs, raising her hand toward the sky. Her eyes blaze gold as raw power gathers around her. Descent of Divinity. The sky itself seems to tear open as the spell rips through the battlefield. The Psyllid can barely speak. This energy, no way. Omnipotence, barrier of the guarded city, Elliot declares, and this is no cosplay power, it's the real deal. A system message flashes across the sky itself. The ultimate skill, level 20, fully activated. The devil gets launched clean off his feet, sent flying like a ragdoll. Elliot blinks, almost giddy. My level went up, did my assimilation rate go up too? Meanwhile, the devil is shrieking bloody murder about someone playing with this demon's innocence. And there it is, the real motive. You stole my heart, he snarls, so I will take yours. The Psyllid's had enough of the theatrics. Cut this bullshit of yours, lightning crackles up his arm. Omnipotence, divine punishment. The chant repeats like a battle drum as electricity floods the field. The devil howls in agony under the barrage. He grins through the damage anyway, blood dripping down his face. Haha, that's barely enough to quiet the wrath of my love. The devil closes the distance in a blink and Elliot realizes her mistake too late. Oops, close combat. Steel meets steel as the Psyllid throws himself in the way, blades locking with a deafening clang. The devil overpowers him and sends him crashing to the ground. Bloodied but not backing down, the Psyllid plants himself between them. You will not touch her. Elliot's eyes light up. Right, I've got Tanker the Psyllid, omniscience, tell me about my support skills now. While her system engine searches, the devil just sneers down at the Psyllid. This poor little bastard. An explosion rips through the ground as Elliot snaps, don't you dare disturb me, she needs every second of this. The Psyllid grits through a cracking blade, hanging on by a thread right as her search finally pings complete. Omnipotence, holy hymn, Elliot casts and hands her partner something entirely new. The Psyllid feels it hit different immediately. Is this a blessing? It's nothing like what Hestio used to give me. Newly powered up, he swings and it lands like a freight train. The devil gets rocked clean across the battlefield by the impact. He staggers back, visibly reeling for the first time this whole fight. Blood-streaked and stunned, all he can manage is, how can this be? What the hell? The Psyllid stands tall over him, just as shocked at his own new power. What is this? Elliot just grins, fist clenched, already 3 steps ahead, ready for Plan C. The clash roars back to life. Terry's blade comes down mid-swing, blood streaking his face, but he's still standing. Something huge rears up out of the smoke behind him, wings tearing the air apart. This fight is far from over. Wrapped in crimson chains, the devil Orsh sneers down at them. Both you two brats actually think you can stop me. Terry mutters that he knows exactly how dangerous this thing is, and that's Elliot's cue. She locks eyes on Orsh and commands omnipotence, restrain. Crackling blue chains snap tight around Orsh mid-strike, catching him completely off guard. Elliot's already thinking 2 steps ahead. She just needs to drive a wedge into the crack that Terry's hit tore open. The restraint spell tightens, chains and lightning coiling around Orsh as Elliot keeps the pressure on. Something bigger is building behind her hand now. Whatever's coming, it hits harder than divine punishment itself. Elliot raises a single finger, and a column of golden judgment light comes crashing down on the devil. For the first time, real fear cracks across Orsh's twisted face. This isn't a fight he's going to walk away from. The golden beam roars down like a verdict from the heavens themselves, swallowing him whole. Orsh screams as the light tears through him. Whatever this power is, it's merciless. Even Terry flinches at the scale of it. This execution doesn't just hurt, it erases evil equal to everything the target has ever done. Orsh stares at his own crumbling hand in horror. My body, he chokes out, it's disappearing. This is Orsh, a literal devil, reduced to screaming. How did this happen? As his own power turns to ash in his hands. He rages that the gods themselves gave up on this world long ago, so why come for him now? Nobody answers. One final flash of light, and the devil that nearly killed them both is simply gone. In the sudden quiet, feathers drift down through the wreckage like snow. Terry lowers his sword, catching his breath as the battlefield finally goes still. He looks down at a small pair of boots standing near him, and something clicks. It was you, he realizes out loud, the one the church has been searching for this whole time. The two of them stand there in the falling feathers, the fight over and a much bigger secret hanging in the air. It's you, he says again, that saintess. Elliot praises him for a job well done, and Terry goes stiff as a board, completely unequipped to handle a compliment. The class gap between them was enormous without him here. This fight goes very differently. Then come the dungeon rewards skill books, one for tankers and one for healers, and the kids can't stop grinning. Since the skills pair up, they get to share. Elliot nods along, clutching a gilded book to her chest. Of course, she knows Terry must have 100 questions by now. She explains it's all thanks to her God's grace. She's meant to start small with divine descent before her real power awakens. And somewhere behind the curtain, the powers running this whole world are quietly stunned she made a glitch look this holy. Terry mutters that a title like strict order and goodness carries way too much weight for comfort, then admits he actually has a favor to ask her. She beats him to it. She knows the church is hunting for her, but she wants nothing to do with them. Can he keep her secret? Terry just stares at her, silent, weighing what she's asking. In his head, he's already bracing for this to backfire. Their straight-laced heroine has way too strong a sense of duty for a clean no. Elliot braces for the guilt trip, certain he's about to lecture her about humanity, and instead he just says, I understand. She nearly falls over from the shock. Wait, you understand? She can't quite believe he isn't fighting her on this. He tells her plainly, even as the saintess, she doesn't owe anyone this. She has a family, go home. She thanks him, admitting he's a lot more flexible than he looks, and he's honestly not sure if that's a compliment or an insult. No time to dwell on it, she's already pushing him to crack open his new skill book. The book flares to life in his hands, light spiraling around him. Energy crackles over the pages as his new power settles in. Elliot leans in, curious what kind of skill he actually pulled. Guardian of the Beloved, it reads. If she ever gets hurt, he can pull the injury onto himself instead. Her jaw drops, the pain transfers to him. That is not the flex he thinks it is. What's there to like about that? She snaps. You're just signing up to get hurt in her place. Sounds about right for a guy this recklessly selfless. Not to be outdone, she sneaks a peek at her own book. Hers, at least, sounds a little more normal. Healing for the Beloved, a passive. Turns out her healing gets a 5 times boost, but only when it's aimed at him. Terry short-circuits completely. Reading on, it turns out this particular book was something Orsh was saving for his future fiancée, and yes, it apparently comes with some very adult bonus effects. Nobody asked for that detail. Terry's whole face goes up in flames of embarrassment. Ugh, he groans, the guy's still getting under his skin even after he's dead and gone. He calls out for Elliot. She sways on her feet, blaming it on her blood pressure, then tells him she's got one more favor to ask. He warns her seriously, divine descent isn't a power without a price. Whatever happens next, he needs her to handle the rest. She just blinks at him, confused. She takes his hand and tells him it was nice meeting him and that she hopes they meet again. For a moment, her hair shifts back to its natural pink, the mask dropping just for him. Then she goes limp and Terry's shouting her name in a full panic, Elliot, Elliot. A grim notice flashes up. Overusing divine skills triggers an aftereffect called God Fever. Recovery needs sleep, nearly 2 full days of it. 2 hours pass. Somehow, the unthinkable happened. The dungeon disaster tearing through the Vatican got fully resolved in just 2 hours flat. It was a nightmare scenario, reinforcements couldn't even get in, and yet, miraculously, nobody died. Every last person got treated and sent straight home to their families. Every child trapped inside survived, and the readings show it again, that same signature descent of divinity at work. Back at headquarters, the cardinals go pale. This kind of power showing up twice is not normal. None of the children involved had anywhere near the divine strength to cast something like that themselves, and the one boy who does testify says the boss was already beaten by the time he came to. Back at the estate, Elliot lies buried in flowers, breathing hard. Her fever hasn't broken, if anything, it's getting worse. Terry presses a hand to her forehead, checking just how bad it's gotten. He doesn't like what he's finding. His own arm is still bandaged from the fight, but right now he's only worried about her. The fever won't drop, he mutters, it's like her whole body's on fire. Is this the price for wielding that kind of power? Just as he suspected, this really is what strict order and goodness costs. Before he can dwell on it, someone bursts in calling for Brother the Silid. A fellow priest begs him to come out. Things are chaotic out there, and they need him now. Terry answers with a reluctant yes, torn between duty and staying by her side. He stops at the doorway, taking one last look back at her before he forces himself to leave. Her earlier words echo in his head, "Let's meet again." "It was nice meeting you too," he thinks quietly, turning away. "Let's meet again," he echoes back to himself and finally walks out. With Terry gone, someone else quietly steps into the room where Elliot sleeps. A figure leans in close over her sleeping form, pink hair catching the light. The cross pendant at her collar starts to glow, sparkling like it's waking up. It's a sacred relic, a close friend's pendant necklace, and it's drinking in divine power, resonating with the soul of the legendary saintess herself. Light floods the room, building fast. In the glow, a stranger's eyes blink open, blonde hair, and eyes glinting an unmistakable pink. The blonde stranger stares down at Elliot, baffled. "Wait, you woke me up, and you're the one sleeping." She pokes Elliot's cheek over and over, cracking that this god fever is probably just what happens when you don't eat right or exercise, and this, apparently, is their so-called legendary saintess candidate. She rises to her full height with a confident smile, radiating a completely different kind of power. She's going to need some serious training, the stranger decides right as a notice confirms it. The hero-class saint's ego, Agnes of the Whip Sword, has awakened. Back at the dungeon farm, a couple of skeleton hires are just rattling around, having the time of their afterlife. Helberus, the little fire demon, is having an actual meltdown over farming and plants, bouncing around like his whole world just flipped upside down. Someone hollers after him not to torch anything. This demon runs hot, literally, so farm safety comes first. Ellie just watches the chaos unfold with a soft little wow. This is a normal Tuesday around here now. Bea can't get over how harmless the demon looks, and Ellie just grins. Helberus is gonna be their in-house furnace once winter rolls around. Flash back to how this started. Bea once worried that random stone she picked up was actually a demon and got told not to sweat it, since this one got kicked out of demon society for refusing to kill. Turns out Bea wasn't asking about the demon at all, she was checking on Ellie, who keeps coming back from these episodes running a dangerously high fever. Ellie waves it off with a grin, insisting the fever was worth it since she got the other kids out safe, and Bea just melts, clinging to her like the world's most devoted best friend. Curled up together, Ellie breathes a sigh of relief that she dodged the worst, most infuriating version of how this story could have gone. Somewhere else entirely, three familiar faces from that awful tutorial period get a quiet reprieve. Whatever nightmare almost happened to them has been wiped clean. But nothing's ever that simple for her, is it? She's quietly panicking. She rewrote the male lead's whole backstory setup, and now she's just praying it doesn't blow up in her face. Right on cue, a cosmic entity called the Spoilers Inspector swoops in to chew her out, and honestly, she saw this coming. Turns out there's a whole cosmic bureaucracy watching her plot twists. The world-building god calls her a repeat offender, while the inspector's never seen a transmigrator botch a tutorial this badly. The world-building god just shrugs it off. Apparently she's some rare S-class transmigrator, so a little chaos comes with the territory. Cue a very petty staring contest between the two gods. Back in reality, Ellie mutters a little cheer for the world-building god under her breath, and Bea just blinks at her like she's lost it. Bea laughs it off as Ellie just being extra devout with no idea there's an actual god on the other end of that prayer. Ellie's got a real question this time though. Here's the reveal: this whole world she's living in is the 17th time loop the male lead has been dropped back into. The tutorial arc she just barely survived is literally the prologue that plays out right before he regresses all over again. So naturally she wants to know, if she keeps messing with events during that tutorial window, does it actually rewrite the whole original story? Short answer from upstairs: yes. Every change she makes ripples through everything after it. Even better, on every single timeline the male lead ends up surrounded by whichever friends survived, carrying every skill he ever picked up alongside her. Which raises the one question she's actually scared to ask: what happens to her once the loop resets again? Turns out her soul isn't part of the recurring cast at all. She's an outsider, but since the male lead is the one true anchor of every loop, he's the only one who will ever remember her. One catch though: this current loop, episode 17, is the only one she actually gets to exist in. After this, she's erased from the story completely. She lets herself flop into the grass, relieved at least she managed to steer his story somewhere better this time around. She smiles, whispering a quiet promise to meet again, though she does feel bad that Terry's the only one stuck carrying the memory of her, loop after loop. Cut to a goofy tutorial realm flashback. Tiny Chibai Terry is running around interrogating everyone about some girl named Elliot Roadline. Nobody believes him, so he just breaks down sobbing that he really did meet her, and she really did promise to come back. Meanwhile, Ellie's having her own crisis, worried she's basically gaslit the poor guy's entire sense of reality. The inspector can't resist an "I told you so," but the world-building god isn't about to let anyone dunk on his favorite devotee and snaps right back at him. The inspector just doubles down, demanding the god do a better job keeping his little devotee in line. Which backfires hard. The world-building god rips into him instead, asking why he even bothers building new timelines if all he wants is a scripted puppet show instead of spirits who get to choose their own fate. Ellie just about tears up hearing that. Turns out the big cosmic boss actually believes in her. Even more gods pile into the group chat. The Weigher of Souls can't help but cringe at the mutual admiration, while the critic god who balances just quietly respects her hustle. And that's the mission statement. She's done waiting around. If she wants to survive this world, she's building her own strength with her own two hands. No time to mope, no time to despair. She's got a life to save, starting now. Step 1 of her big self-improvement plan: crack open the transmigrator cash shop. Turns out being a chosen transmigrator comes with a literal in-game store, and she's finally cashing in on some overdue purchases. First big purchase: a job class change package, Combat Edition, because apparently you can just buy a fighting style now. 10 million cash later, she picks Energy of the Aura Master and unlocks a whole questline: Aura Awakening, physical training, weapon training, the works. She grabs the nearest stick like it's a legendary blade, ready to start training from absolute zero. And just like that, her very first stat levels up: strong constitution, level 1, unlocked. Only catch: to unlock actual aura, she needs to grind her way to a full-blown swordmaster first. 50 levels of pure, steel-hard training. She squares her shoulders, grind or not, she's the transmigrator with the privilege, and she's not backing down now. Big confident declaration incoming: she's going to master this thing fast. Cue the training montage: swings, footwork drills, the whole deal, day after day. Except the little progress bar tracking her skill just isn't moving. Bia's watching from the sidelines, clearly worried this whole thing is going nowhere good. Even Helberus is wiped out just watching her push this hard, and Bia's outright panicking now. Ellie stares down at her battered, blistered hands, totally stumped on why none of this grinding is paying off. All that pain, and her skill level hasn't budged an inch. Something about this training method just isn't working. Turns out the world-building god has an answer: she needs a fighting style and training method that actually fits who she is, not just brute effort. Proper footwork and precision take real guidance, and she's finally figured out her method has been the problem all along. Her solution: check if the cash shop sells a home workout video for aspiring sword masters. Bless her. The cash shop doesn't stock a 20-minute aura class, unfortunately, but the god tells her not to worry about it, which is somehow even more confusing. Before she can even process that, a brand new voice cuts in out of nowhere, asking if she really just said she needs a teacher. She just sits there, small and a little lost, with no clue who's actually talking to her. Then a voice calls out that she's right over here, and something starts to glow. The light keeps building, warm and golden, wrapping around her like something out of a fairy tale. And there she is, a stunning golden-haired stranger, standing right beside her like she's always been there. The stranger greets her with a bright, easy smile. "Hello, Saintess candidate." Ellie's brain just short-circuits, completely lost for words. Because this isn't just some random passerby, this is an actual spirit, and somehow she already knows exactly who Ellie is. Out of nowhere, a blinding gust rolls through and a glowing figure sweeps in. "Go ghost," Elliot shrieks, real smooth first impression. Turns out the ghost has a name tag. "Candidate, just call me Agnes instead of Ghost, would you?" "Fair enough, honestly." Still rattled, Elliot repeats it back. "Agnes, yep, that's the one." With an easy smile, Agnes drops the real reveal. She's one of the heroes who stopped the dungeon burst on the day of sacrifice. Elliot's jaw drops. "Wait, are you Cardinal Catalia's friend?" Now that's a name from way back. Agnes lights up. "Oh, you know Catalia, how's she doing?" She's half expecting to hear her old friend turned into a cranky old grandma by now. Elliot confirms she's doing just fine. Agnes gets down to business. She heard Elliot needs a teacher and she happens to be free. Oh, and by the way, she's technically a saintess now. Accidentally saved the world once, no big deal. Agnes slides those sunglasses on. This is about to get serious. Turns out Saintess isn't even her scariest title. Meet the Vatican's very first hell instructor. Agnes rears back and bellows across the yard. Now, Cadet Elliot, poor girl, never saw it coming. "Let's start the training right away." Elliot's brain just short-circuits. What? She's still stammering, completely lost, as Agnes marches her off before she can even process what's happening. And there it is, a whole obstacle course of battered training dummies, just waiting to ruin her day. The two of them stand at the edge of this long-abandoned training ground, dust and all. There was a place like this inside the mansion. Elliot never even knew it existed. Agnes explains, the Gilead family once kept training grounds built for a master swordsman. Neglected for years, sure, but more than good enough to use. No warm-up, no mercy. Stop with this nonsense. 20 laps stat, and she punctuates it with an actual kick. Your posture is terrible. Run correctly. Elliot's barely holding it together, wheezing through every stride. You're slow, Cadet Elliot, on the double. She scrambles up somewhere way too high, panics, and comes crashing right back down. The training montage rolls on, brutal enough that even the crows start circling. By the end of it, Elliot's flat on her back in the dirt, not moving, birds cawing overhead like she's already a goner. Agnes finally takes pity. Hard work, Cadet Elliot. Since it's the first day, we'll stop here. We continue tomorrow. I'm going to rest now. Elliot can barely wheeze out a word. I feel like dying, and I can't even get a refund on this whole transmigration package. Sprawled in the dirt, she calls out for anyone. Hello, is anybody there? Dad, brother, please somebody, I can't even get up. Somewhere up in the cosmic bleachers, the gods running her status window are having a field day, cracking jokes about her rock-bottom stamina. Real supportive bunch, these deities. Even the so-called world-building god feels a pang of guilt seeing her caked in mud. As expected, Elliot sniffs the world-building god really is the best. As the sun sets and the cold creeps in, that same god starts squirming with guilt, not sure what to do about it. Guilt wins, there's a ding, and the god caves to an impulse purchase. 30 packets of divine ginseng extract straight from the divine wallet. Elliot's about to get a very literal godsend. Even the other status window gods do a double take. Apparently nobody expected the big spender to actually spend. The label promises the works. 2 hours of boosted strength and supercharged recovery, basically a week's worth of workouts crammed into one sitting. Elliot's eyes go wide. Wow, this is awesome. Free performance enhancers courtesy of the cosmos. The gods bicker over whether their boss just blew a month's salary on one believer, while Elliot just rips the package open. Down it goes, one long gulp. Immediately, she can feel it. Muscles knitting back together, fatigue melting away, her whole body buzzing back to life. Full restoration just like that. I feel like my body is flying. Best marketing this god's ever done. Riding the high, she grips her cross necklace and hollers for her instructor. Instructor, instructor, instructor Agnes. Agnes answers mildly amused. HM, you called. Elliot, practically vibrating with energy, announces she wants to keep training. Agnes raises an eyebrow. What? You were dying a minute ago. Still, she can't help but be impressed. You've got quite the spirit. Yes, Elliot grins through the grime. It's the only way I'm getting stronger. In her head, she's already thanking the god who emptied his wallet for her. No way she's wasting a single second of this borrowed strength. Agnes grins right back. That's the spirit. Then run 20 more laps and off Elliot goes, shouting yes like she actually means it. She can practically feel the experience points stacking up with every step. It's working, I can feel my exp going up. In her head, it's basically a victory lap for capitalism. Expensive items really do hit different. She scrambles up a climbing wall next, screaming the whole way, muscles somehow still cooperating. Even Agnes, sunglasses and all, can't hide it. Amazing, the speed at which she gains strength is scary. Swinging across the monkey bars like she's done it 100 times, it's easy to see why people are already calling her a legend in the making. Arms thrown up in triumph, sweat and dirt and all, she's grinning ear to ear. Somehow this brutal training is exactly what she wanted. Agnes just watches her with a quiet, satisfied smile. Yeah, hey, this one's going to be fun to train. 4 days later, deep in the mountains, someone's clearly been putting in serious work. Step by step, small boots grind through snow and ice. This is not a leisurely hike. That's Elliot out there alone in the frost, refusing to quit. Boom, her strong constitution stat jumps to level 17, and that smirk says she knows exactly how absurd that is. Her instructor is floored. What should have taken a month took Elliot just 4 days, and now she's half joking, half accusing her of guzzling stat tonics on the sly. Stamina training's a wrap time to hand this girl an actual weapon. Cue the dramatic clang of steel weapons. Training starts now. Elliot's eyes go wide. A swordmaster, and yeah, that is basically the top title in the sword game. Her instructor confirms it. A swordmaster is someone who's mastered ultimate swordplay, full stop. Asked if she knows where the title even comes from, Elliot's answer is basically a very confident shrug. Aura, she explains, flows like water toward the source of life. Controlling it means treating your sword like part of your own body. Most people never get there. Bottom line, no aura control, no swordmaster title. Simple as that. Turns out you can pour that aura into any weapon at all. They call the result an aura blade. Watch it crystallize in real-time, raw power taking physical shape. The higher your skill, the harder that blade hits, eventually punching straight past materials tougher than steel. Reach expert level and you can pull off the legendary holy ring of swords, blades orbiting like a one-woman armory. Elliot's jaw drops while her instructor casually mentions her personal max is 7 swords at once. No big deal, apparently. Elliot slips and calls her big sis before catching herself. Smooth save, kid. Time to pick her weapon, and her instructor, sunglasses on, is straight up cackling about the endless humiliation she's got planned for her naive amateur. Hell instructor mode officially on. Lucky for Elliot, this woman happens to know every weapon there is. Funny thing though, the instructor has no idea just how lucky she is about to get too. Because Elliot's packing a blessing for ultra-rapid growth straight from Transmigrator headquarters, boosting every skill she learns by 5 times over. She's not just a cadet, she's a certified overachieving Transmigrator. With a cheat like that in her back pocket, training suddenly feels less like torture and more like a party. Instructor barks out the basics and Elliot's sword skill rockets to level 2 almost instantly. Level 3 already. The instructor's smug grin cracks into genuine surprise. Switch weapons, keep going. Spear, same story, up to level 3 in a blink. The instructor's starting to sweat, betting a bow will finally be the one that trips her up. Nope, bow and arrow also mastered on the spot. At this point, the instructor's just watching her own expectations get demolished. Even the whip falls in line. Level 2, level 3 done. How can a monster like this exist? Her instructor mutters, completely dumbfounded, while Elliot just blinks back. She genuinely does not know what the word devastation means. Sunglasses back on, the instructor tells her to pick a main and backup weapon. Elliot already has an idea. She holds up her picks, a sword and a whip. Her instructor's face says it all, that combo is not exactly beginner-friendly. Did you choose these on purpose? She asks, half suspicious she's staring at a prodigy who knows exactly what she's doing. Cut to Elliot doing her homework, quietly digging up intel on her terrifying new teacher. Turns out her hell instructor is Agnes Aslet, the actual Holy Mother of the Fatherland, a continent-wide hero who once single-handedly stopped an ice dungeon from wiping out the front lines. She earned the weapons master title as a teenager and spent her 20s inventing her own personal swordsmanship style. No pressure, Elliot. Agnes warns her a whip-sword hybrid lets you redirect your blade mid-swing with pure aura flow, incredibly powerful but brutal to control. Must you really choose the hardest style available? Agnes asks, only half joking. Elliot doesn't hesitate for a second. Yes, she wants the whip sword and she wants Agnes to be the one teaching her. Agnes studies her for a long moment, clearly recalculating who exactly she's dealing with. I like your eyes, she finally says with a smirk. You're ambitious, high praise coming from an actual hero. Great, it's about to get a lot harder, so don't you dare fall behind, Agnes warns with a grin that promises pain. Elliot throws a fist in the air, bring it on. Cut to later, all that overachieving finally catches up, and Elliot looks completely wiped out. Turns out she'd zoned out mid-conversation with her friend Bia, who's now eyeing her with real concern. Bia's got her own grind going too, buried under succession lessons, homework, and exams of her own. Somewhere in between all that, Bia quietly helped broker a deal to get the Roadline family's potions onto the market, and Elliot's dad was thrilled, even as Elliot plays dumb about already knowing. Starting tomorrow, those potions hit store shelves for real, all thanks to Bia's connections. Elliot's nerves start creeping in. Will people actually buy them? Bia doesn't even hesitate. Of course they will, these potions are the real deal. One taste and word is going to travel fast. With Bia in her corner, Elliot's already dreaming about the payday and scheming about what she'll spend it on. Turns out there's an actual item called the genre modification ticket that can swap her whole story out of brutal survival mode. 10 billion cash, random genre roulette included, bold plan. Only problem, she can't afford it yet, and she's already muttering about roping in social media influencers to help, loud enough that Bia catches every word. It's nothing, hee, Elliot says, smiling like someone who is definitely hiding something. And just like that, the big day arrives. The Roadline potions finally hit the crowded market stalls. A curious shopper picks one up, clearly never having seen the brand before. Before he can even finish reading the label, chaos erupts. Someone screams that Fenrir is walking by and the whole street stampedes. Enter Fenril shirtless, gleaming, and apparently famous enough to cause a riot just by existing. The crowd's losing it, begging to know his secret muscle care routine. Meanwhile, Fenril is just vibing, giving himself a very technical, very smug self-diagnosis on his own back muscles. Just another day being devastatingly jacked, apparently. Deep in the Gillette Estate's southwestern hills sits a claw-class dungeon, the contaminated crystal caves, worked day and night by an ordinary crew of miners. Pickaxe in hand, the crew grinds through another shift, chasing whatever's buried in these crystal caves. One miner in particular swings like he's got something to prove: shoulders like a draft horse, arms like tree trunks. Word around the tunnels is that this guy never quits, and the older hands know better than to get in his way. One clean swing and the rock just gives up. The dust settles to reveal an absolute unit of a miner, casually treating solid stone like it owes him money. He flexes for absolutely nobody but himself. My pectoralis major and erector spinae are in fine condition today, he announces like anyone asked. The rest of the crew can only stare, completely starstruck. Would you look at that build, one whispers. Turns out even a walking mountain needs maintenance. Right on schedule, it's time for his muscle supplement potion. He cracks one open with a satisfying clink. Down it goes in one long gulp. So delicious, he groans, real convincing big guy. One breath later, the truth comes out. It's bitter enough to numb his whole tongue. Worth it though, anything for the gains. One deep breath and it's back to the grind. But something in that rock face is stirring, and nobody's noticed yet. Oblivious, the rest of the crew keeps smashing away at the wall. Nearby, a new face has joined the crew for the day, and a veteran clocks it instantly. You're a rookie, aren't you? Yeah, the rookie admits, just here for a one-day job trying to make some extra coin. Little do they know exactly who's swinging a pickaxe among them. The veterans can't help but gossip about the buff one. Word is he showed up out of nowhere and became the guy everyone envies from a very safe distance. Nobody dares get close. Just listen to that pickaxe, someone says, awestruck like the guy's swinging some kind of magic hammer. Ha, no way, another scoffs, this dungeon's been sealed for decades, there's no magic left in here, famous last words. Because right on cue, the wall starts crumbling into something a lot worse than rock. A rookie scream rips through the tunnel as the ground gives way beneath them. A massive red maw bursts out of the rubble and the whole crew scatters, screaming for their lives. Someone's buried under the rock slide, but a huge hand digs them free just in time. The young'un's safe, comes a gruff voice above them. It's the muscle-bound miner himself, cradling the rookie like they weigh nothing at all. He checks them over, dead serious. Are you hurt anywhere, young lady? Huh, no, comes the flustered reply, face going red at the sudden closeness. No time to dwell on it. The monster's already back, smashing through the tunnel while miners beg for their lives. His smile drops. Claw-class mid-rank monster. An exid worm, he growls. Only someone who can wield aura stands a chance against that thing, and none of these miners qualify. But the rookie starts to protest. Go hide somewhere safe. Now he cuts them off. The worm's massive foot slams down, closing the distance. His fist clenches, aura flaring to life around it. A trapped miner shrieks for someone, anyone, to save him. Without a second thought, the big guy leaps. He sails clean through the air, fist cocked back straight at the beast. The worm's jaws yawn open, rows of jagged teeth ready to swallow him whole. He slams a fist straight into it instead. The monster shrieks in agony as the impact tears clean through its hide. Fenril, the rookie gasps, watching wide-eyed from the rubble. He's ripping the monster apart with his bare muscles. Someone yells, and yeah, hey, that's basically exactly what's happening. Fenril's eyes go white with focus, one last breath before the finishing blow. He tears the worm apart with his bare hands like it's an overcooked steak. The crowd just stares at the wreckage in stunned silence. He really did it, someone mutters. Fenril won against the monster. The cry finally goes up and the whole crew erupts. He's so cool, bravo Fenril. Then, because priorities, someone adds bravo muscles, naturally. One overenthusiastic fan starts naming individual muscle groups like he's reading off a trophy case. Bravo deltoids, bravo erectors. Then Fenril goes pale, his muscle supplement potions, every last one shattered in the fight. "Nu, if I don't drink one every 30 minutes I'll lose muscle mass," he wails, never mind the freshly slain dungeon monster. Meanwhile, the rookie he just saved steps up quietly. "Thank you so much for saving me," they say. Earlier they say, bowing deep and holding out a small vial. "Please, let me repay the favor. Take my muscle supplement potion." Fenrir waves it off, insisting there's nothing to thank him for. The rookie won't budge. "Please, losing muscle mass is basically a tragedy." He finally grasps the vial, "Then I'll gladly take it." "Thanks, friend," he says, then pauses. "Rodel, first time I'm hearing that name." He downs it immediately and freezes. How does a potion taste this sweet and meaty? He marvels, practically tasting steak he hasn't touched in years. And it doesn't even cut into the muscle-building effects. "My muscles are thrilled," he declares, striking another dramatic pose. Fenrir throws the empty vial in the air. "The alchemist, Rodel, you're incredible," he bellows loud enough for the whole camp to hear. Word spreads through the crowd instantly. Fenrir's actually impressed. "Then this Rodel's potion must be the real deal. I need to buy some right now." News like that doesn't stay in a mining camp for long. It's already racing toward the alchemy shop back in town. Sure enough, someone comes running into the shop, panicked. "Mr. Roadline, it's an emergency, a month's worth of potions just sold out." The alchemist bursts into action. "Get an order out, send more stock to every local client now." Across town, another clerk can barely believe the demand. "You're serious?" "Yes, I need potions delivered right away." Back home, business is booming and Dad's taking full advantage of an excuse to spoil his daughter. "After work, Dad's buying you anything you want, Tilda." The assistant just sighs. This isn't right. She just watches quietly, a small knowing smile creeping in. But her father's practically glowing with pride. "My daughter's skills have finally been recognized," he beams. "All right, let's work like an ox," the assistant declares, fired up for the rush of new orders. "Dad, we've got this." "An ox, right, we've got this," comes the slightly less confident echo. And just like that, one miner's love of gains kicks off an alchemy empire. After a brutal grind session, the little family shop is finally stocked to the rafters, bottles gleaming and ready to sell. Row after row of potions packed edge to edge, the local merchants are about to have their pick. 3 sore backs later, Doc wipes his brow and sighs. "Phew, this should be enough to fill the demand of the local merchants." Turns out running a potion shop takes a village. Doc's the potion maker, Prince is the assistant, Ellie's the flavor creator, and for the last few hours the 3 of them worked like actual cattle. Prince groans he won't be looking at another potion for a while. Ellie peeks at the crates with stars in her eyes. "Wow, there's so many. If we sell all these, we'll become rich." Prince asks the obvious question, what will she do if she's actually rich? Ellie just hums, already scheming. Doc jokes Prince would blow the whole fortune on nonsense, but for Ellie, he's already picturing a night academy, tuition saved and ready. She's stunned he's thought this far ahead. The daydream keeps going. Doc pulls both kids into a hug, sighing that it'd be perfect if only their mother were here with them too. If they were rich, Doc says, the first thing he'd want is to go back and see the house he once shared with their mother. Ellie's mind drifts somewhere darker. In the original story, this Elliot's mother died giving birth to her, but here, something is clearly, quietly different. The moment Ellie turned 4, her mother vanished without a word. Even now, it's a wound Doc doesn't like to touch. The kids keep poking at it. "You two just suddenly disappeared." Prince jokes that's called running before Ellie clamps his mouth shut, then sweetly asks how Mom and Dad even met. Doc's eyes soften. "Our first meeting, I remember it like it was yesterday. I was up the mountain digging for herbs while training." Deep in the woods, young Doc stumbles on something that stops him cold. He found her badly injured out there and carried her home to nurse her wounds. She had no memory of who she was and asked to stay. That's how the whole romance began. Young Ellie's face flickers with something unreadable because 4 years later, that same mother would vanish just as suddenly as she'd appeared. Doc admits it plainly. If she'd said one day that her memories came back and she had to return to wherever she truly belonged, none of it would surprise him. Prince asks it straight. Did Doc ever hate her for leaving 2 kids behind and running off? The question hangs heavy over an old memory of potion jars catching the light. Doc doesn't even hesitate, not at all. He's endlessly grateful for the two gifts she left him with, meaning Ellie and Prince themselves. If he really has no regrets, Ellie thinks, then maybe Mom never actually abandoned them. Prince, still grumbling, agrees he doesn't think Mom abandoned them either. Doc finally admits something he'd written off as just a dream. The night she vanished, he actually saw her get up. She rose in the dead of night, grabbed a hand plow and a cultivator, and walked into the woods like she was sleepwalking. Little Prince called out, "Mommy, where are you going?" She never even seemed to notice him. The kids try to laugh the chill off, joking that Mom's probably out there ready to catch or, knowing her, beat whoever's responsible. Present day Ellie can't shake it. Family, is it just me, or was Mom seriously no ordinary person? That can't be. Doc fidgets restlessly with an old pendant, wondering aloud if she'd tried fighting off a wild boar for the family's sake and something went horribly wrong. Young Ellie just grins. Dad clearly fell head over heels for Mom. Ellie wonders what her mother must have felt, staring at the old house she once called home. The family walks toward that very house. If she goes there in person, would she finally find out the truth? Reality bites. Stuck on the family estate, she has no way to just get up and go find out. Then a notification chimes. The world-building god crunches the odds and drops her a quest: visit her hometown and gather at the house she once lived in. Reward: wild ginseng extract. Ellie salutes the sky with a delighted "sir," while somewhere off in the cosmos a critic god grumbles that the reward doesn't match the difficulty. The world-building god pretends not to hear. Doc barely gets a word out before Ellie comes barreling over. She's already decided she wants to see the house where she lived with Mom. Ellie's off and running, basket of herbs in hand, already plotting logistics. To reach the Principality of Hisfenral, they'll need 1 more week's worth of potions ready to sell. Prince wants in too. He'll help make it a real family trip together. Doc, quietly touched, can only manage Prince too. Softy gets a little misty-eyed himself, then rallies their very first real family trip. The Principality is supposedly the continent's hub for trade and tech, full of interesting things to see, though everyone can tell Doc only really cares about revisiting Mom's old haunts. On the road, Doc drops a random fun fact for the kids: the king is supposedly the strongest man on the whole continent. That actually catches Ellie's interest, and right on cue, footsteps close in. Because the king himself has just arrived. Meet Aaron Jake Hisfenral, the current king of the Principality, and he wants to know exactly what was so urgent. His excuse: he had to abandon a weight training session, and by God, his muscles are sulking about it. His aide cuts straight through the flexing with real news: they've found a trace of the missing princess. The king's face goes utterly, dangerously still. He grabs his aide by the collar. She was found at an unexpectedly close distance. He's shaking now, gripping tight, barely holding it together. The aide points to a spot on the map: a dungeon in the woods near a duke's mansion, where they recovered the princess's sword. The king can barely get the words out. At last, he clutches something of hers, murmuring how much he's missed his daughter Althea. He might finally get to see her again. His attendants can only whisper, "Your Majesty." He reflects grimly on how long he's lived like a dead man without her. At least the muscle-building hobby kept him sane. Case in point, he flexes dramatically, swearing he can literally hear his biceps and delts laughing with excitement. His aide, utterly deadpan, "Yes, I can hear them." The aide dryly suggests the real problem might be standing too close, but the king's already lost in thought, whispering one name: Althea. He calls out into the light, almost pleading, "Wait for me." Clutching a scrap of her old fabric, he swears to himself, "I will definitely." Cut back to our family finally arriving in the Principality. Prince cheers we're in the Principality, while Ellie races to catch up, yelling for them to wait. Back with the king, the vow finally lands: "I will definitely find you." Picture this: a strawberry parfait so glossy it looks like it wandered straight out of a bakery ad. Agnes and her dad gawk at it like it just arrived from the heavens. First bite has not even happened yet and they are already sold. Agnes gushes that it looks almost too pretty to eat, comparing it to the artwork they saw on the artist street earlier. Her dad just nods along, the proud art critic of desserts. Her dad admits this cafe was one of his old date spots with her mom. He starts to say what Mom liked, then trails right off. Meanwhile, two robed academics chatter in the background about the Golden Ivory Tower's next master, a Professor Hikim Sarmatan, apparently the reigning authority on regenerative potions. The name lands like a gut punch. Her dad forces an awkward laugh, muttering that this Hikim has not produced results lately. His smile does not reach his eyes. He quietly feeds her a spoonful anyway, hand trembling just a little. Some memories do not stay buried easy. Agnes admits to herself that this whole principality does not exactly hold happy memories for her. This is the Golden Ivory Tower, the glittering academy at the center of her father's ruin. Turns out Dad once knew Professor Hikim Sarmatan, or as she likes to call him, Hikim Satan. A mentor terrible at research but brilliant at office politics. That parasite stole every scrap of her father's research for himself. And right as he was about to get caught red-handed, he flipped the story, framed her father, and had him thrown out for good. The regenerative potion recipe that made Hikim famous was originally her dad's. Agnes can only ask if he is okay. He waves it off gently, insisting he is fine, and nudges her back to the melting parfait. Then it clicks, he remembers what they were talking about. Her mom hated this dessert. No wonder she never wanted to come back to a place stuffed with bittersweet memories like this one. Turns out her mom hated the dessert so much she just fed the whole thing to him instead, and he happily ate every bite. And now here he is, feeding that same dessert to her little brother Prince. Agnes just watches, thinking, yeah, the power of love really is something else. Agnes asks to visit the house where her parents actually lived. Her dad blinks, surprised, then figures they have done enough sightseeing for one trip. So off they go, chasing one more piece of the past. And there it is, the old family home, standing quiet under a fading sky. Dad, Agnes, and little Prince creak the door open together. 6 years of neglect has a way of aging a house fast. Every stool and shelf inside looks worn down way past what the old stories described. Prince puffs up, insisting the place is small enough to clean in no time, while Agnes spots a leftover towel ready for scrubbing duty. Dad comes sprinting in, panicking that his kids are working too hard, practically begging them to just rest. A stray little critter nearby gasps, wondering if these kids ever get tired at all. Nope, apparently not even a little. Turns out kids who buy the premium Aura package just do not get tired. Convenient little perk, that one. That night, Agnes slips out alone, muttering that she should have cleared the visit your hometown requirement by now. Still, something is off. The quest just will not check itself complete, and she has no idea why. The quest log spells it out plainly. Visit her hometown, gather near the old house, reward 1 wild ginseng extract. Difficulty D, no penalty for failure. Simple enough, except it is stubbornly stuck incomplete. She wonders if there is some corner of the area she still has not explored. A strange pink shimmer catches her attention out of nowhere. There is a glitchy, unnatural patch of map just sitting there, completely blank where a real place should be. Her eyes narrow, could it be? She calls out to the so-called world-building god, demanding answers about the glitch, only to notice the poor deity acting extremely shifty about it. Cue the world-building god frantically waving a carrot around like a bribe, while some unseen spoilers inspector is absolutely fuming in the background. Divine bureaucracy at its finest. In the dead of night, Agnes tiptoes right past her sleeping dad, quiet as a ghost. She sets her jaw, whatever that glitchy zone is, she is heading straight for it. Step by careful step, she creeps through the moonlit woods, the quest tracker glowing faintly in the dark. She figures she is close now, pushing through the underbrush. Something shimmers ahead through the trees, pulling her deeper in. She wonders out loud if it is a lake up ahead. One look closer and her face says otherwise. It is very much not a lake. The water stretches out wide and still, swallowing the moonlight whole. No, it is a massive crater, gouged straight into the earth. Crouching at the edge, Agnes mutters that she knew it. She was right to be suspicious. This, she realizes, is the scar left behind by a dungeon burst. Out of nowhere, a golden-haired figure appears beside her, remarking that whoever handled this acted fast, otherwise the nearby villages would have been burned to ash. Agnes gulps, staring down at the crater. So this is what a dungeon burst actually looks like up close. A dungeon burst happens when raw magic floods out uncontrolled, and no matter how weak the dungeon started as, once it bursts the danger rockets straight to S level. Left unchecked, this could have torched an entire continent. But something bugs the golden-haired stranger. The dungeon looks completely abandoned, no memorials anywhere, which is strange since a burst this size should have left plenty of victims. The likely answer: the subjugation party sent to stop the burst was wiped out entirely. Wiped out so fast there is no time left to warn a single soul. Agnes hesitates, half dreading the idea of going inside, while somewhere unseen a watching deity bristles at her being led somewhere this dangerous. The world-building god scrambles to reassure everyone it is only a low-class dungeon, already long since cleared, should be fine, probably. Agnes turns to the golden-haired woman with a quiet request. "Elliot," she says, "I have a favor to ask." She asks if Elliot could bring back the remains of that lost subjugation party. Elliot goes quiet and thoughtful. Sacrificing your life to stop a dungeon burst is not something she can shrug off so easily. Agnes nods slowly, calling them brave souls who gave everything to stop the burst. This, she admits, has happened to someone like her before. The words hang heavy in the air, tied to Agnes's own past far more than she lets on. Elliot agrees without hesitation, promising to lay their souls to rest properly. Elliot tells her to rest now, and Agnes can only offer a heartfelt thank you. Sure, Elliot's eyes go greedy the second treasure gets mentioned, but underneath all that she still has a genuinely warm heart. The two of them head off together into the dark toward the dungeon. And of course Agnes comes sprinting after her, yelling to wait up. There might be free S-level loot in there. Some things never change. Fresh off a kill, Elliot stands there drenched in blood spatter, sword still in hand. Whatever she just cut down did not go down quietly. The system pings twice. Her strong constitution just hit level 24, her sword skills level 22. Not bad for someone who apparently one-shots desert scorpions now. Her glowing instructor Agnes calls the dungeon remarkable for class, perfect for practical training, before waving Cadet Elliot forward. Elliot snaps back a bright yes, like the good little soldier she is. They push deeper into a cracked, wind-scoured wasteland, not exactly a postcard destination. The system tags the place, class difficulty, the Black Salt Desert, cute name for somewhere this bleak. Something in the dark catches Elliot's eye, and her whole body goes on alert. "What is that, a fossil?" Agnes asks, staring down at some half-buried bones. Turns out those are the ribs of a demonic dragon, likely this dungeon's old middle boss. And apparently nobody's cleared it in over 100 years. Elliot pulls up her status window, all business. Agnes frowns. There's a 20-year time gap between this dungeon and the outside world. That much of a difference? Elliot blinks. Dungeon time is weird like that. Whatever remains they're here to collect have been sitting untouched just as long. Time to hustle, Agnes says. They've kept people waiting long enough. Right, Elliot mutters, bracing herself for whatever's coming next. A notification flashes. They've just crossed into the boundary of the Black Temple. No turning back now. A glowing map blinks open in front of her. The system, ever so helpfully, is drawing her a treasure map. Doesn't matter if I can't see what's ahead, Elliot decides. I'll just keep my eyes on this map instead. Bold strategy. Narrating with her eyes glued to a floating map while walking is, shockingly, a terrible idea. She face-plants instantly. Ouchie, she groans into the sand. Agnes whips around, alarmed. Elliot. Are you okay? Watch where you're going, Agnes scolds. Elliot has no comeback for that one, just an awkward silence. Then Agnes notices the thing Elliot tripped near is twitching. Wait, this isn't just a stone statue, she realizes, voice going tight. Elliot freezes, blood still streaked across her face, staring at whatever just moved. The statue turns out to be a chained, half-rotted looking man. Naturally, the first thought is a zombie grandpa, never a dull moment in this dungeon. No, wait, he's still alive, Agnes shouts, shaking him. Grandfather, snap out of it. He manages a weak, garbled groan back. First words out of a man who was practically mummified, a panicked shout about losing his muscle mass. Priorities apparently never die. Agnes just stares. Who exactly does muscle training in the afterlife? Fair question, honestly. Elliot digs into her bag and offers him a bite of food. Here, grandfather, try this. Agnes isn't convinced he's even lucid enough to chew, honestly. He looks completely out of it. Turns out he's plenty lucid. He chomps it down happily, bite after bite, and swallows without a hitch. Oh, he's eating just fine, Agnes laughs. One bite in and suddenly he's got demands, something sweet, please, and preferably to wash it down. Even half dead, the man has standards. By the time he's done, there's a small graveyard of empty bottles scattered around them. Guess who just fed an entire stranger her whole travel stash? Fed and finally steady, he manages to pry his eyes open at last. Chains rattle at his wrists as he turns to thank his rescuer, then stops cold. Aren't you my daughter, Althea? Before anyone can correct him, he yanks Elliot into a crushing bear hug. I knew you'd be here. I've been searching this dungeon for you for 2 whole months, she just yelps. Wait, grandfather, I'm not Althea, I'm Elliot, she manages to squeak out. I think you've got the wrong girl. Agnes storms in, furious. Hurry up and let go of my cadet. The man finally freezes. Wait, you're not Althea. Reality catches up to him mid-hug. His real daughter would be fully grown by now, not some kid. No amount of wishful thinking changes that math. So his daughter really is still out there somewhere, missing. He pauses, then asks Elliot something else. She did mention wandering this dungeon 2 months without a proper meal, right? Turns out he came into this very dungeon chasing word of someone he was searching for, got caught in a magical storm, and simply couldn't break free ever since. 2 months trapped, alone, in the dark. Elliot steadies him gently. Don't worry, grandfather, I know the way out. I'll get you somewhere safe, she promises, flashing a confident grin. Just believe in me. Something about her certainty actually lands. He looks at her like maybe, just maybe, this kid can really pull it off. He smiles, and for the first time you get a good look at him. Broad shoulders, solid muscle, definitely not the shambling wreck he first appeared to be. Without much warning, he scoops her right up. Jaya, Elliot yelps, swaying through the air before landing against him with a plop. You're admirable and all, she says, unconvinced, but how's a guy in your condition supposed to push through this storm? Rude, but fair. Just point the way he grins. This grandfather will carry you there himself, confidence fully restored. He plants one foot down hard, muscles coiling like a spring about to snap loose. And just like that they blast forward, tearing straight through the raging storm winds. Wind screams past them as he barrels ahead without slowing down once. Whoa, you're seriously fast? Elliot laughs. You must have been popular back in the day. Back in the day, I'm still in my prime, he fires back, cackling. Left turn here, quick, she shouts, tugging his hair for emphasis. Not like that, my hair's gonna fall out. Turns out he's vain about that too. Right again, then left, more directions, more hair pulling, more pained yelping. Navigation by scalp, apparently. They keep pushing through the swirling dark, closing in on wherever this map is leading them. A strange blue crack splits the ground beneath his boots as they pass over it. Crumbling ruins finally rise out of the haze ahead of them. They touch down at last. Elliot peers out from his shoulders at the wreckage sprawled below. Standing there in full view now, chains still hanging off him, he cuts a genuinely imposing figure against the desert, definitely more than just some lost old man. They keep walking, closing the last stretch toward the ruins. The storm's died down, but it could still be dangerous in there, he warns, setting her down. Child, thank you for getting me this far. You sure you still want to go in with me? Of course, Elliot says without hesitation. I've got my own business here too, still need to loot those S-class dungeon items, and there's the quest besides. All right then, he says, let's head in together. Side by side, the two of them step toward the ruined temple entrance. A system chime rings out. They've just entered the burst zone known as the Temple of the Black Desert. Whatever's waiting in there, it's not going to be simple. Deep in a snowbound dungeon, 2 small figures pick their way through the dark, nothing but footsteps echoing off the stone. An old man stops the girl cold. What's a kid like her doing in a dungeon? Doesn't her mom worry about her? She doesn't miss a beat. Her mom ran off 6 years ago and nobody has seen her since. He starts apologizing on reflex, but she waves it off. She barely even remembers her mother well enough to be sad about it. Then she turns the question right back on him. So, grandfather, how did your own daughter end up missing? Turns out his daughter ran off too. Is running away from home just a trend in this world? She deadpans right before he cracks and blurts out that it was his own fault. He can barely get the sentence out. What happened? She presses, and you can tell this story is about to get heavy. He takes a long breath. About that, buckle up because grandfather is about to unload the whole tragic backstory. Cue the flashback. Once upon a time, he was young, dumb, and completely head over heels for a woman. Both their families dug in their heels and the romance collapsed under the pressure. They tore each other apart just to end it. Years passed, then came the news that hit like a truck. She had died. And she had been carrying his child the whole time. So he tore across the continent, checking every orphanage he could find, refusing to give up on her. Somewhere out there, a little girl sat quietly, with no idea her father was already looking for her. He finally found her, his daughter Althea. One look at her and his mind was made up. This was his kid and he was keeping her. Wait, present-day Elliot cuts in. She's already got questions. Grandfather, are you secretly royalty or something? She gasps, connecting some very fancy dots. Baron, Viscount, could you be a count? She's spiraling and mildly horrified she once yanked his hair without knowing who he was. He just laughs it off. Think of me as a grandfather, and the story rolls on. He brought his daughter home safe and started grooming her to inherit his title. Except that education turned out way stricter than anyone signed up for. The ink and blood on the page say it all. For a girl who had spent 8 years as a commoner, suddenly having to be perfect royalty was crushing. She felt like she was failing at every turn. And her father, the one person who was supposed to have her back, was cold, distant, and about as warm as a brick wall. Little Althea determined anyway. Father, I'll become the princess you want so one day I can protect you too. Just believe in me, Althea, he tells her, stiff as ever. Then in public the knife twist. The staff is watching. Don't call me father. Even present-day Elliot can't hold it in. You were so mean, she cries, appalled on Althea's behalf. Althea, a little older now, still can't shake it. Why can't she just call her own father father? Back in the present, grandfather is full-on ugly crying. I was just too eager to see her become a real princess. Elliot pats him on the back like a champ. And it got worse from there, he sobs. Because one day, a girl named Alyssa showed up out of nowhere, claiming to be his real daughter. Gasp, I've read this exact plot before, Elliot mutters, since Alyssa clearly knows way too much about his dead ex. That's because the resemblance is uncanny. Alyssa looks just like his late love. And he was still hopelessly heartbroken over her. So he poured his whole heart into raising Alyssa instead. Right in front of Althea, who watched every bit of it. Something in her just shatters, right along with those flowers. What did you say? Althea stammers, bracing for the gut punch. Alyssa all smiles. Father's passing his title to me. He's finally acknowledged his real daughter. The fake one gets tossed out soon, right? Althea storms back into the room, furious, done playing nice. What's the meaning of this behavior? Her father snaps and she fires right back. Is she about to officially become the fake daughter? Stop being so petty and foolish, he barks, calling her childish. Is that really how you talk to the heir? Althea just goes quiet, tears welling up. I'm never enough for you, she says, fists clenched. So that's your decision then. You've chosen Alyssa. 3 words and something in her hardens for good. What use am I now? You can't even disown me. Family honor won't allow it, she says, cold, as he finally shouts her name. Why are you even angry? You've never once treated me like your daughter. If I vanished tomorrow, you wouldn't shed a single tear, and isn't that exactly what you wanted? I'll leave on my own so I don't get in anyone's way, she says, and he panics, begging her to come back. But she's already walking into the snow, his voice chasing after her and getting nowhere. Present-day grandfather, quietly gutted, I never meant to abandon her. I loved them both. I was just too hard on her. Honestly, I'd have run away too, Elliot says flatly, and that sends him into full meltdown sobbing. That's not what I wanted to happen. I thought she'd just understand. He wails, and Elliot's not letting him off easy. How could she? You needed to reassure her first. I don't totally get it, but yeah, I went way too far, he admits, sniffling, while Elliot just sighs. This is exactly why these tragic backstories drive everyone nuts. Bickering settled, the pair link back up and keep moving deeper into the dungeon. Then out of nowhere, something stops them cold. The path opens into a massive, half-ruined hall, stretching out further than either of them expected. Broken stone and rubble litter the floor, and something that looks unsettlingly like a weapon juts out of the wreckage. Row after row of people, frozen solid in stone. Are these people petrified? Elliot asks, and grandfather goes rigid beside her. Ahead, one robed, petrified figure stands taller than the rest, staff still gripped in stone hands. No, grandfather breaks into a run. Althea, not like this. He pulls the statue into his arms. I can't say goodbye to you like this, he chokes out, holding on tight. Grandfather, Elliot says softly, tears starting as she watches him fall apart. It is heartbreaking, but something doesn't add up. A plaque nearby names one great woman who single-handedly stopped a dungeon burst here. She must have become strong enough to protect her whole family, and look at what she is holding, a cultivator and a hand plow. Elliot freezes, a cultivator and a hand plow. Because that is exactly what her own mother was carrying the night she vanished. She was headed out to catch livestock just like this. Elliot's breath catches. Grandfather's face says it all, the exact same horrifying realization hitting him at the exact same second. In the middle of a ruined old shrine, Elliot freezes up and blurts out one word that changes everything. Mom. A bearded stranger nearby goes pale, choking up at the mere sound of that word. He can barely get the question out, could this really be who he thinks it is? Elliot explains this stone figure is her mother, frozen mid-escape, one hand still locked around a plow. Her other hands gripping farm tools, proof she'd been living out here as a humble cultivator. She fled so fast that day, she never even changed out of her pajamas. Elliot can't look away, putting the pieces together in real time. It's true, the frozen woman standing in front of her is her mother. That's when the bearded stranger loses it completely. I have a granddaughter. Elliot has to talk him down from the celebration real quick. She clarifies her mom is petrified, not dead. Her life isn't in danger, at least not yet. Elliot's eyes narrow. If there's a way to save her, she's finding it. Somewhere in the dark, a single monstrous eye snaps open. Elliot stares it down without flinching. Turns out the culprit is a single-eyed demon boss monster, the same thing that cursed her mother into stone in the first place. Elliot's mood flips instantly. This is actually a good situation. Not exactly what you'd expect, but she's already scheming. Cheerful and locked in, she starts plotting her rescue mission on the spot. Grandpa pulls her aside with a warning: whatever she's about to do, it stays a secret. He whisks her off somewhere quiet, and she agrees, but only because she already promised. Elliot steps forward, resolve locked firmly in place. If a demon casts this curse, there's only one way she knows to break it. She's got the answer. I can reverse it with divine power. Her eyes flash gold. Light erupts around her as she calls out her power descent of divinity. Wind rips through the clearing as her power builds to a crescendo. Grandpa's jaw hits the floor. How does a child wield power like this? Elliot just shrugs it off as living a religious life. She hovers there, glowing, and asks him point blank, do you trust me now? A system window pops up midair. Advanced skill unlocked, baptism of purification. Talk about overkill. Her hands ignite with golden light as she pours everything she's got into it. Baptism of purification, the whole clearing lights up like a sunrise. The petrified figure glows as the spell levels up in real time, because apparently even miracles come with a stat sheet. Cracks spiderweb across the stone and it starts to crumble away. Elliot watches, breath caught, as the statue shatters right in front of her. Grandpa's already sold. Thank you, holy God. Somewhere, a system quietly logs one more atheist converted. Even the gods upstairs are taking notes, and Elliot can't help herself. I did it. Then the freed woman doubles over, hacking up literal chunks of stone. Turns out being a statue for years leaves some real residue. Elliot freezes. Could this really be her? The woman looks up, stunned, and breathes out her name, Elliot. They grab each other in disbelief. Her mom can't get over how much she's grown, and Elliot can't get over her mom's hair, gone completely white. Her mom's voice cracks. She missed her daughter's whole childhood, and she needs to know just how old she is now. 10 years old, Elliot answers, though inside, it feels strange to say, seeing as she's technically already lived a whole adult life. Do the math and it's 6 years gone. In a flash her mom loses it, swearing up a storm before catching herself and apologizing for the language. Elliot just tells her she doesn't need to hold back. They finally hold each other, a hug that's been years overdue. Through tears, her mom finally says it, "I'm sorry I left you alone, my daughter." It drags her back to a memory, a lonely kid, waiting by herself, wondering if anyone even missed her. Being held like this now feels stranger than she expected. Her guard shoots straight up. Why ask if she missed her? She never even had a mother to miss. But somewhere under all that armor it doesn't feel bad at all. Actually, it feels warm. She clenches a fistful of fabric, blindsided by how close she suddenly is to crying. Grandpa notices something's off. His daughter's gone quiet, and she doesn't look well. She apologizes. She can't seem to remember much of anything. He reassures her gently. The last time she saw Elliot, she was only 4. A quiet beat passes between them, heavy with everything left unsaid. Then her mom asks, almost shy about it, "Could you call me mom just once?" Saying that unfamiliar word out loud, something clicks for Elliot. She'd grown up, became an adult, even died once already, and somehow she still needed a mother. Mom's really here now, and for the first time she understands exactly what it feels like to be loved like this. A voice cuts through the moment, calling out to her. Someone wraps them both up from behind and calls her by a name she doesn't recognize, Althea. Elliot goes rigid. "Wait, you're..." He's in tears, choking the words out. "That's right, it's me, your dad." Elliot just stares at him, dead silent. Then, flat as ever, "Who might you be?" "I don't have a father." Turns out this sweet reunion had one more twist coming. That cold rejection actually stings. He's fighting back real tears now. So he tries again, translating dad into every language he knows: English, Chinese, even a cutesy papa with a heart. Elliot's answer doesn't budge. Still no dad here. He gets launched off like a cartoon reject, and the chapter signs off with a promise. Apparently, even family drama gets the transmigrator treatment next time. A desperate father begs his daughter Althea to come home, blurting out that he will hand over his title to her right now. "Not my home," Althea snaps back, needling him about giving his title to his real daughter instead, since she just kicked out Alyssa, the con artist his people hired. Turns out an orphanage director and a Viscount Bisson paid an actress to pose as his real heir and swindle Althea out of her birthright. Even now that he admits the truth, Althea just shrugs. Too little, too late. He lunges and grabs her arm, begging her to just hear him out. Her eyes well up, but that grip is about to become a very bad idea. One shove from Althea sends him flying backward, temper and all. "Let go of me," she screams, finally ripping her arm free. The whole area shakes as he slams through stone and rubble, the impact echoing like a small earthquake. Nearby, little Allie winces at the chaos, guessing he must weigh at least 100 kilos to hit that hard. A mysterious voice that shapes the world even chimes in that she had better listen to her mom, and Allie sheepishly agrees. Cracks spiderweb through the stonework overhead, and the whole structure starts to crumble apart. Chunks of rock tear loose and come tumbling down in a rush. Allie freezes mid-gasp, realizing the ceiling is coming down right on top of them. Debris rains down in a deafening crash. More of the ceiling gives way, hurling stones straight toward them. Without a second thought, her father throws himself over Althea and Allie, taking the full hit meant for them. He crumples over them, bloodied and shaking. "Father, that was so reckless of you. Are you all right?" Althea cries out, her anger suddenly forgotten. "I'm fine," he wheezes. "This is nothing compared to how much I've hurt you, Althea." Althea just stares, stunned, as her battered father drops to his knees in front of her. "For failing to be the father I should have been," he chokes out. "I was horrible. I never even knew how to love and care for my own daughter. Please let me learn how to love you. Just give me a chance," he begs, while Althea's face stays hard as stone. She turns her back on him without a word, while little Allie quietly watches the whole thing unfold. "Mom really is soft-hearted," Allie mutters to herself, not fooled for a second by that icy exterior. Althea's composure cracks just slightly, like she's fighting back tears she refuses to let fall. Allie whispers that her mom just needs a little push from someone right now. Sweetly, Allie pipes up that she would love to see her grandpa more often too. Her grandfather's face lights up. Really? He asks while someone quickly backs Allie up, insisting it would be wonderful for the kids to have their grandpa around. Getting ahead of himself, he suggests she just move the whole family in with him. Althea shuts that down flat. No, I won't do that. Your family suffocates me, she tells him bluntly, cutting straight through his excitement. She has no interest in inheriting his title either, she adds. She's far happier living life on her own terms now. But he starts, clearly not ready to let the conversation end there. Althea lets the silence sit heavy between them. If it's what Allie wants, she finally relents. I'll consider visiting every once in a while. Her expression softens just a touch, even if she will never admit it out loud. So please stand up, she tells her father, offering him that much at least. He springs right back up, thrilled. Do you mean it? Once a month, once every 6 months, honestly even once a year works for me. Then he pushes his luck. What about all dining together for the holidays? He wails about how sad it is eating turkey alone every year, full waterworks and all. I said I'll think about it, stop making such a fuss. Althea groans, though he's already sobbing his thanks and offering her literally anything in return. Her father finally names the man who wronged her husband, Hakim Sarmatin. Allie's jaw drops at the name. That's the man who ruined my dad, she blurts, dryly noting that her mom really doesn't bother censoring herself in front of her. Althea ignites, practically radiating fire. That bad man, she growls, bullied and extorted her husband. Her father's eyes go wide. He did what to my son-in-law? Allie piles on. He also stole her dad's potion research, framed him as a thief, and got him kicked out of the golden ivory tower entirely. Althea is floored, hearing this part for the first time. I knew I should have killed that bastard, Althea mutters darkly, cracking her knuckles as her father flinches. You just leave, he stammers. Leave it to me, I'll have him taken care of, I promise, he insists, gripping her hand. Althea narrows her eyes. Can I trust you? Of course, in the name of justice I will punish that evil Hakim Satan, he declares grandly. Allie deadpans a correction. It's Hakim Sarmatin. Oh, he says. Althea can't help but laugh. Try to at least remember the name of the criminal you're punishing in the name of justice, she teases. Watching her mom actually smile, Allie decides there's still hope yet for this father-daughter relationship. Allie casually asks for her grandpa's family name. He waves it off modestly, just a measly little plot of land, really. Althea smirks and warns Allie she's in for a surprise. The reveal drops like a spotlight. House Heathfenrir. Her grandfather's full name is Aaron Jake Heathfenrir. Allie's jaw hits the floor. What? The family crest flares to life behind him, practically shouting the name Heathfenrir. Turns out Grandpa isn't just some noble, he's the Grand Duke ruling the entire Duchy of Heathfenrir. He's also the strongest man on the continent, a title nobody manages to challenge all the way to the main character's 40th regression. Allie can't resist the punchline. Turns out the secret of her birth just handed her an instant rise to nobility. That's a classic trope of the childcare fantasy romance genre, Allie announces, and even a mysterious critic for balance chimes in, surprised she hasn't dropped that silly genre yet. Meanwhile, Grandpa is muttering to himself, dazzled, a duchess. Sensing his opening, he clears his throat and suggests Allie clearly wants to join House Heathfenrir, so maybe Althea should reconsider inheriting the family after all. Allie shuts him down instantly. No, Grandpa. If Mom doesn't want it, I don't want it either, she declares loyally, and her grandpa visibly wilts. Althea beams, scooping up the win. Awa sweetheart, that's my girl. She pulls Allie into a warm, tight hug. I'm so proud of you, my lovely little Althea starts, then suddenly stops cold. Allie, you're burning up, she gasps, feeling the fever radiating off her daughter. Why didn't you tell me you had a fever? Althea demands, panic flooding her face. We'd better close the dungeon right now and get you to a doctor, she says, already moving. Mom, wait, Allie says, tugging her sleeve. Don't worry, it's just a holy fever. I'll be right as rain. In a couple of days, Allie finishes, though that does nothing to ease the worry on her mother's face. Allie insists she doesn't want her dad and Prince worrying and points out time moves faster in a dungeon anyway. Her grandfather isn't buying it, her temperature is way too high, and he begs her not to fall asleep. Quietly, Althea wonders if this fever is the price for whatever astonishing power her daughter is hiding. Fighting to stay conscious, Allie begs for one promise. She only used something called divine advent for a short moment, and she needs them to keep it a secret. She admits with a weak laugh that the excuse doesn't really matter when it comes to the penalty. Even half-conscious, she's still fussing. There's food in her bag so nobody skips a meal, and please no more fighting either. Allie, open your eyes, child, her grandfather shouts in a panic, but Allie's already fading. I'll just take a short nap, she murmurs. A pale system window flickers into view. She's afflicted with holy fever, the price for using divine skills beyond her level, and sleep is the only cure. Recovery time remaining, 1 day 23 hours 59 minutes. Flashback time, a girl holds up a stick of cotton candy like it is the crown jewels, and 2 other kids eye it warily. This sugar treat is about to start a war. The older girl rips it right out of her hands. Give me that. Whatever it is, it does not belong to you, she snaps. This is not going to be a fair fight. It is the very same cotton candy she handed out to her own classmates minutes ago. Suddenly it is dirty, apparently the second it ends up in the wrong hands. Look at this kid, she did not even buy it, my aunt did, the girl sneers, wrinkling her nose. Dirty, cheap, and beneath her apparently cotton candy and all. Why are you staring at me, what do you want, she snaps. Then the real blow lands. Who would ever care about you? Your family is going to die anyway. Cruel words from a kid who has no idea how right she is. And you are all alone, the words echo. She curls up on the ground by herself, small and silent, learning far too young what heartbreak sounds like. Around her, the whispers start. Her parents are gone, she survived, and now she is living in somebody else's house like a stray nobody asked for. The rumor mill does not care that she can hear every word. The taunts blur together in the dark, looping over and over, so she saved herself. So, alone, living in my house, less a memory now, more a wound that never quite closed. Who would care for you anyway? She even wants my cotton candy, the voice sneers again, replaying like a bad dream because that is exactly what this is. Then, mid-nightmare, cotton candy again, except this time it is warm. A boy holds a soccer ball, familiar red eyes blink awake. This is not that house anymore. He hangs his head, cotton candy confiscated for his own good. And it is not good for your health, comes the gentle scolding. Funny how the same words land so differently when they come from someone who actually loves you. Enter Dad, thumbs up and full beard energy, pitching a turkey breast as the healthy alternative. Subtle, he is not. The room answers with a flat, unimpressed "oh." Nobody asked for turkey breast, but nobody is surprised either. Somewhere in all this, a scream rips out, pure panic, pure pain. The warm little daydream cracks right down the middle. Dearie, you are awake, are you all right? Dad's voice, frantic with relief, cutting straight through the chaos. And then he yelps in pain himself mid-sentence, because apparently even rescuing your kid from a nightmare comes with collateral damage. Her eyes actually open now, for real this time. An old man leans over, checking her forehead. You do not seem to have a fever, he mutters. Is this outside the dungeon, she asks, still catching up to reality. It has been 2 days, you never opened your eyes, so we left, he tells her. Your mother is crying her eyes out with worry, 2 days unconscious. That is not a nap, that is a coma with extra steps. That makes me even more anxious, a granddaughter starving herself half to death, the old man grumbles, still fussing over her. She looks up at him quietly. Were you worried about me, she asks. You are stating the obvious, she deadpans, glancing over at the little girl beside them. Dry humor, even half-conscious, that tracks. My daughter got this sick, the mother says quietly, then pulls the little girl into a hug. I am so glad you are okay, she breathes, relief flooding out of her all at once. She watches the reunion and finally lets herself believe it. I saved her, she thinks, finally. Walking off into the night beside the old man, she cannot shake the feeling. I feel like I am waking up from a long nightmare, she thinks. For once, that is a good thing. Then cutting through the trees, a voice she knows. Isella, daughter, where are you? Her head snaps up, that voice, she breathes. It is my dad and my brother, they must be worried sick that I am missing, she realizes, and takes off running toward them without a second thought. She turns, startled, eyes wide, caught somewhere between relief and disbelief. Family found her. She is not alone this time. Leo comes barreling home past the rose trellis like the house is on fire, and whatever is on that front page rattles him so bad he practically stomps it into the floor without realizing it. Turns out his daughter has found a copy of her own, and unlike her dad, she is absolutely thrilled. She is beaming ear to ear, hugging that newspaper like it is the best gift she has ever gotten. She lets out the world's most evil little giggle and takes off running, screaming for her dad. She is not keeping this to herself. She skids up to the breakfast table and shoves the paper right under his nose. "Look at the newspaper, Dad." The headline says it all. The so-called master of regeneration potion, Hikim Sarmatan, has just been publicly torn apart. She squints up at her dad, dead serious, and asks if the guy is a bad person for getting this spectacularly wrecked. Turns out she already knows the answer, and credit for the takedown goes straight to Grandpa, who apparently did his job a little too well. Leo just gives a quiet, proud nod. "That's right," he says. She decides right then and there, yep, definitely a bad guy. Watching his little girl cheer over another man's public ruin, Leo cannot help but wonder if Grandpa knew exactly how satisfying this would feel. More than anything, his mind starts drifting back. Back to the days when Althea was the one training him, blade to blade in the garden, patient but absolutely relentless. The memory still gets him a little choked up, even now. His daughter waves it off without missing a beat. Dad, she says, is way too soft-hearted to actually hold a grudge over something like that. For a quiet moment, the two of them just sit there together, watching the light spill through the window. Let's back up a second because this family has come a long way. First off, they are living in an actual proper house now, not some cramped side room. Turns out Bianca personally talked the Count and the whole household into handing over real space in the annex for them. Second big win, Althea landed herself a real job in the Count's castle. Being a certified sword master apparently opens a lot of doors. She is now a knight on the Countess's personal escort, and shockingly, the notoriously prickly Countess has taken a real liking to her. Even Bia has warmed up, flashing actual smiles these days instead of her usual ice-cold stare. With the Countess so fond of Althea, Bia has started calling their daughter her cute little friend. Somewhere, the Countess is positively delighted watching all this chaos unfold under her roof. Back home, someone catches Leo lurking where he should not be. "Leo, what are you doing here?" He plays it smooth, claims he was just looking at her, and hands over a drink like that explains everything. She is not buying it, but she is not exactly mad either. Things get a little cozier from there. Leo leans in close, murmuring that she smells better than he does, and Althea just melts a little. We will let the moment speak for itself. Cut to a much younger Leo, red as a tomato, caught holding onto something he clearly was not supposed to have. A young Althea leans on the windowsill, suddenly a little shy herself. "I wanted to tell you something. Here, take it." Dawn hasn't broken yet, just a frosted window with snow drifting past in the dark. Somewhere in this house, morning is about to start. A carol waits on the counter while the sky outside blushes pink. Someone's up early making coffee. A steady hand pours the first cup of the day. Simple little ritual, but you can tell this one matters to him. He lingers by the window with his cup, unhurried, watching the last of the snow settle. "Oh, did you wake up?" he asks over his shoulder. She stirs against the pillows, pink hair everywhere, blinking the sleep away. "Meet Althea." "Want a cup of coffee?" he offers. She pulls her shawl tighter and takes him up on it. "Yes, thank you." She peeks around the doorway at him, green eyes wide and a little shy for someone who apparently lives here. But there's more to her mornings than coffee. Today, we're told, she went out to pray at dawn again, same as every single day. "Yes, maybe now," she murmurs to herself, doing the math. It's been almost 3 years of this. Turns out that dawn ritual is a literal system quest. 1,001 prayers, 5 to 7 a.m., no cathedral skipped, 3 missed days and it resets. And she just hit the word every grinder dreams of finished. Her hair whips as it hits her, 3 years of dragging herself out of bed finally paying off. "Finally," she breathes. She lights up completely, fists clenched, grin ear to ear. That is the face of someone who never has to set a 5 a.m. alarm again. This day has come, confetti practically explodes off the page, mission morning prayer complete. The system flashes something bigger than a checkmark, conditions satisfied for divine power awakening. 3 years of alarms just bought her an upgrade. Light floods out of her in waves, gold and blinding. It keeps building, pale blue energy licking up around her like the world itself is reacting. Feathers of light unfurl behind her as the bar fills. Something enormous is loading in and it's entirely for her. The verdict lands, her divine power is officially holy level. Not bad for a girl who started this arc chained up in a dungeon. Holy level, she can barely get the words out. In the rankings, apparently, that tier leaves ordinary people in the dust. A whole committee of suspiciously specific spirits chimes in to congratulate her, the one who built the world, the one who's still touched, even the one who apparently laid the stairs of some tower. Bureaucracy, but make it divine. Thank you, system, she says sweetly, then immediately asks if it got her a present. Never change, Althea. Light bursts around her on the cathedral steps as she communicates with the gods, and then she spots a familiar blonde figure. Agnes. Agnes looks her over, arms crossed, clearly impressed. Congratulations on waking up. As expected, divine power worthy of a legendary saint candidate. Althea just about melts. Thank you, Agnes. You woke up, so what are you going to do? Agnes asks, heading down the steps. Althea goes a little sheepish. There's something I've wanted to do for a long time. That something, it turns out, involves clutching a briefcase like it owes her money. Because the answer was never spiritual growth. The answer was gold, coins, jewelry, all of it, raining down like she just hit the divine lottery. The system politely asks if she's ready. Her eyes go sharp and hungry. It's time to go shopping. Of course, I'll buy everything. Her account balance flashes up. 1 billion, 3 years of dawn prayers, and this might be the payoff she was actually chasing. She floats through a rain of coins as the system offers to open the cash store, suggesting she search for skills tied to her new divine power. Somehow the freshly minted saint has the energy of someone at a Black Friday sale. Rows of shimmering skill cards line up in front of her, a whole menu of holy upgrades just waiting to be bought. This, and she jabs a finger at the shelf like she's ordering off a menu, not shopping for godlike power. One thumbs up later, it's official, now I'm a rich kid. Divine power apparently comes with excellent purchasing power. I don't know when I'll even use half of these, she admits, dancing in place anyway, but buy them all. A child chooses. The adult apparently just pays for it. Even the spirits admit the sound of money leaving her account is oddly satisfying, calling it a wise move. Agnes, for her part, has no idea what's going on but keeps clapping along anyway. Fresh off a training bruise, she decides it's time to field test the goods. A glow gathers in her palm, blessing recovery. Even Agnes admits it's her first time seeing this one. The system explains why it still reads level 1. A bias effect bumped it 10 levels for some reason and it's still stuck showing level 1 anyway. Divine bureaucracy strikes again. Althea recalls the Psyllid was already level 100 healing 2 boys, Ephael and Hestio, but overuse drains holy magic fast. Even the spirits ask bluntly how it feels to have her own skill guzzle her power. It's normal, she decides, shrugging it off. This is my first skill, so... Then she pumps her fist anyway because that's just her energy now. From now on, I'm not stopping, I'm getting stronger, she declares. Then, immediately, how exactly does she level this thing up? Agnes raises an eyebrow. Is she seriously planning to hurt herself just to heal herself? Althea, mid-candy, just goes, well, that's a yes. Cut to a very different skyline, golden domes catching the evening light. Somewhere below it, someone else is asking the exact same question. What should he do now? The place has a name, Church Elpenheim, and whatever just happened inside gets a very loud OH from someone in there. Light floods out through the cathedral doors as word spreads fast. After 200 years, someone has finally hit the final level of sainthood. That someone, of course, is Althea. An official strokes his beard, guessing the silence meant 2 years of hard training, and orders someone found and brought to Elpenheim fast. I know, comes the reply, but I couldn't find any sign of that person. An older churchman muses out loud, The public always warms up to saintesses faster than saints. Politics plays favorites even in religion, apparently. A door creaks open somewhere down the hall. Someone's coming. That someone has a title, Cardinal Catalia, striding through the halls like he owns the place. Functionally, he kind of does. What? Comes the reply from a familiar white-haired face down the corridor. The cardinal's looking for the Silid. The Silid's expression tightens for just a second before he catches himself. The cardinal gets straight to business. He's heard the Silid recently visited Count Gillette's castle for Thanksgiving. Does that family know anything special, a house that's supposedly checked out of central politics entirely? And conquering dungeons, the cardinal continues, needling for details. The Silid just says it's peaceful there as always, then can't resist asking if the servants are still the same. The servants, the cardinal echoes, then drops it. There was a kid who used to visit Church Elpenheim years back before getting pulled into a dungeon. I remember she was a servant there, the Silid says quietly. You mean Islet? You still remember her even after more than 2 years. The Silid's breath catches. Is that? Thank you for spending time with me, the cardinal says, already walking off. Excuse me, Footsteps echo down the stone hall. I'll go first, someone calls, then hey, the Silid. His 2 friends catch up, immediately clocking his mood. Why are you so moody all of a sudden? Did Cardinal Catalia give you something? Guys, the Silid mutters, fidgeting with whatever's in his hand. I was just curious about Miss Islet's health, so I asked, he admits. His friends jump straight on the miss. How many times have they told him to drop the honorifics with them? Don't act like you're better than us just because you caught a little celebrity disease, one teases. It's not, the Silid protests weakly. Privately, he can't exactly explain that using honorifics genuinely boosts his divine power. That would go over great. Instead, a quiet system line flashes. He's awakened an aura of his own now, too. Not an ordinary aura, a divine one, which means more responsibility to manage, more eyes on him, and right on cue, someone calling his name again. Hey, the Silid. Using honorifics is basically looking down on us, his friend complains. I hate that, the Silid agrees and promises for real this time to knock it off. That's right, as always, his friends walk ahead satisfied, then trail off. But you still can't forget the girl you met at the toy mansion, right? One presses, the Silid's jaw tightens. I never saw her after that. It's soon. We promise to meet again, he says, mostly to himself. His friends go quiet, exchanging a look over his head. What do you guys know? I heard we might actually get to leave Church Elpenheim, the Silid blurts, hope written all over his face. Out of Church Elpenheim. I overheard the meeting this morning. They're prepping to send the saints out to several places. Officially it's volunteer work, but let's be real, it's mostly dungeon conquering. He shrugs. I hate that the church keeps using us like this. Still beats being cooped up in here. Maybe one of his friends says, a little too casually, you'll run into that girl by chance. The Silid doesn't answer. He doesn't have to, the look on his face says it all. It's probably just cooler outside, not really better, he jokes weakly. Then quieter, hope this trip runs a little longer than usual, so. The word finally comes down from above, go out. His assignment lands, he's headed to Seong Hwangchung. And somewhere in the back of his mind, only one thought matters. Maybe finally he'll get to meet her again. At the front door, Mom fusses over her boy one last time, telling him to take care of himself and to write home often. He grins and promises he will. Just like that, this floppy-haired kid is out the door chasing a knight's future. He shoulders his bag and fires the goodbye right back at his parents. Take care of yourselves too, he says. Mom and Dad get misty-eyed over how fast their son grew up. Their daughter Islet just watches, cheek in hand, mumbling that her brother has officially entered the Knight Academy. The Knight Academy sits in Wilhelm, capital of the Winchester Kingdom, a boarding school every ambitious young man on the continent dreams of getting into. It is basically the golden ticket for anyone who wants to be a knight. And this family's dad already made a promise. He would raise his son into a real swordsman. He pouts and calls her out for not even saying a proper goodbye. Classic little brother energy right before a big departure. Islet admits it stings a little, knowing she will not have her brother around for the next few years. Turns out the boy has a name, Print, and he is already hollering that he will leave stragglers behind if they do not hurry up. Islet frets that this other kid will not even graduate. Her friend just laughs it off. Even little Lord Gillette is supposedly working hard to become a knight these days. Prince swears he has to run before it gets too late, promising to write as soon as he can. Islet notes that in the original story, this so-called little Lord Gillette just bought his knighthood with daddy's money. Somewhere, someone definitely just glared at her for saying that out loud. Turns out Prince's stubborn honesty already rubbed off on the rich kid. He snaps back that he is not wrong, clearly rattled by the comparison. Now he is dead set on learning proper knightly manners and maybe a little of life's bitter taste along the way. Big words for a kid who used to buy his way through everything. Back home, Mom gently asks Islet if she does not want to go to the academy too, especially given how good her swordsmanship already is. Islet insists she is not jealous, not even a little, sure, and the sky is not blue either. At the family table, Islet notes how close her mother has grown with her grandfather, who apparently has a habit of hiding something every single Thanksgiving. Time skips ahead. Islet has goals to chase, and even without her brother around, she is not lonely because her best friend is right there with her. That friend is Bianca, and she just dropped a bomb. She is heading off to the capital. Bianca's red eyes flick away for a second, like there is more to this trip than she is letting on. Islet nearly falls off her seat. Wait, what did you just say? Turns out there is a big society party coming and 13 is a little young to be attending balls. Islet mutters that central politics have been getting shakier lately, then catches herself. Come to think of it, there was a setting exactly like this in a story she once knew, one called Reincarnation Until the World is Saved. The Winchester royal family is teetering on a dispute over the throne. As the prince and princess quietly stake their claims, every noble in the kingdom is about to get dragged into a war nobody wants. In a place like that, a girl like Bianca is in for a rough ride. The sword imagery says it all. Bianca admits she will probably be gone a while depending on how the palace situation shakes out, and a while could easily mean several years. Footsteps close in behind them and Islet freezes, wide-eyed, as a hand reaches toward her friend. She gets a crash course in palace politics. The third prince is complicated, so do not make him angry, and the great princess is basically the opposite of the great prince in every way. Somewhere, the story itself seems to be side-eyeing her for dumping all that lore at once. An inspector tries to hurry the preparations along, but Bianca is not quite ready to be rushed out the door just yet. She pulls out a gorgeous rose hairpin, and Islet's eyes go wide. It was supposed to be a birthday present, Bianca says, but she figures now is as good a time as any to give it early. Apparently the pin boosts attractiveness too, which sends Islet clapping with delight. Then she gets curious. Is it actually a good idea to go make a bunch of new friends at the capital? Bianca just smiles. Thanks, she says, but all she really needs is Islet. Islet melts on the spot, wondering out loud if that is the hairpin's magic talking. Honestly, it probably is not the hairpin. Islet insists Bianca has to introduce her to a new friend anyway since the two of them are already so close. Bianca just shrugs, she will try. For a quiet moment, Islet just looks up at the open sky, letting it all sink in. Everything will settle down eventually, Islet decides. It does not really matter anyway since everyone finds their own new step to take. She admits she cannot exactly sit still either. Rumor has it a pretty big update is coming her way soon. We will just have to wait and see, right? Wait and see indeed. Islet marches off down the garden path with a plan already forming in her head. That plan turns out to be training hard. She squares off against a real sparring partner, blade in hand, no longer just a kid watching from the sidelines. While rows of official cadets sit through lectures at Prince Academy, Islet is out here building her own path the hard way. Meanwhile, Bianca gets dressed up for her own departure, the maids fussing over every last detail before she heads for the capital. Out on the street, Bianca gives her final goodbyes while back home life carries on quietly around the family table. Between the herb garden and the hard training, the days blur into a montage. Try your best, Islet tells herself, even when it feels like this story is running way over time. As the sun sets, Islet clenches her fist and takes off running, chasing down the one thing everyone underestimated her for. The training dummies do not stand a chance. Blade after blade lands dead center as she works through drill after drill. She tears through a field of golden flowers, sword raised high, every swing sharper than the last. The blade cuts clean through the air, one decisive strike after another. She spins midair, petals scattering around her like this whole training montage just leveled up. Light breaks through the flower field as her finishing strike lands clean. Eyelet stares down at the blade in her own hand, hardly believing how far she has come. Her name gets called out loud and clear, Student Eyelet. The instructor breaks into a smile and says the words Eyelet has been chasing this entire chapter. Congratulations on becoming a knight. Eyelet beams, sword in hand, no longer the little sister left behind on the doorstep. She earned this one herself. She needles her a little more. Remember the kid who face-planted after 30 training rounds? That kid is unrecognizable now. Althea is quick to give credit where it's due. None of this happens if Agnes hadn't stepped up to become her warden in the first place. She still gets stars in her eyes remembering Agnes launching 7 swords into the air at once. To her, that is still the gold standard for what a warden should look like. Agnes just smiles, quietly flattered that she is still the idol around here. Then she gets serious for a second. This is only the beginning, and if Althea is willing to set her title aside, Agnes wants to keep training her personally. Althea does not hesitate, yes, obviously, then cannot resist turning it into a joke, insisting she technically outranks Agnes since she is the legendary saintess and Agnes is just the holy heroine. The two of them wander off through the flower field, still bickering good-naturedly about who really outranks who. Agnes teasingly asks if she has been chatting with her pagan god again. Althea is quick to correct her, no pagans here thank you, it is the god who builds the world. Agnes drifts off into her own thoughts. Now that she has found her own light god, she figures she needs to rack up some real practical experience since holy magic is a pain to practice cooped up inside a count's castle. Althea agrees, right as her mysterious patron literally waves a hand her way. A notification flickers into view. Turns out her so-called god who builds the world just sent her an honest-to-goodness system message. There's a massive content update rolling out, something called the Transmigration Support System, and apparently she is getting a piece of it. She watches, wide-eyed, as the whole thing loads in right in front of her. Before Agnes can spiral into worry, Althea cuts her off. It is not her turn to panic yet. Turns out her god just handed her a real, honest training ground of her very own, and she cannot stop grinning about it. A whole glittering tower materializes just for her to climb. Elsewhere, word rips through the church halls fast. Someone just felt a very familiar surge of divine power, the saintesses. The higher-ups are rattled that their search team has gone silent, and everyone's patience is wearing thin. A subordinate reports back to Sir Argent with what he found chasing down the missing saintess. Argent can barely process it. For years he figured she was dead since he could not feel a shred of divine power left, especially after the dungeon he personally threw her into. But her presence has been getting harder to ignore lately, and the picture is finally coming into focus. After all this chasing, he lets himself feel a flicker of hope, right as a voice calls out brother from behind him. He turns to find his estranged brother waiting there, welcoming home the man now known as Saint the Silide Argent. The Silide privately admits that being called brother out of nowhere is somehow harder to sit with than getting congratulated on his own knighthood. The two barely speak despite sharing blood, and it turns out his brother only got assigned to babysit him because the church wanted someone watching the Saint Father brought home. His brother mentions the old Tower of the Saints is getting gutted into the heresy department's new office, then asks how the mission out in the field is going. Argent just repeats the word mission back flatly. He is clearly not thrilled to get into it. His mind flashes to a darker memory instead, his brother, years younger, bloodied and beaten. He shakes it off, insisting everything will go smoothly, and asks when the next assignment kicks off. There's a quiet wish buried under it all that the church would stop treating its saints like disposable tools, that just once someone had actually been kind to him. Then, business as usual. The next mission is set for the day after tomorrow, purifying the Agoni region. He trails off, wishing out loud that things could have gone differently. His brother snorts. Agoni is basically a den of atheists. Meanwhile, back at that mysterious tower, word is trainees usually cap out around floor 100. Althea has already blown past floor 300. Cut back further to a much younger Althea, giddy that she is finally allowed to hold a real sword now that her aura has awakened. No more wooden practice blades. She bolts across the room the second she hears it, practically vibrating. That sword has history. Her mom pulled it straight out of the Black Salt Desert prison and gave it to her as a gift. The blade has a name too. Europa, and grown-up Althea could not be more thrilled it is finally getting real use. With a battle cry, she sets off toward whatever that tower has waiting for her. Sword in hand, she strides down the corridor, practically trailing Sparks behind her. Her expression settles into pure focus. Whatever is waiting up there, she is more than ready for it. She creeps up on the boss chamber, her blade already crackling like the tower itself is warning her to turn back. Her jaw sets. Whatever is waiting in there, she is not backing down now, not after everything it took to get this far. And then the first floor boss shows up, and it is a slime. A big, wide-eyed, practically adorable slime going like it just woke up from a nap. The tower flashes its intro card, the dandy and cute slime challenge, floor 1. Agnes just about melts, gasping that it is so cute and so awkward all at once. Adorable or not, it is still a boss fight. Cute or not, Elliot does not hesitate, the blade comes down anyway. Sorry, slime, business is business. One clean strike and the slime is already done for, so much for floor 1 putting up a fight. She does not even slow down, chaining the finishing blow with a burst of magic that lights up the whole stairwell. The slime bursts apart in a shower of green, floor 1 officially cleared. Agnes gets an unexpected shower of slime guts for her trouble, not exactly the reward she was hoping for. Elliot scoops up the loot without blinking, wondering aloud if this is the material used in alchemy. Agnes just stares at her, half impressed and half horrified, calling her seriously heartless. Elliot just grins back and thanks her for the compliment. The tower shimmers and resets around them, clearing the way toward the next challenge. A new staircase groans into existence right in front of them. Floor 2, here they come. The tower spells out the rule plain and simple, clear a floor's boss and the next staircase opens up. Elliot just grins and says, well then, before starting to climb. Let's just go straight ahead, Agnes, she says, waving her forward like this is a stroll and not a monster gauntlet. They push on through the haze toward whatever is waiting on the next floor. Floor 3's boss drops in. The Nepen's tree, a so-called hungry plant with a skull and crossbones petal that says this flower bites back. No rest though, floor 4 is already queued up under the tag Cruel Goblin. Charming. Sure enough, a hulking green goblin comes roaring out of the dark, ready to live up to the name. Another one down, she is already back on the stairs before the dust even settles. Floor 5 ups the ante. Infinite goblin summon because apparently one angry goblin was not enough. By the time she is through, there is a whole crowd of battered goblins left muttering in stunned disbelief. Elliot just beams at the wreckage, delighted with herself, not exactly the reaction a horde of monsters was expecting. Guess I will get some healing practice in while I am at it, she muses, and takes off before anyone can argue, leaving poor Agnes calling after her to wait and let her heal. Somewhere in the mist, a stranger's plea echoes out, "Save me, Mom," a reminder that this tower is not just testing Elliot, it is swallowing plenty of desperate people whole. Break time, she digs a picnic basket out like she packed for a hike, not a death tower. Hee hee, my healing output just jumped tenfold, she says between bites, guess I really do need to eat and rest for strength. Whether she is healing people or accidentally clobbering them with kindness is honestly still up for debate. If you can still stomach a full meal after fighting off those goblins, she thinks you have earned her respect. Solid life philosophy, honestly. Turns out breaks are protected, the system will not let anything touch her mid-snack. But she knows better than to get used to it, out in a real war there is no such privilege. The system has even been cushioning her mind from the horror of it all. Once the tutorial ends though, she will have to steel herself for real, no more safety net. Her mind drifts to someone dear to her. My sweet potato, she wonders, are you okay now? Then darker thoughts creep back in. If the original story holds true, then a hooded figure stalks into view and Elliot's guess lands hard. He must be furious, rattled, and in serious trouble with something called the electric god. Back to the basket, bread, apples, and one last quiet moment before round 2. She shakes it off fast. No time to relax, she has got a hero to become, and quickly. Every floor she clears is for one reason: becoming someone worthy enough to protect her sweet potato. Even the tower seems impressed, flashing praise from something calling itself the skyscraper architect of the challenge, while somewhere above, a shadow watches her climb. A week blurs by in a grind of floors and monsters. The tower can barely believe it either. Word spreads that she has cleared 100 floors in a single week, a feat everyone is calling flat out broken. Elliot just cackles. She knows exactly how absurd that sounds. Then things turn darker at the 100th floor. Someone or something mutters that she cleans up blood so well sometimes she looks just like they. The sentence never finishes, and that is somehow worse. Bow drawn and blood in the air, she has just taken down the prison's last boss, and the tower calls her words sharp as a knife, fit only for a pure saint chasing real strength. Then the gut punch. It admits there is a 101st floor. Nobody was supposed to get this far. Elliot just smiles at the reveal. I look forward to it, she says, and starts climbing anyway. Whatever is waiting past floor 100, she is walking straight into it with her eyes wide open. And then she freezes. This is all she manages to get out. Elliot braces hard, weapon up, every muscle locked for the hit that's coming. Light rips through the ravine as the fight's arena lays itself bare. A massive stone claw comes crashing down at her. She shrieks as the blast throws her clean off her feet. Drenched in sweat, she grips her sword tighter, terrified but refusing to back off. She launches straight at the golem, sword raised high. Attack powers too weak, someone judges coolly right before the golem swats her for the attempt. The hit sends her flying, and she crashes straight into the lake below. Agnes's voice cuts through. Don't just defend, scout your surroundings too. Don't repeat that mistake, use this terrain against it. Huff huff, yes, Ailette gasps, spotting her opening at last. The golem's molten eye flares as cracks spread across its stony hide. Something across the battlefield catches her eye, and she freezes for a beat. Arms crossed, she thinks fast, turning Agnes's advice into an actual plan. The golem's core throbs, building up for another strike. Another blast rocks the clearing as it winds up its next swing. She dashes in low, blade trailing a streak of light. Agnes, is there any way to make enemies unable to look away from me? She calls out mid-leap. Agnes's tip comes back dry as ever. Loud, flashy skills grab attention, or just yell at it. Scolding it and making it angry works fine too. Her mind wanders for a second, mumbling something about how good a snack would be right about now. Hey damn golem, she bellows, sword up, going for its full attention. Where are your parents? She screams, and somewhere Agnes just blinks at that one. It's just a curse from where I grew up, she mutters, blushing at her own trash talk. It works, the golem roars, and comes at her twice as hard. Guess that hit a nerve, real filial devotion right there. Agnes deadpans as the beast rages. Ailette grins, exactly the reaction she was fishing for. Her eyes go sharp, all business now. I'll show you what a real tanker can do, she says, then immediately doubts herself. Wait, what should I even do instead of just running? Right, Agnes said, use the terrain to attack, she remembers mid-sprint. I just saw, she starts, then a scream rips through the air. Ailette. The ground buckles and splits open right under her feet. She plunges over the broken edge, arms flailing for anything to grab. She slams down hard, sword skittering off. She blurts, dazed. She's clinging to a jagged outcrop now, dust billowing away into the abyss below. Behind you is the abyss. You can't run anymore, Ailette, comes the warning. There's nowhere left to go. I won't run away now, she says quietly, steadying herself. This is, she starts, eyes widening at what she's about to try. Her grip tightens on the hilt, knuckles going white. Her blade flares with light as she pours everything she's got into it. A small, dangerous smile crosses her face. This is the spot I'm sending you straight to hell from, she says, ice in her voice. The rock bridge under the golem shatters into pieces. Light and lightning tear through the collapsing stone. Her strike lands dead center, sending debris exploding outward. Cracks race across the golem's molten core, it's coming apart at the seams. The whole ravine lights up as the creature finally detonates. For a moment, everything goes completely still. The golem lets out one last groaning roar as she grips her sword, spent but still standing. She swings clean through it, and the golem finally goes up in flame. One last flash of light seals the kill for good. "Lucky for me, I lured it into the valley first," she says, catching her breath. She stands tall for a second, blade raised in the afterglow, every bit the hero. "Agnes, was that thing like an A-rank boss?" she asks, still catching up on what just happened. "Wow, A-rank really is stronger than I thought," she says, then takes a swig from her flask and grumbles, "This so-called divine prohibition skill is a total scam." Agnes announces they'll push to the next floor tomorrow. Ailette groans, "I've got nothing left in my legs," and Agnes just laughs it off. "Oh my, is that so? All right, let's get out of this tower first." "You worked hard today, student Allie. Go shower, eat, and rest up," Agnes says warmly, then adds, "and once you're rested, it's back to full physical training." "Oog, Ailette groans at the mere thought, while Agnes teases, "Wow, you sound thrilled about it." Elsewhere, a cold voice cuts through the dark. "You must have known this was coming." A young, white-haired man kneels in chains, the weight of the accusation written all over his face. Chains rattle as they march Frosty off down the corridor, and for once that icy calm of his looks a little harder to hold. They walk him deeper into the prison, further from anyone who might actually vouch for him. Once the guards clear out, Hothead Ephael comes bolting over to the bars, waving Hestio in. The coast is finally clear. Backup Hestio hushes him and the two sneak right up to Frosty's cell. "You, Tessalid, are you okay?" Hestio asks, dead serious. Frosty just glances around his new cell. Cold room, Ephael and Hestio stare, stunned. He's even joking right now. Ephael pulls out food he'd been hiding, waiting for the guards to clear out just to sneak his friend a real meal. "Not exactly gourmet," Ephael admits, passing over some bread, "but it beats starving." Frosty thanks him quietly and Hestio leans in with the question that actually matters. Is he really okay? Hestio can't help but marvel. After everything, after all the people and cities he saved, all Frosty says back is, "I'm fine." Ephael just sighs. Of course that's his answer, that's exactly who Frosty's always been. Hestio doesn't say a word. "The Saint Camp's taking its anger out on someone like you," Ephael mutters, glaring at the bars like they personally offended him. Because Frosty broke the church's rules again and again, especially when it came to who they'd decided was a heretic. Hestio points out the obvious, even the Agony region refused to carry out this round of executions. He's not the only one who thinks something's off. "You know something?" Hestio says, voice low. "In the Saint Camp they've never actually killed a single heretic." Frosty's answer is simple, only him, he's the only one who ever actually crossed the line for it. "Hestio, are they really on the evil side?" Frosty finally asks. Hestio can't answer that, only that right now Frosty needs to look like he's on the Saint Camp's side whether he believes it or not. Frosty just looks away, that fresh cut by his eye saying more than he ever will. His mind drifts somewhere else entirely, to a pink-haired girl once smiling and telling him plainly, "I stand on your side." It's a memory Frosty holds onto tighter than he'd ever admit out loud. Ephael notices him drift off and nudges him. "What's up?" Frosty just shakes his head. "Nothing, sure buddy." Back in the memory, the girl wonders aloud what it even means, now that she's truly fallen for someone. "Then your face flashed in my head," she says, running through flower petals like it's the easiest confession in the world. Frosty's eyes well up. Locked in a cell, starved of water, and still it's that memory that gets to him. One name slips out under his breath, Allie. And somewhere far from that cell, a pink-haired girl looks up, almost like she heard him call her name. That's Allie, and right now a bespectacled boy is asking her along for the afternoon. "A picnic?" she asks, caught off guard. "I've still got lessons to learn," she starts to protest, but Four Eyes waves her off. "Go have fun, go on your date." Date? Date, she squeaks, then decides fine, she'll go. "Just take it easy and study," he tells her before she heads out. "Yes," she chirps back, all smiles. The second the door shuts, though, that sweet smile turns into pure focus, and she snaps her book shut like she's got somewhere to be. And that grin on her face, that is not picnic energy. System, take me to the challenge tower. Turns out our girl has a secret and it is not a boyfriend. Light swallows her whole, and just like that, sweet studious Allie gears up for war. She's been grinding this tower hard, floor after floor, for days on end. By floor 101 though, her attack speed starts dropping off. The climb is getting real. 2 days a floor after that, hacking through monsters that would send most people running the other way. Then 3-4 days a floor. The climb only gets meaner the higher she goes. A week a floor by floor 130. Then 10 days a floor. This tower is not messing around. By floor 170 it's a full month per floor, and she keeps climbing anyway. Time keeps slipping by in flashes, day folding quietly into day. Even her quiet moments look different now, like her mind's still climbing even when her body isn't. By floor 210 she's not just stronger, her whole skill set keeps quietly leveling up right alongside her. Exhausted and slumped against a wall, her healing skill quietly ticks up to level 60. Even worn out, she's still gaining. Her healing power blows past every normal benchmark, amazingly, effortlessly, the system practically gushing about it. Her swordsmanship's not far behind either. She's crossed clean into professional aura territory now. It clicks who taught her the basics in the first place. Agnes gave her that first push into swordsmanship. Watching her train with a warm, proud smile is a golden-haired stranger we're only just meeting, and clearly he matters. Another skeleton, another disaster. Someone's demanding to know who beat this poor guy to pieces this badly. Enter Islet, farm boss and part-time medic, patching up the damage. Turns out it all started with the crew getting a little too enthusiastic building a fish pond. 2 of the skeletons even named themselves mid-shift, Agatha and Hayes, then worked so hard they literally shattered themselves. Islet just sighs. These bony little workaholics never know when to quit. She gets to work with a little fire magic, diagnosing fractures and bone rot like a one-woman clinic. Lucky timing too, she just brought back a gift for the repairs. Whatever she's fitting onto this one, it apparently suits him. Even the other skeletons are curious what it is. The gift, actual dragon bones. Yes, she's rebuilding her skeleton staff with dragon parts now. Sparks fly as she welds the dragon bones straight into place, and just like that, it's done. The results are immediate. Both patched-up skeletons take off sprinting, buzzing with dragon energy. Islet warns them not to overdo it, again. She lines up the rest of the crew for their own upgrades, digging through her haul to find the right piece for each one. Then her little fire spirit sidekick pipes up, pouting that everyone got a present except him. Of course she saved something for him too. She pulls out something way bigger than a spare bone, a glowing red heart, the forgotten heart of the dragon itself. Jaw, meat floor. Eating an actual dragon's heart is supposed to make you insanely powerful, and he can barely believe his luck. Islet hands it right over, no hesitation. He melts on the spot, swearing she's his favorite person alive. He wolfs it down without a second thought, and the whole yard lights up in a burst of fire. Even Islet gets caught in the blast, flames licking around her for a second before she catches her breath. The little flame admits he still doesn't know if it worked. Digesting a dragon's heart apparently takes a while. Mostly it's just made him sleepy. Cut to Islet's brother Print, brushing off whatever he's just been told with an exasperated "What do you even know?" Sword in hand, Islet presses him. She's heard there's a swordsman worth knowing about in that kingdom. Print looks caught off guard by the question. He reminds her gently there was a kid who saved her life back when she was little. Does she even remember that? Islet's expression goes still. She knows exactly who he means, the Silid Argent. The name hangs in the air a moment while her mind drifts back. Flashback, a massive S-rank dungeon once tore open in the sky above El Torini, and the 2 of them got caught in the fallout. The Pope's conquest team managed to seal it shut, but not before the dungeon's floating fortress came crashing down out of the gate. The city of El Torini was leveled in the collapse, and that's exactly when the Silid Argentin showed up. Channeling some kind of divine power and holy aura, the boy single-handedly took on a falling fortress. He broke the fortress apart with his bare hands, just casually apparently. Islet notes it quietly to herself. Terry is turning out just as powerful as he was supposed to be in the original story. Exactly what you'd expect from the actual main character. To everyone watching, the kid looks like a straight-up hero. Print isn't so sure though. Turns out the kingdom doesn't exactly treat him like one. See, when that fortress broke apart, the debris rained straight down into the city below. Nobody died, thankfully, but the property damage was massive, and the local traders turned around and billed the poor kid for every wrecked shop. If Terry hadn't stepped in, the whole city would have been gone, buildings, people, everything. And this is the thanks he gets, not exactly fair. Print just shakes his head at the whole situation. Back in the present, Islet calls out to him from up on the hill. Print tells her it's time to get moving. He mentions he picked up some famous macarons from the capital to share later. Islet, a little flustered, just agrees. But once she's alone again, her mind wanders right back to that name. She remembers, in the original story, their so-called hero once got hilariously flustered just being handed a macaron. He's clearly grown up a lot since then, in more ways than one. She catches herself frowning. Why does she suddenly care so much? Still, training comes first. She can't go looking for Terry until she finishes her practice. She knows exactly how his story is supposed to go, doesn't stop her from worrying about him anyway. And honestly, she admits, she's a little worried about herself too. Meet the floor's guardian, the self-titled Dragon Lord Empire, and yes, the name is exactly as extra as it sounds. Islet just stares the thing down, wondering out loud why every boss dragon in this tower insists on the exact same dramatic entrance. What kind of dragon is this, anyway? She mutters, sizing it up like a weird zoo exhibit instead of a life-or-death boss fight. She's climbed hundreds of floors in this tower and still hasn't scored a single weapon item. Rough streak. She knows the sword forms, she just doesn't have a blade worth swinging, and right on cue, the tower's guiding voice chimes in, telling her to quit staring at the sky and start looking ahead. Then the real hook drops. A limited event just went live, Dragon Lord Slayer difficulty S. Take down the boss, loot the horde, and if the RNG gods smile, walk off with a coupon for a rare weapon. That's it. After hundreds of floors of absolutely nothing, one measly coupon is suddenly the best news she's heard all week. Her whole face lights up. Finally, an actual weapon is on the table. The dragon isn't exactly gracious about it either, sneering that anyone greedy enough to reach for its hoard basically volunteered to die. It even brags about handing out the most comfortable death around a weirdly polite way to threaten someone, but sure, go off, dragon. Islet's too busy admiring how cool the whole set piece looks, while her friend is already eyeing exactly where the real treasure is buried. If a dragon hoards this much loot, there has to be a sword in there with her name on it. Literally, she's hoping. Time to finally trade up from whatever she's been fighting with. Islet squares her stance. This is her shot, and she's taking it right now. She dives straight into the blaze after the boss's stash, no hesitation. Her hand closes around something solid in the wreckage. And there it is, she comes up holding serpents, a genuine named weapon straight out of a dragon's treasure pile. Her friend teases her about the hard ties she's giving the blade, then reminds her she spent 3 full days and nights picking through that hoard just to land this one famous sword. Word is it's basically the best no-frills sword out there, no gimmicks, just raw quality. Islet giggles that it was worth every second of waiting. The two of them get quiet for a second, talking about the countdown to turning 20 and finally walking free of the Countess's house and what they'll do the moment that door opens. Her friend doesn't even hesitate. First thing on the list, she says, is tracking down someone called Theli. Islet turns it right back around, teasing that this sounds a whole lot like a first love talking, and gets a flustered denial for her trouble. Yeah, everyone already knows the truth here, no matter how hard she denies it. Then the story yanks the camera somewhere much darker, dropping a gut punch of a line. This world's actual destined protagonist has already died at the very start 17 times over, loop after loop after loop. Back in their room, her friend ribs Islet about grinding hard enough to single-handedly wreck an Empire's dragon collection, then reminds her training again tomorrow, so it's bedtime. Islet agrees, settling in for the night. She blows out the candle and says goodnight to Agnes. Even half asleep, she can't stop thinking about how non-stop this grind has been. Before she drifts off completely, she pulls up the system to check the rankings and immediately tenses up. 28th place, not bad at all considering where she started. The system flags her mission progress too. She's officially cracked the top 100 of this whole worldview, with strict orders to keep proving she belongs there. The fine print is way scarier though. Most players rank below 1,000. The tutorial clock is still ticking inside a world-rated S-class for sheer survival difficulty, and failing means exactly what it sounds like: dying for real. And somehow she thinks she still has to keep walking this thorny road. Meanwhile, across the Empire, mourning breaks over a very different figure, the Silid. Funny enough, he's supposedly the true hero of this story, but everything before this point has been nothing but misery for him, and he's quietly hoping that's finally about to change. Back in her own bed, Islet drifts off hoping that wherever he is, he's having a good dream tonight. Spoiler, he is very much not. The second the scene cuts away, the rain starts pouring, and we're dragged straight into a memory he'd rather forget. Screams tear through the storm, and a body hits the ground somewhere in the dark. Blood sprays across the scene. Whatever happened here, it was brutal. All that's left is ragged breathing and rain hammering down on torn, bloodied fabric. The Silid kneels in the middle of it all, surrounded by bodies, soaked in rain and blood he can't wash off. A clawed voice slithers out of the shadows behind him, calling this a proud achievement. It gestures, almost admiring, at the corpses scattered across the valley. Every one of them was branded a heretic he personally struck down, and the demon coos that his people back home will be so proud of their hero. Right, it presses, looming over him like it already knows the answer is going to hurt. It keeps twisting the knife, calling the whole massacre a noble achievement for stopping some grand ritual like slaughter was ever the heroic option. The Silid finally snaps, screaming at it to shut up. Even as the guilt eats him alive, the demon just keeps needling. Go on, it says, tell everyone how it feels to be a hero. It grabs his face with clawed fingers, mockingly crowning him a man of rigor and discipline. The Silid's answer comes out ice cold: he wants it dead. The demon just laughs the threat off, daring him to try it and calling him cattle while it's at it. Something in the Silid finally cracks and he starts laughing. The kind of laugh that isn't about anything being funny. He stares down at his own reflection in a pool of blood, completely hollowed out. Wounded and spent, he sinks down into the wreckage of the massacre. Whatever's left of him after tonight, it isn't the person he used to be. Something grabs him roughly by the face, and the memory tears off right there. He's left crumpled in the rain, every bit of fight drained out of him. The scene dissolves, pages scattering on the wind. Time moves on the way it always does. Back with Islet, the narration catches us up. 10 autumns have now passed since she landed in this world, and so far, against the odds, her story is still going smoothly. Islet's tiny boat takes a brutal hit as an icy wave crashes down around her. This fight is already underway. She braces against the spray, eyes locked on the churning water below her feet. No hesitation, Islet draws her sword right there on the deck, ready before the enemy even fully shows itself. Something massive is coalescing in the mist. 2 glowing yellow eyes blink open in the fog. Agnes warns her not to fall off the boat again this time. Seriously, Islet, not again. Islet just grins. She spent 2 whole months practicing her balance for exactly this boss. And there it is, the tower announces its newest challenger, a cursed abomination called Undead Seal. Up close, it's clear this thing is no cute mermaid. Whatever's below the waist is something far more monstrous. The water explodes as its massive form thrashes just beneath the surface. Turns out that tail belongs to a straight-up giant snake. Mermaid looks with a serpent's nightmare underneath. Islet clocks the horror instantly and just keeps swimming, professional as ever. Good thing she's riding her trusty boat that never flips gadget. Without it, she'd have been fish food ages ago. She launches off the boat, sword raised, going straight on the offensive. Steel meets water in one clean slash as she carves through the waves toward her target. She's midair, blade drawn back, fully committed to the strike. Ice shatters outward from the impact. The fight is officially on. The creature strikes back hard, drawing blood as Islet takes a nasty hit. Those cold yellow eyes don't even flinch. This thing is not playing around. A scream tears through the chaos as ice shards rain down around the clash. Blades and claws collide again and again, neither side backing off. Eyelet swings back in, refusing to give this monster an inch. Her expression hardens, this is turning into a real slugfest. Blood sprays through the mix of ice and seawater, the fight's getting ugly. She's sent spinning through the air from the sheer force of the exchange. Somehow she sticks the landing back on her boat, sword still in hand, breathing hard. For a second it looks like she's caught her breath, riding out the swell. Then the boat itself gets wrecked, planks scattering across the open water. A hand shoots up out of the waves, she's fighting to stay afloat now. No solid ground to stand on is a real problem, she admits, but hey, as long as she's still got her divine advent skill, she's not too worried. Wait a second, her eyes go wide, she just realized exactly what skill the enemy is about to pull. No restarting, just keep pushing, she confirms, because Undead Seal is about to unleash that very same skill. The monster lets out a bone-chilling roar that shakes the whole scene. Its scream tears the water itself apart in a burst of raw power. A warning flashes across the sky, a destructive tsunami is incoming, brace for impact. The creature rises to its full, terrifying height over the ocean, tiny islet barely visible against it. She stares it down, dead serious now. The water churns and ripples with building pressure. Then the wave hits full force, no holding back. The creature's face twists as its power keeps surging. It stalks forward across the reshaped battlefield, Islet standing her ground in the distance. A magic circle flares to life right under her feet. Islet grits her teeth, demanding to know how this thing just pulled that off. Undead Seal isn't shy about it either, she basically declares this whole battlefield her own personal castle now. Her cold, inhuman face doesn't so much as twitch. The creature keeps rising, claiming more of the icy terrain as her own. Islet breaks into a sprint across the freezing battlefield, racing toward the heart of it. She locks in, sword raised, completely focused. She plants her feet and readies her strike. Ice creeps and crystallizes across the ground as the battlefield keeps shifting around her. And that's a wrap, floor boss down. The system confirms she's officially cleared. Undead Seal is cursed. The reward matches the fight. Mermaid tears for top-tier potions and a harp string of the Spirit King she can turn into a wire weapon. Someone points out a boss like this normally needs a full 12-person elite squad and she just soloed it. She just laughs it off, all humble like who, me? Truth is she bought every single class skill from the cash shop, so she's her own tank, damage dealer, healer, and buffer rolled into one. That's the real transmigrator's privilege right there. The tower's system, the so-called architect, gently suggests she slow down now that she's cracked the mainland's top 7. She just shrugs, 7th's a fine number, but it's clearly not enough for her. The poor architect is stunned, she's already climbing again, and outright begs her to wait a whole month before touching floor 299. Islet isn't buying the panic, she calls it out directly. What exactly is this system hiding from her? The architect suddenly develops a serious case of the silent treatment, so she figures there's only one option left, straight to the next floor. She's grinning ear to ear as the 299th floor of the challenge tower finishes loading up. Somewhere the architect is silently screaming and Islet catches something off in her own reaction too. Something feels seriously wrong here, she mutters, this isn't adding up. Realization creeps in as the floor finishes loading, wait. Could it actually be? Here we go again. Islet feels that all too familiar dizzy pull through space, and she already knows exactly what is coming next. Petals of light swirl around her as reality resets itself, and all she can manage is a stunned this. Yep, she's just been yanked straight into a brand new dungeon, the S-rank slime formation cave, boots on the ground with zero warning. Someone radios in panicking about a slime outbreak, demanding to know what the architect did this time. Turns out Islet, the so-called skyscraper architect of the challenge tower, never actually finished building floor 299. In a total rush job, she just wired it straight into a random S-rank dungeon and called it done. A stray headline pops up mocking how the tower's last renovation 7 years back never actually got finished either. Of course it didn't. Now the higher-ups want a proper incident report, pinning the slime mess on her and reminding her the clock is running out. Bureaucracy, even in a fantasy tower. Islet just sighs and pouts about the paperwork piling up, like she's running some cosmic customer service desk instead of a tower. Her genius plan: keep the slip-up secret from the other gods, slide out through the exit gate, and pretend none of this ever happened. So off she marches, boots crunching over rubble, straight out toward the world beyond the dungeon walls. This is the challenge tower we're talking about. Normally, climbers get to face its bosses again and again if they fail. But out here in a real dungeon, there are no retries. One careless mistake and it is game over for good. Islet quietly wonders if the same restrictions still apply out here. Yep, turns out they do. No matter where she ends up, the universe never forgets to slap a downside on her. She's hiked for miles with zero pay to show for it, her legs are screaming, and she's grumbling that this system map really could use a few more gates. Then it hits her: why not just check the actual book this world is based on? She summons up her built-in library. A wall of glowing bookshelves floods her vision, her own personal archive of everything this story is supposed to hold. She digs through her copy of Until I Save the World and searches her bookmarks for anything on slime-forming cave dungeons. A bookmark pings up: slime cave, drama, a relic curse, and a name she recognizes: the little Duke of Wallenstein. She settles in with the pages, grinning. Finally, some answers. According to the book, this Duke actually sympathized with the story's main character, and he genuinely cared about the knights under his command. Problem was, his prince handed him an unreasonable order, and the Duke found himself forced to draw his sword on the main character anyway. Torn between loyalty and his own conscience, he wrestled with it, until the main character talked him down and he finally lowered his blade. Sadly for Sir Sacrifice, that reprieve didn't last. In the end, he gave his life protecting the main character. Islet rubs the back of her aching head, snapping back to the present. Now she actually knows what this dark dungeon's boss is and how to take it down. Wait, if she's not even planning to fight the boss, why bother studying the strategy at all? Islet just shrugs. Hey, better safe than sorry. Hugh Murphy's Law: the boss suddenly drops straight out of the ceiling without warning. Islet's jaw drops. Wait, is this actually happening right now? Rocks rain down around her as the reality of it sinks in. Through the dust, a blonde swordsman braces in front of a group of terrified, injured survivors. Someone gasps, wondering if the thing crashing toward them is even human. Spoiler, it's the boss. Cadet Charming roars for everyone to get behind him as the monster comes crashing down from above. He plants his feet and meets the beast head-on, blade flashing. Watching from the sidelines, Islet raises an eyebrow. Okay, this guy can actually fight. Is he some kind of system user? Steel meets claw in a shower of sparks and rubble. The slime boss bolts, trying to flee the fight. He checks on the survivors, and one of them chokes out a shaky thank you for saving their life. He calls out again to make sure everyone is accounted for, and they shout back that they are still holding on. Islet finally decides to step in, offering to use magic to lower the survivors to safety, while the tower itself is still nagging her to hurry up and map the exits. But one look at the group and her stomach drops. None of them look okay. As he helps a battered blonde woman to her feet, Islet clocks that this crew is normally strong enough to handle B-rank dungeons, so something here went very wrong. Captain Blondie eyes the swordsman's uniform, proud of her talented junior, but admits even his strength alone can't shield the whole group. Islet suddenly feels very called out. Guess she's the one who will have to clean up this entire dungeon encounter. Somewhere nearby, a priest clutching his holy cross completely loses it, wailing at the top of his lungs. Father Fumble rounds on the captain, demanding answers for the disaster around them. He drops the bomb that their assistant healer got eaten by the boss, then straight up calls the captain incompetent for it. Except the truth comes out fast. It was Father Fumble himself who woke the sleeping boss, costing them 2 more colleagues in what was supposed to be a safe mining run. He just doubles down, screeching that he's the one being wronged here, and threatening that this healer will never be lent out to them again. The others just cave, apologizing and eating the abuse rather than push back. Islet watches the whole meltdown, thinking this guy is playing his book villain role a little too well. Then he rounds on her, demanding how she plans to escape with such an incompetent captain in charge. Someone chimes in that it isn't just 2 people missing out there, it's 3. The tension in the group ratchets up even further. Father Fumble whirls on Eyelet, sneering that she's obviously about to beg to tag along with them too. She just blinks, wait me. Eyelet just stares back at him, completely unimpressed by the accusation. Cadet Charming piles on too, insisting she's synced into their dungeon instance and will get all 8 of them hurt if she comes along. Eyelet just sighs to herself honestly, humans are more exhausting than any monster boss. Good luck to her indeed. The captain lays out the ultimatum: one exit can only take him, the other can only take her. Someone has to choose right now. Cadet Charming freezes, stammering, wait me. Someone else plants their feet and refuses to listen to another word of it. A voice cuts through the chaos, snapping at whoever is being so selfish about this whole mess. Turns out the fallout lands Eyelet stuck with the blonde swordsman himself, and he flat out doubts she is really some servant of the gods. He warns her straight up if she keeps acting like this, he is leaving her behind. Eyelet is not about to break any chivalry rules for this guy, and privately wonders if justice even exists in this dungeon. Still, watching him, she has to admit he actually seems like a decent guy underneath it all. She spots something he is hiding and asks him to shift his left hand over so she can take a look. He freezes, stunned that she clocked the wound he was so sure nobody noticed. Warm light spills from her hands as she heals his arm on the spot, and all he can manage is a stammered this. Nearby soldiers gasp at the glow. Wait, is she a healer too? Because that ability looks seriously top tier. Eyelet gently calls him out for patching up everyone else while quietly ignoring his own injury. Warmed up now, he calls out to the group, hey everyone, all the injured come over here. Eyelet throws her arms wide and makes the call herself, come on over, she is healing everybody. The wounded soldiers are floored by her speed, grumbling that the other priest just told them to endure it if their bones were not actually broken. One guy cannot help but smirk about how these same soldiers were just begging him for help minutes ago. Priest Hakim rounds on someone, demanding to know just what exactly they think they are doing. Eyelet calls out the whole group for being unreasonable, then immediately turns around and playfully pinches a young soldier's cheek. Suddenly Hakim is all smiles, fussing over everyone's belongings, and even the bystanders admit it is the first time they have ever seen him act this friendly. With the group traveling together now, someone suggests they might as well get proper introductions out of the way. First up, Anne introduces herself as the leader of the Golden Apple team. Hakim can't resist bragging that he is the most reliable one on the team, right before Kyle steps in to introduce himself and his sister Kana. Sajin the mercenary mage and the hooded, gruff Freeze both give their names next. A quiet one simply says I am Ash, and then the blonde swordsman finally gives up his own name to Ray. Eyelet introduces herself last, right as Hakim fumbles through his own grand self-introduction like he is applying for promotion. As they push toward the exit, Kana asks Eyelet if she fell asleep and got dumped in here too, just like the rest of them. Eyelet jokes that dozing off inside an S-rank dungeon should honestly come with its own warning label. Kana relates hard she was asleep too, right before waking up surrounded by slime and scared out of her mind. Kana points straight at Ray and announces that this uncle is the one who saved her, leaving him completely thrown. Turns out her father's rule is that anyone in an officer's school uniform gets called uncle, no exceptions. Ray just coughs and lets it slide. Eyelet teases that brother works just as well since her own sibling goes to that same school. Ray insists it is really not necessary and quickly changes the subject. He figures she is curious about him anyway, so he lays it out: second-class graduate, 117th class, currently locked into a year of mandatory chivalry training. He mentions he signed on with the Golden Apple team as a mercenary just for extra cash, and Eyelet congratulates him warmly on making second class. He reads a little too much into her kindness, guessing out loud that she must think he got compared to the flashier first class the whole time. Somebody finally asks his actual name, and the answer stops Eyelet dead in her tracks. She stammers it back in disbelief. His family name ties straight back to the Roadline name. Mortified, she practically shrieks at him to get away from her. Stung, he fires right back that he must be allergic to pink hair now and needs some space, though it is pretty obvious the joke is covering up how much that cold shoulder actually hurt. Her attention drifts to another teammate, whose blunt way of talking she chalks up to just being a bit rude. But Ash tells her the truth is he is actually polite to everyone and that something about her just feels different, like a sister. Caught off guard by that word, Islet cannot help but soften at how strangely sincere Ash sounds. Ash drops the formal act completely now that they are close in age, and asks if she really came into this dungeon all on her own. Islet admits she was actually running with a band of bandits before all of this happened. Ash just listens quietly, letting her keep talking. She explains she hid in the caves from a beast attack until the Golden Apple team found her, grateful for it since her own combat skills are shaky at best. Ash warns that it is dangerous for the group's healer to wander too far away and tells her to stay close. She agrees. But a private thought flashes through her mind as she walks. Ash is lying, and she had better pay close attention. Watching his back, she clocks the calluses on his hands and the way he moves, definitely not just some ordinary mercenary. She pieces it together instantly, a double dagger fighter hiding something dangerous, every bit of it read off him thanks to the combat instincts weapons master Agnes drilled into her. She already knows exactly who he is anyway because she has read the original. Ash is the #1 killer of the Night Eagle Assassins Guild, a direct disciple of its guildmaster. In the story she remembers, this assassin has exactly one job out here: end someone named Terry's life. She reminds herself to stay sharp, right as some poor guy in a witch's hat mutters nearby that he just wants to get out before he runs into the boss. Elsewhere, Anne goes rigid at whatever news just reached her. Something massive stirs in the dark of the cave, and the whole tunnel seems to shudder with it. Hakim shrieks that the dungeon boss is coming back, while someone else is just begging him to quit panicking and hurry up. It is a full sprint now, the whole group bolting down the tunnel screaming for everyone to run. And right on cue, the beast rears up behind them, jaws wide open, exactly the cliffhanger this chapter needed. They're running for their lives, boots pounding through the dark, whatever's chasing them, nobody's stopping to look back. Ranger's already bleeding and screaming for everyone to move. We have to distract them or we're all dead, she yells, no time to argue with that. The whole group scrambles behind her, terror on every face as they bolt deeper into the ruins. One of the scouts calls out for their captain and gets nothing back. Whoever was supposed to be leading them just isn't there anymore. They skid to a stop in a dead-end cave. This is a blind alley, someone announces exactly the news nobody wanted. The golden-haired knight steps up, jaw tight. Don't be afraid, he tells them, the kind of line you only believe because someone has to say it. He grips his sword hilt hard enough to creak. Stand in line, he's about to put himself between them and whatever's coming. I'll go first, he says, and means it, blade already swinging before the words even finish. Not everyone's got that kind of nerve. A bald priest starts screaming, stand in line for what? What can you even do? Demanding to know if anyone's actually seen the dungeon boss, the so-called devil predator. Then he shoves right past a terrified young woman. You're all doing something stupid, I'm running, he snaps, and just like that, our runaway friar is gone. Deeper in the cave, Islet crouches low, arms wrapped tight around a small child, listening for footsteps. She prays, don't come this way. The priest freezes mid-run, all the color draining out of his face. Running away isn't exactly working out for him. Something huge answers him with a howl that shakes the whole cavern. It slams into him before he can even scream properly. Red claws wrap around him, and this time there's no running from it. The thing drags him down into the dark, teeth and all. His scream cuts off cold. Somewhere unseen, the entity known as the challenging skyscraper architect takes notice too, like this whole nightmare is being scored. And there it finally is, the dungeon boss itself, a mass of writhing red tendrils that makes clear exactly why everyone was told to run. The ground cracks open beneath them. It's not just attacking, it's trying to bring the whole cave down. The knight throws himself in front of the group. Not underground, it's coming from above, he shouts, catching the strike meant for them. Tendrils crash down again and again, and he's taking every hit just to buy them a few more seconds. What even are these things? Gramps the old archer yells, and honestly, fair question. Keep calm, just handle them one at a time, comes the reply. These creatures, the Osculia predators, aren't alone out here, they are a whole collection. Individually, at least, they're not that tough. The one piece of good news all day, as the night proves by cutting one clean down. But Gramps starts, and you already know a but like that isn't going anywhere good. A hooded stranger finishes the thought for him. There are too many. Eyelet just holds the child tighter, eyes wide with fear. Ranger's voice cracks as she screams two names into the chaos, desperate to know who's still breathing. Eyelet's answer is grim. The other one died, she says quietly. He's still alive, but he can't take much more. Before she can even finish that thought, jaws the size of a doorway snap shut right beside her. A blade cuts through the dark just in time, catching the thing mid-bite. A silver-haired swordsman drops in out of nowhere, slicing the monster off Eyelet and the child in one clean motion. Be careful, he warns her, voice low and serious. The healer is the most important person here, and it's pretty clear who he means. Eyelet breathes out, relief washing over her face. "Ah, thank you," she says, then recognizes exactly who just saved her. It's you. The golden-haired knight finds them next, scraped up but standing. "You hid well," he tells her, tired but relieved. "Even though I've got a lot I want to say to you. To get out of here we're going to need more power," he adds grimly. The swordsman just nods, "Okay." They fall into formation fast. "If there's a signal, I go first, the rest of you fall in behind." 1, the knight counts down. 2, 3, and he's already moving, blade cutting a path straight through the swarm. Every strike lands clean, carving through claws and teeth alike. He doesn't slow down for a second, spinning through the pack like he's done this 100 times. The silver-haired swordsman matches him blow for blow on the other flank, cutting the horde down between them. Eyelet watches them work, honestly a little stunned. "Wow," she murmurs, "both of them have some serious talent." The Golden Apple team isn't bad at all, Gramps admits, grudgingly impressed as he and the swordsman blast another one back with a burst of magic. But even as one falls, another survivor lies bleeding on the ground. "The ghosts just keep rising," he mutters, "this fight's only going to wear us down." Eyelet goes quiet, and somewhere unseen, that same challenging skyscraper architect fixes its attention squarely on her, watching her specifically now. Deep in the dark, something else is stirring, muttering the same words over and over, I'm hungry, while its master calls out for food. Steel meets flesh again as the fight rages on, no one getting a second to breathe. Something massive opens a single burning eye, and it is not happy. Another scream tears through the group as the monster claims a fresh target. "Everyone hold hands this way," someone shouts, trying to keep the group together as the ground keeps shifting under them. Eyelet flinches, eyes going wide. Something's just changed and she can feel it. A mark flares to life on someone's hand, glowing with a warning. The prey mark has just been triggered. "What is this?" they ask, staring at it in horror. The monster's hunger turns into a chant, feed me," while Eyelet pulls the child in close. "I won't let anyone go," she says, steel in her voice. A command flashes through the dark in a burst of pink light, "Eat obediently," not exactly a request. Shadowy figures rise out of nowhere as the prey mark's scare effect kicks in, twisting the whole cave into a waking nightmare. One of the survivors just breaks. "We're all going to die," he whispers, staring into nothing. All the silver-haired swordsman can offer back is a quiet god. Eyelet steps forward anyway. "No, I'll eat it," she decides, even as the child clings to her, crying out, "Mom." Somewhere unseen, that mysterious architect goes quiet with worry because even it knows what she's about to risk. And there she is, one word hanging in the dark like a promise, Eyelet. Whatever she's about to do next, she's doing it for that kid. Somewhere else in this cursed tower, a veteran knight named Ash is already writing everyone's eulogy. "We will all die," he chokes out, and honestly, the mood is not great. His gray-haired subordinate, the Psyllid, grabs him by the shoulder. "Listen to me, Ash," he says, ice-cold and completely unbothered, like doom is just Tuesday. Nearby, the blonde knight Ephael has a plan nobody asked for: draw the monster's attention himself so the others can run. The Psyllid warns it won't take long, but they've still got a sliver of time. Ephael just breathes out a flat "really," not exactly reassured. "You're a brave knight," the Psyllid tells him, but it's too late. His eyes drop to his own hand where something dark has just carved itself into his skin. That mark is the boss's brand, a curse that latches onto its target for life and quietly starts sinking their fate to its own. Something shifts in the Silid's voice. It will be better if everyone dies here, he mutters, and that is absolutely not the pep talk Ephael was hoping for. The Silid doubles over like the words physically hurt coming out. What's wrong with you? Ephael demands, and for once the Silid genuinely doesn't know. Back in the present, Islet's own party freezes as a monstrous shadow rises over them. We have no hope, someone whispers, and the tower seems to agree a little too eagerly. Islet isn't buying the doom talk. She scoops up an injured girl, Freeze, and carries her clear of the danger without missing a step. The tower itself is watching. This whole nightmare is run by the so-called skyscraper architect, quietly narrating everyone's fate like a smug game master. Yes, as expected, Islet mutters, strolling into the boss's purple haze like this is just another Tuesday for her too. Sorry, but she says, already channeling her last defensive trick, Mercury's barrier, to wrap her allies in a shield before she even finishes the sentence. Gold light detonates around the group as the barrier snaps into place, walling everyone off from the horror behind her. Layer after layer of light keeps stacking up, hammering the shield into shape around the survivors. The barrier groans under the pressure, but holds for now at least. A witch-hatted girl and a scarred, braided woman stare up at it, breathless. This, the barrier, one asks, will it protect us? Before she walks back out to fight, Islet pulls Freeze into a tight hug, holding on like she needs the comfort just as much as the kid does. I know you understand me the most, Islet says softly, kneeling beside her with sword in hand. Even the architect narrating all this lets out a sigh. Will you protect us? Freeze asks in a small voice. Islet's answer doesn't waver. All right, Freeze, don't come out until it's over, stay right here. Footsteps behind her. Ephael and the Silid have caught up after all. You, Islet blurts, stunned. Unbelievable, the Silid mutters, equally thrown. She shakes off the surprise fast. Stay here too, she orders them, already pivoting toward the danger. I'll kill it right now. She walks straight at the boss alone, golden light curling off her like fear simply isn't in her vocabulary. The thing she's hunting finally shows its face, a mess of red flesh and hunger. Just a prey, it rasps, sizing her up like a snack. Its tendrils lash out wildly. I can't forgive. So hungry, it growls, and it's very clearly not talking about lunch. I'll eat her, it decides, weaving its ghostly threads into something worse. The witch-hatted girl gasps, they're linking together. A face? Islet says, thoroughly unimpressed. The boss finally loses it completely. I'll kill all, it howls loud enough to rattle the whole chamber. It keeps screaming murder into the dark. Islet doesn't so much as blink. She just keeps walking straight into the storm, sword drawn and completely unbothered. Back by the barrier, Ephael can't watch quietly anymore. Islet, he shouts, voice cracking as she vanishes into the chaos. She doesn't look back. Every ounce of her focus is locked onto the fight in front of her. Chains of light rip out from her strikes, tearing straight through the boss in one blinding flash. The exchange only speeds up from there, light and blood trading places with every swing. Islet grins through the carnage, way too pleased with herself. Is it provoking me? She laughs, clearly having the time of her life. From a safe distance, Ephael and the Silid just stare. Do humans have this much power? Normally, the Silid admits no, not even close. She surges forward again, and even her own allies are impressed that skill hits hard, but it's brutal to pull off cleanly. I didn't expect she was this good, the Silid admits, watching her wind-whipped charge. If she said she trained under the hero Agnes, I'd believe it. It's not that strange, Ephael reasons, if she's a master of divine energy. He trails off, watching a little too closely. The truth is even wilder. Islet is running two completely different kinds of power at once, something nobody's really supposed to pull off. She interrupts her own badass moment with an annoyed "Hey Tilda." Apparently even world-ending monsters can be rude. You aren't cute, she snaps at it. The thing's entire comeback is one flat word, move, great banter, 10 out of 10. She can't resist twisting the knife. Raising a weak pet like you, isn't your boss embarrassed? The thing goes rigid with fury. You dare. She already knows exactly what button she's pushing. In the original story, this thing was raised as Lucifer's own pet. If I'm right, she says coolly, this is about to make it very angry. Sure enough, it roars, how dare she insult my boss. That's exactly the reaction she was fishing for. Provoke it just right and its next move becomes painfully easy to call. A massive masked eye glares down at her, and her first instinct screams to smash straight through that mask. She catches herself fast. Going for the face, she realizes, would be a complete waste of a swing. This thing heals through the ghost still tethered to its body. She hesitates, quietly rewriting her whole plan on the fly. Her eyes narrow. There's really only one target left worth hitting. Its neck. That's where she's putting the blade. The strike connects clean, and dark blood sprays clear across the chamber. The boss shrieks in real pain for the first time, all that swagger completely gone. It thrashes and screams, nowhere near as composed as it was a page ago. Islet presses the advantage, cutting through the wreckage of light and shadow without letting up for a second. Chains of magic wrap tighter around the wounded creature as it struggles to hold itself together. A dangerous prey, it finally admits, figuring out way too late exactly what it picked a fight with. Desperate, it chants to itself, recover, recover, begging its wounds to close before she can finish the job. Islet isn't giving it the chance. Now she breathes, already moving for the finish. Blood on her cheek, eyes blazing, she pushes straight through the exhaustion. A bit more. Steel and chains collide in one last violent burst. Her blade drives straight through the creature's masked face, finally finding its mark. She spins through the dying storm and delivers the blow that ends it. Even knowing she's kin to the woman who wrecked his nerves, something about her he just can't look away from. Down in the dungeon, Islet squares up against something monstrous, all alone, and somehow that just makes his feelings for her even harder to shake. Steel sings once clean, and the fight is already over. She plants a boot on the monster's body without even blinking. Ray's pink hair allergy looks cured. That's Obsculia down, a demon predator dangerous enough to rank whoever kills it 71st in the entire magic ranking. Just another Tuesday for Islet. Turns out Ray didn't just get over his allergy, he fell hard for the girl who caused it. Cut to the survivors she just saved, bowing so low they nearly faceplant. We won't forget this favor, they promise. They're already planning to name their unborn kid after her and maybe the grandkid too, just to be safe. Islet just waves it off, although it was nothing while absolutely glowing. Then the universe itself chimes in. Some cosmic judge wants to know why she's clearing dungeons instead of sticking to her assigned tower. The notifications keep piling up, accusing her of everything from rule breaking to outright abuse, while she just sits there completely done with it. Turns out half the cosmic bureaucracy is busy tattling on some poor entity called the architect behind the scenes. And the gods do not mess around, they drag that architect off for punishment while everyone else just watches, wide-eyed. Islet brushes off every bit of the praise. To her, curb-stomping an S-rank demon predator is just another day. Someone grumbles about all the noise, but honestly, one look at her and you'd believe she could solo the whole boss floor alone. Then the mood turns. A stern official shows up, ready to pin some accident squarely on her, paperwork and all. He accuses her of scheming behind people's backs, suddenly noticing her supposed bad behavior. Islet reads it exactly for what it is, a threat, and just watches everyone else clear out, completely unbothered. That's when Ash pulls her aside, dead serious, wanting a word alone. Everyone else clocks the special treatment immediately, and apparently Islet's got her own little confession queue forming. Ray steps up next, just as nervous, asking for a moment of her time. The rescued party says their goodbyes, showering her with blessings and calling her their great sister. Someone teasingly brings up his old pink hair allergy. So, is the distance okay now, or should they step back? Ray chokes on his own words, caught completely off guard by the tease. Composing himself, he insists he wants to properly repay the person who saved his life. Islet's jaw drops. Wait, Wallenstein Barracks? Is he actually the little Duke Ray Wallenstein himself? She admits she'd been hesitant this whole time, never guessing she was talking to actual nobility. Word is, just by showing up she's already scrambled the story's original path, and apparently Ray isn't even the top dog in his own family line, just the leader. In her head, she's already picturing some pitiful little blob whining about being ranked second and quickly backpedaling the insult. Ray explains himself. She's the sister of Print Roadline, captain of the officers' school, so of course he'd treat her with respect. Eilit's mind goes blank. Her own brother is a captain and nobody thought to mention it. Turns out her brother's been quietly earning respect the whole time, stepping up for classmates when nobody else would. Power isn't the only thing that counts. Somebody's practically shoving her at him. You have to lock this man down, and Ray just about chokes hearing it said out loud. Ray finally steadies himself and lays out the real proposal he came here for. He offers her an official knighthood because right now her incredible power is going completely unrecognized. As a noble, he has the authority to knight her himself, and he's asking her straight up, come with him, don't let that talent go to waste. She thanks him for the offer, then casually mentions she's already got a duke in her back pocket. Cue the reveal her duke is just her buff, embarrassing uncle, flexing and calling her his favorite niece. Ray has no idea how to process that. The two of them just stand there a beat too long, not quite sure what to say next. She gently asks if he's said everything, and he admits there's nothing left holding him here, so he turns to go. She catches herself mid-title, correcting little Duke to knight a small slip that says a lot. Her parting words are simple: if fate allows it, she'll find him again, so until then, stay healthy. A flicker of magic carries the moment away, and just like that, they go their separate ways. Next up is Ash, practically buzzing, ready to say his own piece. No small talk from him, though he cuts straight to it. Her assassination mission, it's not actually finished, is it? He drops the bomb. One of the people who just walked free is still her target, and it gets messier if that person has kids. He blocks her path flat out. She's not leaving until this is settled. She realizes he already knows it all and pieces together exactly who he means. A young man named Prees, questioning why anyone would play politics with threats like this. Steel flashes between them before either one backs down. The clash is fast and brutal, sparks and all. Eilert lays down the rule cold: if you want to threaten someone, you'd better be ready to actually fight for it. One clean hit later, the standoff's over, and yeah, nobody saw that coming. New scene, new problem. We cut to a glowing cave where a local guide explains the real treasure here: luminous stone grown straight out of luminous slime. Turns out people mine those famous rocks straight off a sleeping boss slime, one they deliberately keep dozing so they can farm it without a fight. Except someone just woke it up, and now the whole dungeon's convinced they're doomed unless a way out or a savior shows up fast. Just go find one, someone shouts dramatically. Yeah, easier said than done. A scream rips through the cave as the danger closes in for real. Nobody warned Eilert this was coming. Some voice in her head just screamed, "Stab him, now," and she did not hesitate for a second. And that is when the same voice panics right back. Turns out the guy she just gutted, Ash, is kind of a big deal in the original story. Oops. Someone nearby is already yelling at her to toss the body, but Eilert just waves them off. No need, she says, for everyone to be so pushy about it. The guy she just stabbed is very much alive, blood on his cheek, knife white-knuckled in his hand, and he is not done yet. He plants his feet, grits out that he is doing this, and something dark starts crackling around him like he is about to pull a trick out of his sleeve. Eilert just smiles. That is never a good sign for the other guy. He smirks through the blood, telling her she really thinks he came unprepared, and yanks out a wire that snaps taut like a trap springing shut. That wire is not just rope, it is the harp strings of King Spirit, a weapon he clearly looted off some earlier floor and has been saving for a rainy day. Too bad for him, Eilert already knows exactly how to counter it, courtesy of Agnes' training. Rainy day cancelled. 1 second he is playing tough, the next he has both hands up in full chibai surrender, begging her to forgive him. Bold strategy folded instantly. He babbles that his knife means nothing against her, that he could never kill his own benefactor, and that money was never really the goal anyway. He is strictly make to order, and he does not touch kids. A real professional, apparently. Eilert cuts through the excuses. She only showed up because she sensed him misbehaving. He begs her to trust him just once, promising to repay the favor assassin style. She could not care less about assassin favors, thanks. She reminds him she only fought back because he threw a knife at her first. Desperate now, he swears on his life he will never again touch anyone she cares about. Eilert grins. See, this is what grown-ups call a trade, his life for his word, deal. She lets it go. All right, she tells him he is forgiven. He thanks her, relieved, and she teasingly offers him a career change. Maybe he stays on as her personal assassin. He shuts that down immediately, thanks anyway. Assassin is a perfectly respectable job, she jokes, but now that she has forgiven him, he insists he has got to run. But Sissy starts and does not get to finish. He repeats his vow that he will never touch the people she loves, gives her a cheerful wave, and vanishes in a burst of blue flame like he was never even there. Eilert snorts so funny and mutters that honestly, it is probably for the best if they never cross paths again. She dusts off her hands. Phew, accident officially handled. With that mess behind her, she heads on, footsteps echoing down the tower steps. Turns out the 299th floor of the challenge tower is officially cleared because that whole knife fight, that was the floor's random S-rank boss. She just casually one-shot a boss fight and did not even clock it. The voice in her head she has taken to calling it the information leak supervisor sighs that it is only a few months until this is all over, and admits that with how strong she has gotten, this whole mess might just be unsalvageable now. Of course she is strong. Eilert cheers. She got cheated into an overpowered build same as everybody else around here. Silver lining, floor 299 was not exactly empty-handed. Whatever that boss creature actually was, beating it drops a genuinely useful skill. Apparently most skill books are just sold in the in-game shop anyway. Q Chibai Eilert, cart full of books, credit card basically smoking. The best seller of the season, she is told, is the skill book. Naturally she is buying. This particular one is not exactly a crowd favorite, though a passive called Reverse the Situation. Read the fine print and it is oddly specific. Your odds of landing a fatal hit go up against any enemy that eats people. Apparently that is just a normal Tuesday at S-rank. Between the flesh-eating monsters roaming around, Eilert decides on the spot she absolutely must learn this one. The book cracks open, pages flaring, and the skill burns itself straight into her. Shopping done, her mind drifts back to the assassin from earlier. She wonders, quietly, if he will actually keep his word. Turns out his original job was to assassinate someone named Terry, a hit that could have rewritten the whole future. No wonder the voice in her head about had a heart attack over her nearly killing him first. Touch the original's main character and everything unravels. Wait a second, Eilert snaps. Who exactly told her to stab Ash in the first place? The supervisor voice suddenly gets very busy, just chirping that she did great and should probably go practice somewhere else now. Case closed, apparently because she has just reached the 300th floor. Somewhere in the system's back office, the architect in charge of this whole challenge is drafting an apology letter and muttering that he can fix literally anything, while the supervisor just pats him on the back and asks if there is any actual work to do. Bureaucracy, even in the afterlife. Ahead of her, the doors to the next floor rise up, huge and glowing and thoroughly unsubtle. This, she tells herself, is the door to the 300th floor. She grips her blade tight, ready for whatever is waiting on the other side. Fingers close on the door and pull, the sound tearing through the silence. The supervisor pipes up again, sternly opposed to any falsification of the original. Eilert just smirks like she absolutely heard that and absolutely is not going to listen. Well, no way, she says, all wide-eyed innocence. She could not possibly know if she is about to run into another important character, could she? Light spills out around her fingers as the door gives way. Petals drift past her face as she steps through into whatever is waiting. The system flashes a new warning. She has just entered the S-rank dungeon known as the Hill where the Devil's Sword is sealed. Subtle name, that one. Wide open sky stretches overhead, petals scattering on the wind. A blood-red hillside rises ahead of her and something is standing at the top of it, sword in hand. Something catches her eye. Oh. Her breath catches. Could it be? There, bloodied and barely conscious, is a face she recognizes, Terry. He is in bad shape, blood soaking through his clothes, barely holding on. He forces his eyes open just enough to rasp her name, Eilert. Behind him, something huge and red-eyed unfolds out of the shadows, and all Terry can think is, why is she here? Eilert does not wait for an invitation. She is already moving, blade drawn. Steel meets whatever that thing is made of, and the impact rings out across the hillside. She throws herself straight at the demon guarding him, hair whipping, weapon flashing, not the slightest bit interested in a fair fight. The demon barely even registers her "Who is this?" which is exactly the wrong thing to say because Islet is already screaming back at it. "Why attack my potato?" she roars, and somehow that is exactly the nickname Terry is getting today, protected fiercely and a little bit ridiculously. Terry can only watch, stunned, as she throws herself between him and the monster without a second thought. Blood-soaked and barely holding it together, he watches her fight for him like it is nothing. Deep in a mountain, an S-ranked dungeon guards one prize, a legendary blade called the God Demon's Sword, sealed away and waiting. The dungeon's rules are simple by monster standards: brutal power, blunt tactics, just get to the sword. Legend says only one person actually has to pull it free to claim it. In the right hands, that sword becomes the single strongest weapon in the world. Get it wrong though, and the sword does not forgive you for trying. Wrong owner and black roots creep out, twisting it into something vicious and cruel. It'll hunt for blood non-stop just to keep feeding itself. And this is not the first time. The shrine says the god and demon sword have both gone off like this twice before, once every 60 years. Out of everyone alive, only one man is even considered eligible to wield the god sword, a noble named Valkus Odrek. That title's about to get passed down this time to his grandson, expected to become the new owner of the god sword. Enter Ilian Odrek, blonde, confident, and completely sure the sword is his. "I will take it, let it be me," he says like it's already decided. The knights around him practically bow on sight, just like Lord Valkus. They gush. Nothing inflates an ego like a little hero worship. Except the one with actual final say. Shrine President Ketlaya Gillette is not handing out participation trophies. Ilian keeps posing like the crown's already his. Then the twist: Ketlaya does not pick him at all. Her choice is someone named the Dillid Argent. Meet the Dillid, composed, silver-haired, and apparently the actual right fit for the job. That decision lands hard on Ilian's picture-perfect face. Underneath the smile, jealousy, hatred, straight-up rage. Losing to the man they call the first sword of Xianghuangcheng, God's own night stings. Cut to disaster during an evacuation. People get trapped inside the dungeon, forced to fight through everything in it just to survive. And somewhere in that chaos, Ilian Odrek does the one thing nobody sanctioned: he pulls the sword out himself. Immediately, something is wrong. His scream twists into something that is not quite human anymore. "I'm the owner of the sword, I'm the hero," he shrieks, though heroes do not usually sound like that. His face starts changing. Whatever just took hold of him is far from finished. "No one can surpass me," famous last words before things get a lot worse. The dungeon turns into a slaughterhouse as the thing that used to be Ilian starts cutting down everything around him. The rampage does not let up for a second. Anyone caught in the collapse stands no chance against him. The toll is brutal: Xianghuangcheng's own healers, gone in the blink of an eye. Only one person is left standing in this mess. Somewhere in the wreckage, someone badly hurt is barely holding on, cradled by whoever's left. "I can't see," he mutters, while someone else quietly counts the hours since they ran into Ilian. Once the fight with this new boss begins, the gate seals shut, no backup gets in until it ends. "What should I do?" someone panics. Is it not enough? A quiet, exhausted question hangs in the air. The wounded man's thoughts spiral, can't take the pain anymore, wondering if dying would just be easier, convinced he is past saving. Then a voice cuts through the fog: "Terry, someone has found him." A pink-haired girl steps into view, clearly worried by what she is looking at. It's bad. His face is bruised, bloodied, barely holding together. All he manages to get out is one word: Islet. A system-style warning flashes up: leaked information has surfaced, and it is not good news. Quick catch-up for the newcomers. Last chapter, Islet was already yelling at someone for messing with her sweet potato. Priorities, apparently. Back to the present, Islet spots Terry and immediately clocks that he is in bad shape. He's seriously injured, she realizes. He needs to be healed, now. "Rest, Terry," she tells him, steadying herself for whatever comes next. Light erupts around them as Islet's power kicks in. Elsewhere, Islet scoffs at the idea of anyone calling themselves owner of the god sword. hilarious, she says. Then the real twist lands. Someone tells her flat out, she is the owner of the demon sword. And there he is, what's left of Ilian Audrek, dark-haired, red-eyed and swinging for blood. Islet does not hesitate, she goes straight at him, blade first. Good job, Islet. Then the catch. Not deep enough, he can't be injured by just anything. Lucky for her, this demon sword actually connects. Red tendrils burst out of him. What is that? Is the only reasonable reaction. The tendrils lash out, wild and fast. Worse news, whatever this thing is, it heals itself. And the reason is horrifying, the blood of hundreds of people is fueling it as sacrifice. If this keeps up, I can't land a normal hit, Islet realizes. New plan forms, cut off his hands so he physically cannot hold the thing anymore. Somehow Ilian hears the plotting. You stop whispering, finish this, he snarls. Islet moves fast, closing the gap before he can react. I'm faster, she says, and for once, it is not just talk. Still, she knows the truth, he's stronger. One glimpse of her weak spot and this fight flips. Die, he roars, throwing everything into the next strike. Islet grits through the impact it costs her, but she holds. This is your chance, Islet, a voice urges. She takes it, hit. The strike connects hard, blood spraying. Ilian's armored arm sends her flying back regardless. You can't win even if you can fly, he taunts, watching her scramble back up. Islet answers by taking to the air, whip blade trailing behind her. She snaps it around his weapon arm, the long sword, he blurts, caught off guard. A system chime confirms it, her passive skill reverse hunt just triggered a killing blow. Ilian screams as the strike lands clean. Islet grins through it, the sword comes back to its owner unless I take his hands, the left one got it. Ilian reels, stunned, blood pouring from the wound. One last look at that red, monstrous eye is all it takes. I need to run, and that is exactly where this chapter leaves us. We're dropping straight into the chaos, a blade slams home in a spray of red, and this fight is already ugly. Something goes down hard, chains and claws tearing through the frame like the scene itself is being ripped apart. This is Islet's blade talking now, the so-called demon sword, a nasty piece of work built for one thing, speed. Even if the hand holding it falls, the sword doesn't care, it always finds its way back to its master. It keeps carving through the air, relentless, almost like it has a mind of its own. No matter what happens to the one holding it, that blade answers to exactly one person and it's already flying back to her. And there's Islet mid-swing yelling get this, as she throws everything she's got into the strike. Mid-fight she suddenly blurts out something that has nothing to do with the battle, go to Terry, like her mind just wandered off entirely. Then she snaps right back to business with a flat die, no hesitation, blade already falling. The dust settles and just like that, the storm's over for her anyway. She's already moving on to the next crisis, calling out for someone named Terry, sprawled somewhere in the wreckage. Whoever she was just fighting ran for it, and good luck regrowing that arm without slaughtering a small army first. Islet finds Terry battered and bleeding and doesn't hesitate for a second. It doesn't matter, she tells him, I'll treat you right now. Her heal skill kicks in, glowing gold level 67 and clearly not messing around. The light wraps around him, patching up the damage bit by bit. He stirs, a little surprised he's not dead yet. Well, come to think of it, there's that, he mutters, like healing magic is just a mildly interesting fact. Turns out this heal skill is a souvenir from wrangling the Rodrigo Orchestra with a little Tessalid boost. It's hitting 5 times harder than normal. Her condition improves fast, but bleeding, exhaustion, thirst, no skill fixes all of that. Healing has its limits. I have to find a place for him, she decides, already scooping him up. Hey Terry, let's go, I'll help treat that wound. Terry blinks, confused, why don't I feel any pain? Islet reminds him flatly, you haven't actually been treated yet. She leans in to actually get to work on him this time. Terry, what skill are you even talking about? She asks. He starts explaining an ability of his own. If she gets hurt, it can come to him instead. So Islet, ever the opportunist, tests it immediately. Maybe you take my wound, she asks, only half joking. What I can do is just that, he deadpans, so no, it's not a cheat code, just a one-way street. He panics a little, you'll bleed out and still take my wound too, while Islet just shrugs it off like a minor inconvenience. She catches herself mid-thought, a little caught off guard by her own casual answer. Somewhere off to the side, another voice isn't having it. He doesn't deserve to be treated like this. Is it so hard to say thank you? Eyelet just smirks. He'll be fun for sure, she says, which is either a compliment or a threat, hard to tell with her. Then quietly, almost like it costs her something, she actually says it, thank. A rare soft moment between them, before the world gets loud again. Something startles her, and she tightens her grip on him on instinct. She hauls him through the sunset, checking in. Terry, are you sleeping? At least the worst of the danger seems to have passed. I'll find you somewhere comfortable to rest, she promises, still carrying him like it's nothing. So go, let's go, he mumbles back, too worn out to argue. They push on together, deeper into the quiet, bare woods. Somewhere else entirely, in the dark of another part of the forest, someone else is coughing, and not in a good way. A lone figure stumbles through a field of blood-red flowers, wheezing like he's on his last legs. Turns out it's the guy Eyelet just maimed, seething about it. Why dare she cut off my right arm, he snarls, a kid I've never even heard of. Ego meet reality. He's unraveling fast, and it is not a good look on him. Why am I like this, he wonders, apparently more worried about his dignity than his missing arm. Is that kid creepy? Buddy, you lost to her. Something's shifting behind his eyes, and it isn't anything good. It can't end like this, he mutters, spiraling. No, no, the sound of a man about to make a very bad decision. Blood-red flowers bloom around him like an omen, and in this genre, they always are one. It can't be, he breathes, staring at something we can't quite see yet. Then a voice slides in out of the dark, sweet as poison. Do you want to have power? You already know how this goes. He doesn't even hesitate, the overwhelming power, he whispers, already hooked. That grin spreading across his face should worry everybody. Yes, yes, he laughs, sinking deeper into whatever just made him that offer. This is exactly how every good villain arc starts. We're back in the quiet after the storm. Eyelet steps into the clearing and settles in. She's got a patient to watch over. That patient is the Psyllid, flat out cold, getting spoon-fed medicine like he can't even chew for himself right now. I gave him the medicine he needed, Eyelet says, dabbing his forehead, so why hasn't he opened his eyes yet? Turns out surviving wasn't free. The guy fought for half a day straight under brutal mental and physical strain, no wonder he's not springing back up. Agnes takes one look at his aura and does the math out loud. An A-rank boss solo, no healer backup, by all rights he should be dead. He could have died if it hadn't been for you, she tells Eyelet. Eyelet just watches, quietly impressed. Agnes really is good at reading people even off a pulse and a glance. And then the reveal hits. Even as the strongest saint on record, this first life version of the Psyllid is still stuck at level 20, weak by his own standards. Yikes. Cue the flashback, dramatic bookhanding style. The Psyllid is the main character. If he dies here, the story as we know it never even gets written. The original story has a script, and it's brutal. The host of the demon sword is supposed to run him through, no mercy. Somehow he survives anyway. Reinforcements show up just in time to drag him back from the edge. Why? Because the demon sword host is, frankly, an idiot. He assumes the Psyllid's already dead and just wanders off. Pure dumb luck saved this man's life. Eyelet, brain fully in tactician mode, mutters to herself that every condition has to line up just right if she wants to actually change his fate. She squares her shoulders, sword at her hip, with that I'm about to mess with fate itself look on her face. A flash of red cuts across the page, the ghost of that demon blade, the strike that was always supposed to land. Out in the woods, headphones on, Eyelet gets an unwelcome notification. Some shadowy monitor warns her that if the main character dies here, things get very bad very fast. The alert doesn't let up. She's just been handed full responsibility for keeping this whole story from going off the rails, and she is not thrilled about the promotion. More bad news drops. If the protagonist dies before he unlocks his regeneration power, it doesn't just end things quietly, it spirals into something worse. For anyone else this wouldn't matter, Eyelet admits to herself, hands pressed to her head, but for me, this one's personal. The Psyllid, very much awake now, isn't taking any of this lying down either. No, I have to stop this no matter what it costs, he says. Then Eyelet goes pale mid-sentence and nearly drops. The Psyllid catches her, alarmed. What's wrong? Why are you turning pale? She waves it off with a tired smile. It's nothing. You're safe now anyway, she says, which is doing a lot of heavy lifting for a girl who just nearly face-planted. For a second she just stares at him in silence, the exhaustion clearly catching up to her. The Psyllid finally settles back into the flowers to actually rest, and honestly he's earned it. Eyelet's eyes go wide and sparkly. All of a sudden something or someone just caught her full attention. Turns out it's the Psyllid. Eyes finally open. Agnes catches Eyelet staring and teases her outright. Girl, stop staring at his face. Cue the dramatic lighting as his eyes crack open, full glowing hero fashion. Even the panel knows this is a moment. Eyelet's whole brain short circuits. How can a person like this even exist? He's way too handsome, she blurts, flailing. She keeps spiraling internally. He was cute as a kid, sure, but grown-up Frosty apparently leveled up his looks stat hard. Definitely the most beautiful man in this world, she decides. Somewhere, an in-universe system literally called Soul Judgment Balance clocks in just to confirm the guy's hot and catches Eyelet covering her mouth, visibly moved. Agnes isn't buying the innocent act. I knew it, she grins. Is this the boy you said was your first love? What, first love? Eyelet nearly falls over. The one I said I'd track down the second I left the Earl's mansion. Is that him? I mean, yeah, that's him, Eyelet admits, flustered, but why would he be my first love? It's not like that. Agnes, smelling blood in the water, just asks if she'd really turn him down if he asked her on a date. Somewhere behind the curtain, that mysterious monitor is quietly wondering what happens if the protagonist actually falls for the girl who saved his life twice, while Soul Judgment Balance is straight up yelling to upgrade the genre immediately. Even the game wants these two together. Back on track, Eyelet calls out for Agnes, snapping right back into caretaker mode. She's got food ready and waiting for whenever the Psyllid wakes up, because apparently step 1 of romance is you look way too skinny, eat something. Agnes watches this whole production with a smirk, noting that Eyelet's fussing looks less like a crush and more like a grandma spoiling her favorite grandkid. The Psyllid, still healing, tells her she should sleep too. He's not going anywhere, seriously injured as he is. Agnes checks in properly this time. All right, today you took down 3 S-rank bosses. You've earned a rest. Yeah, I really pushed myself today, Eyelet admits, finally lying down, so I'll rest just for a moment. Agnes tells her not to worry about a thing. She'll wake her if anything happens. In the background though, those status bars are draining fast. That anything arrives almost immediately. Someone's screaming for her to wake up, and it is not a gentle wake-up call. Agnes, face twisted in panic, drops the bomb. There's a big problem. Once things calm down enough to talk, Agnes backpedals a little on the teasing. It's not that I just don't think your first love is coming back. Turns out she watched the Psyllid get up out of nowhere and walk off, figured he just needed a minute alone. Except it's been a while now and he still isn't back. Eyelet's mind jumps straight to worst case. What if he went off to fight the demon sword host alone? She tries to talk herself down. No, it might not be like that, but she clearly doesn't believe it either. She's already moving. Let's go, Agnes, I think I know where he went. Somewhere in the trees, a hand reaches for dark, messy black hair, the demon sword host, right where the story said he'd be. And there's the Psyllid, kneeling in a field gone red, clutching his chest, clearly in the middle of something ugly. A blade of fire tears across the panel as he braces himself. This fight is exactly as bad as Eyelet feared. Feathers and ash drift down as, in the distance, Eyelet and Agnes finally close in on the scene. A person who lacks affection, Eyelet murmurs to herself, still turning something over in her head about him. We catch the Psyllid from behind, walking off alone, quiet and unreadable. He finally turns to face her. Eyelet, you're awake. Sorry for leaving so suddenly. I meant to come right back, but... His voice trails off and she doesn't quite know how to respond either. He goes quiet for a beat, just looking at her, something shifting behind those eyes. Right, even the fact that I'm on your side. He starts like he's working up to saying something that actually matters. He gives a small, almost shy nod, like he's just settled something with himself. Eyelet brightens instantly, holding out food with a big grin. It's been a while, Terry tilde. Yeah, he says. It's been a while, Eyelet. They fall back into easy company under the trees, the tension from minutes ago melting into something a lot softer. But the mood doesn't stay soft for long. The light starts bleeding into something colder, something's shifting. The sky itself seems to turn on them, streaked red and restless, wind picking up through the grass. Wait, why did it suddenly get dark? Islet asks, and the Psyllid, dead serious, just says, Islet, look up. She does, and whatever she sees knocks every other thought clean out of her head. Huh. Smoke or mist swirls up around her, and her expression says this is very much not a good sign. Something's stirring in the wind tonight. Watch the sky, because that moon is about to turn very, very red. That's not a sunset staining the tree line, that's the moon itself bleeding. They call it the red moon, and every old story about it ends the same way. Badly. Islet spots it first and her whole body goes rigid. She knows exactly what that color in the sky means. Turns out there's a demon clan that claims that blood red moon as its personal calling card. And the owner of that symbol is no small fry, Carpeos, the second-ranked demon king of hell himself. The expansion ritual for the demon lord's soul has officially kicked off, and the Psyllid wastes no time shrugging off his jacket to get ready for a fight. Islet lays out the stakes plain and simple. Let this ritual finish and this whole region turns to dessert. Worse, once the ritual's done, Carpeos himself steps through. There's exactly one way to stop it: kill Night Ilian before the ritual finishes, no pressure. The Psyllid's jaw sets. That's a plan with a body count attached, and he knows it. Islet's face drains of color. Killing a fellow knight was not on her to-do list for today. She goes dead silent, frozen, until the Psyllid's shout snaps her right back. Islet. She answers by calling out her ultimate skill, the Wall of the Mercury. Light floods the battlefield as the two of them brace together, power surging around them like a second sunrise. System message incoming. Ultimate skill, the Wall of the Mercury, level 30+10, officially online. The attack rockets out toward the ritual site, streaking red and gold across the sky like a warning shot. The Psyllid's eyes go wide. This he starts, watching their enemy's power spike off the charts. He got stronger after taking in the Demon King's power, he mutters. At this rate, Auror might not hold. Islet grits her teeth. This monster's output just matched her own level 8 spiritual energy, the very top of her own scale. A low, mocking chuckle rolls out of the dark, followed by the scrape of blades being drawn. Slow, deliberate, unbothered. And there he is, what's left of Night Ilian, swallowed whole by thorny red shadow and a pair of glowing demon eyes. Are you really going to do this? Use that thing to stop me, he taunts, almost amused. Something about his answer makes them both recoil. No way that. Ilian, Islet cries out. Some part of her still can't believe her old comrade is standing in front of her like this. Cut to a flashback, young Islet, starry-eyed, gushing over a flying sword technique. That's my dream, yeah, this is going to age poorly. In the memory, someone finally asks the obvious question out loud. Was making a deal with that Demon King ever actually worth it? Further back still, a mentor known as the world-making spirit once singled her out by name. Islet, student Islet. Followers were already slipping toward ruin even then. Back in the present, the demon's grin widens. You got lucky stopping me before. This time, you can't win. He looms taller now, thorned and burning red from head to toe, barely recognizable as a man at all. This is Ilian Audrek's power unleashed, and it hits like a freight train. The shockwave sends both Islet and the Psyllid tumbling through the air like ragdolls. Islet twists mid-fall and lashes out with her blade, refusing to go down without landing a hit. Somebody's screaming to run, but running isn't really an option anymore. A blade rips clean across the frame, and just like that, the opening exchange is over. Steel meets steel with a shriek, chains snapping taut as the fight grinds into its next brutal round. Islet's voice shakes. I can't get through the Auror blade's defense, not a sentence you want to hear mid-fight. The blade keeps whooshing past, carving the air again and again, and she's running out of room to dodge. Another slash rips through, close enough to draw blood. The clash of steel just will not let up. A bone-rattling clang sends sparks and debris flying everywhere. Idiots, the demon sneers, like this whole fight is barely worth his time. Islet launches herself into the air, blade wreathed in glowing energy, going for broke. You're just an Auror sword fighter, he scoffs. How dare you challenge the strongest person alive? Truly arrogant, Islet fires back, refusing to let the insult land. Their next clash detonates in a blinding flash of light. Something catches Islet off guard, and her whole chest gives a heavy, painful throb. Then someone goes down hard, coughing up blood on impact. Islet grips her sword tight enough to shake, watching in horror. It's the Psyllid down on the ground, hurt bad, struggling just to breathe. She rushes to him, cupping his bloodied face, and even like this his first words are for her. Islet, you're okay, right? The Psyllid, you're pouring recovery magic into me again, aren't you, she says, half scolding, half heartbroken. She forces herself back up anyway, aura flaring, because there's no time left to fall apart. The enemy's blade comes down again, relentless, giving her no room to breathe. She meets it head-on anyway, sparks exploding off the crossed blades. One thing's for certain now, she thinks grimly. Whatever Ilian used to be, he is terrifyingly strong now. The Psyllid hauls himself up and throws himself back into the fight, roaring her name, Islet. Islet calls out to him in alarm, but there's no stopping him now. His face is already set. Blue eyes locked on the enemy, he's not backing down twice. He plants his feet and closes the distance in a heartbeat. Blade meets shadow in a blinding burst, a real, honest hit. The demon barely flinches. This weak thing, he giggles, who are you to interrupt? The Psyllid deadpan mid-battle, this is a strategic intervention. Somebody's been saving that line for the right moment. Islet catches her breath and calls the shift out loud. Change of approach. I need to match his level, not just his sword. Her stance shifts entirely because whatever's coming next, it is not Auror's swordplay anymore. God's punishment, she calls out, and lightning splits the sky wide open. The bolts keep gathering, crackling brighter and angrier by the second. It slams down with a deafening crack. Even scorched, the demon laughs it off. You think this little technique of yours can stop me? Then the next bolt lands, and for the first time all fight, his smug little smirk actually slips. Oh hey. That same storm of power keeps building, crackling like it has somewhere very violent to be. Soaked in the rain, Islet isn't scared anymore. She's just counting down the seconds until she gets to drop God's punishment on this thing. Whatever this monster thinks its job is, it doesn't get to finish the sentence. Something about Islet's plan just knocked it completely off balance. Blades and lightning tear into each other again. This fight has zero interest in slowing down. Her guardian barks the order, wipe out that cursed blade, no hesitation allowed here. His own blades surge in to back him up against the enemy's swords, and he's not asking twice. Move. The strike lands hard, and for a second the monster actually staggers. Blood's running down his arm, but he grits it out anyway. Ilian Knights, I'm still strong. He's swaying on his feet and still refusing to go down. That's either really brave or really stubborn. He even manages a cocky little smirk through all that blood. Show off. The monster does a double take. Wait, his wounds are just gone. Perhaps, it mutters, and you can practically hear the gears turning. Then it clicks, that girl, she's a healer, and she's been patching him up mid-fight this whole time. Someone steps forward into the light, done hiding what she really is. Islet flashes a grin that says it all. I'm not just a healer. Here's the catch: to actually finish this thing, she needs to land a physical hit stronger than God's punishment itself, strong enough to rip the devil clean off its host. Power floods through her. This is the wind-up for something big. She screams it out, purify, and lets it fly. The monster panics. Its only thought now is, I need to kill that girl. Not happening, her guardian's already in the way. You can't go anywhere. Islet's gasping for air. That spell cost her plenty. The purifying light keeps pouring out. She's not letting up now. You can see the purification eating through it, cracks of light spreading across its whole body. It starts laughing, this unhinged little hehe that's a lot more unsettling than reassuring. Still laughing, still fixated on one thing: killing that girl. This thing does not know how to quit. It lunges anyway, and her guardian is right there to meet it head-on. A massive dark blade crashes into him. That one's going to leave a mark. Even bleeding, he holds the line, you can't go anywhere. The monster's losing patience, screaming at him to move like it's the one being unreasonable here. Its body keeps twisting into something even uglier. This thing is not done getting worse. He's already moving. I don't allow you. Not one leg, he means it. He's about to make sure this thing isn't walking away from here. Out of here, he finishes, and it is not a bluff. His whole aura flares up as he commits to it completely. The monster fights back hard, and blood sprays as the clash turns uglier by the second. Watching from the side, Eilert realizes something important. She can't outthink this thing, this isn't a battle of which she can win. He's battered and his coat's in tatters, but he's still standing there thinking. Everything, he murmurs, like he's already decided how far he's willing to go for her. All of it, his strength, his refusal to quit, comes down to one reason: that girl. For a second, everything goes eerily quiet, the kind of calm that never means anything good. The monster shrieks the realization out loud: stab him all you want, he just gets healed right back up. Eilert plants her feet in the storm of energy. Mental tricks are off the table, she's finishing this the hard way. The thing completely loses it: I will tear you. And then the real threat comes out: I will kill all of you. Yeah, this fight is far from over. Straight out of nightmare fuel, a monstrous red silhouette roars to life and the whisper spreads like wildfire: the demon king of the fallen has returned. Watch her go pale on the spot. Turns out the only reason this thing can show its true face is Grimm. The knight who once held it back, Ilian, is dead. And the Psyllid's stuck reliving that same mocking voice needling him about how it doesn't even recognize his old, clumsy self anymore. The taunting doesn't stop and the Psyllid's had enough. Watch that pretty face curdle into a flat, furious, "Shut up, Yehi, we felt that too." Cut to our girl standing in the Valley of the Pagans, piecing it together out loud. This whole nightmare started because someone had to stop the Demon King's ritual. And stopping it wasn't clean. The Psyllid had to cut down countless people just to buy that chance. The toll shows all over her face. Watching him go through that hell again and again is its own kind of suffering. She squares up beside him anyway, jaw set, ready for whatever comes next. That demonic voice slithers back in, almost delighted. "Oh, you know me. As expected, you're this pagan's executioner," it purrs. "To celebrate meeting you, I'll answer you in a special way." A blood-red sword flickers into view. "I was going to give this to whoever showed up here," the Demon King muses like he's handing out party favors. Then the real threat lands. A lunar eclipse is coming, and with it, the birth of the so-called evil concubine. This is the Demon King's grand unveiling. "Welcome the destruction of this world in awe," it booms. Subtle, this one is not. The shockwave alone nearly knocks the two of them off their feet. The Psyllid grinds his teeth, dread creeping in. The evil concubine is about to be born. Someone steadies her with a gentle "Terry, don't worry too much. Right now just focus on the sword of the holy horse." That sword answers. A crimson eye set in the hilt flares awake in his grip. Light floods the blade, sparks scattering like it's finally waking up after a very long nap. The Psyllid holds it high, blood-streaked and half in disbelief that it actually worked. She explains the mechanic plainly: when the right hands touch it, the magic inside gets purified. No small feat. A closer look shows a pure blade set with a blue square jewel, and its name is about to make perfect sense. It's meant to be the balance between good and evil, she explains, watching the Psyllid take it all in. And there it is, official name and all, the Holy Sword Libra. She can't help but grin. This is exactly like something she read in the original story. The Psyllid, ever the deadpan gentleman, just offers a "Congratulations, Terry. Small mercies, it didn't turn into a demon sword, could have been so much worse." Later, standing at the threshold, she asks him straight up, "Can you open the gate?" He watches her walk ahead, clearly turning something over in that head of his. I have to open it," he finally says, snapping back to the moment. She teases him about the sword style she just saw him pull off, and admits she noticed him looking exhausted lately, wandering the mansion halls. Turns out that scare pushed him into training harder, and he's noticed her fighting style is just as unusual, like Saint Agnes' own technique. Her answer: that necklace she wears actually holds Agnes' soul, which is how she learned it. "Really?" he asks. "Yes, are you doubting me?" "No, not like that," he backpedals fast. She tells him Agnes is literally waving at him right now, so go on, say hi again. He fumbles through an overly formal greeting aimed at absolutely the wrong spot in the air. He tries again, full introduction and everything. "I am the Psyllid Argent, the holy knight of the pagan court," still pointed the wrong way. Agnes is having a field day. Then his expression shifts. There's something heavier he still needs to say. It looks like she's the one buying them extra time in this loop, and everyone can feel it. He starts hesitant, we. She just asks quietly if they can meet again soon. The wind tugs at her hair while she waits for an answer that doesn't come easy. All she manages is a small aching that. Even as a joke, she can't bring herself to promise soon. The birds scatter into the sky and another season quietly slips by. For her, this whole ordeal only costs one season before she can walk out of the Earl's mansion for good. Not so for the Scyllid. The moment the tutorial ends, the real story kicks off and he's the one who has to start a full regression all over again. Out of 100 timelines he has to grind through, only one of them ever reaches her. This, right here, is his 17th regression. And that regression is going to cost him a long, long stretch of time. He'll come out the other side changed, and not gently. Everyone around him keeps losing, keeps betraying him over and over. It's the kind of grind that wears down a man's whole belief system. He goes quiet, then finally asks the question that matters. Will it take a lot of time? She won't lie to him, I don't know, but when you're about to forget me, I'll come find you. No, I won't, she adds firmly, like she's daring fate to try her. He reaches for her hair, quiet and certain, I won't forget you. For one long second, everything else just fades out around them. Then they're walking again, back into whatever comes next. See ya, Aelit, he says simply, nodding toward the gate ahead, so that's her real name. Meanwhile, up in the cosmic back office, the gods are having an absolute meltdown over paperwork, arguing about how she cleared 3 floors way too fast for their construction schedule. The bureaucratic bickering spirals until she's practically begging them, stop, please don't argue, big mood. Apparently rewards take time to prep properly, but she's not letting that slide. I will get all my deferred rewards later. Cue a celebratory chime as some self-appointed creative economic manager swoops in, declaring the reward mess is management's problem to fix now. She blinks, genuinely thrown. Oh, a new god. Apparently even the other spirits are asking what this new arrival is doing here. That particular deity, the so-called balance of judgment of the soul, is thrilled to have backup from this new sales manager type. And just like that, the creative economy manager sponsors her an item, apparently no strings attached. She stares at the glowing gift in her hands, stunned. Oh, this! Whatever it is, it's about to matter. See you next chapter. Fresh off clearing the challenge tower, Aelit finds a strange red gem sitting in her own hands, some kind of reward, apparently. Turns out it is a VIP ticket worth a jaw-dropping 100,000 points, the kind of prize normally reserved for the biggest spenders in this shop. Somewhere, the system's own balance police are filing a complaint that this reward is basically cheating. Aelit just blinks at the coupon, totally lost. This ticket is supposedly reserved for whales who have blown 10 billion in the cash shop, and somehow Aelit just walked away with one for free. Every 10,000 cash spent earns just 1 measly point. Aelit is holding a shortcut that would normally cost a small fortune. The gears finally click into place. This is not a booby prize, it is an absolute jackpot, and Aelit knows it. She is already itching to cash it in, practically vibrating with the kind of glee only free loot can inspire. The world itself chimes in with a very corporate thank you note, like some cosmic sales department is grateful for a loyal customer. Even the universe runs on quotas. With the tower conquered and the reward pocketed, Aelit turns her mind to what comes next. The dust settles, and for once she actually gets a moment to breathe. So what is the next move? She is already plotting her next step before the victory glow even fades. Cut to the family farm, except this one comes with a couple of very chill skeleton farmhands shuffling through the rows. Aelit beams as she finally shows her parents the secret dungeon farm she has been running behind their backs. It flashes back to the letter that started it all, the one where a much younger Aelit first came clean to her parents. She walks them through the rules. Time runs 3 times faster in here, a helper named Epidin keeps things running, and a certain fireball is on translation duty. Said fireball promptly rolls up and introduces itself, flaming, floating, and extremely casual about it. Mom and Dad just about lose it. Hell's flame is not exactly the phrase you want near your daughter's vegetable patch. Sensing the panic, the little fireball quickly clarifies it has a human form too, so relax, apparently. And just like that, the demonic fireball shrinks down into an adorable red-haired kid, showing off like it just landed the trick of the century. The horror melts into pure heart eyes almost instantly. That panic did not last long. Mom is already smitten, cooing that it reminds her of Prince as a baby, then nearly short-circuits when "how old are you" gets answered in the hundreds of days. Dad's grin fades a little. There is a real question buried under all the cute chaos: just how much has his daughter been keeping from them? Ailey is quick to reassure him, it was never about trust, just about timing. Dad softens instantly, fixing her hair and telling her how proud he is. Then Mom cannot resist the jab that this secret dungeon fund explains why Ailey stopped asking for allowance. Ailey melts a little at that, and Mom doubles down, just as proud as her husband. Whatever she chooses next, wherever she ends up, her family has her back, full stop. Dad gives her shoulder a squeeze, already certain she is going to crush this training tour. Her brother, meanwhile, is quietly losing it in the background, happy tears mostly. 2 seconds later, Dad is already flip-flopping, begging her to reconsider the whole tour before she has even left the driveway. Ailey just laughs it off and pulls her brother into a hug instead of an argument. Backing up a bit, the training tour cover story is one Ailey cooked up herself, just so she could vanish for a while without 1,000 questions. Mom signed off without blinking. Dad, on the other hand, is already spiraling about some hypothetical city boy sweeping his daughter off her feet. His actual advice: avoid any brooding tyrant with black hair, just like dear old Dad. Ailey just pats him on the back and tells him to relax. With the farm's secret out, she hands the harvesting and potion making off to her parents, one less thing to juggle while she is away, then sits down to write 2 very long letters. Letter 1 goes to her grandfather, catching him up on the tour and a favor she has asked of him. Letter 2 is for Bianca, still grinding away at her job in the capital. Ever since Bianca landed the gig as the eldest princess's maid, the two of them have barely had a chance to catch up. Ailey is a little embarrassed. She wrote "I miss you" 7 separate times in one letter, though the almighty system rated it a flawless piece of writing anyway. Letters sent, she moves on to the practical stuff, brewing up a serious stockpile of medicine and food for the road. All of it goes straight into her enchanted bag, where conveniently nothing ever expires. A neat little logistics hack, and honestly it has been a while since she got to cook like this, and she is kind of enjoying it. It hits her mid-chop. This very kitchen is where her cooking talent first woke up after she landed in this world. Back then she barely had time to think, let alone worry about surviving somewhere actually dangerous. She lingers in the doorway, watching the kitchen she used to call her own. A couple of familiar faces clock her before she even says a word. Chef Paisha and Isela pounce right away, half teasing her about whether she is finally coming back to learn to cook properly. Ailey tries to play it cool, insisting she just needed the extra counter space. Nobody is buying it. Paisha cuts straight through the deflection. Word has already gotten around about her upcoming training tour. He is not even mad about it. Seeing more of the world, he says, matters just as much as time in the kitchen. His door is always open for her to come back and actually learn to cook right, though he mutters that she is stubborn enough to have already picked a completely different path. Whatever she chooses, he tells her, she is welcome back anytime. Deep in an old memory, a voice bursts into the room. "Get up, kid, training starts right now." Her instructor throws back the sheets, way too thrilled that morning has even arrived. "Let me sleep a little more," the girl groans, and gets an instant lecture about ever mastering her spirit with an attitude like that. Wake up, there is a rainbow outside," her instructor sings, entirely too pleased with herself. "Quick, practice under all 7 colors of the rainbow." Fat chance, the girl just wants 5 more minutes. The memory fades and a familiar face blinks back into the present, still just as unimpressed by mornings. Back in the present, she lands on the bed without a flicker of expression. Some habits really do stick. Her pink-haired roommate leans in with a smirk. "It is so weird how hard you train every single day." "Not today, I really do not want to." Ailey mumbles into the pillow and gets a cheeky comeback. "Oh please, you are the weird one here." Her roommate waves off the questions you will understand later and drops the real news. An important guest is arriving today. Word comes that the old lady has already shown up and Eilert very nearly panics. She has not prepared a single thing. That might be Catlaya, go greet her, Eilert, her roommate says, all but shoving her toward the door. A dignified old priest bows low, Lady Catlaya, and there she comes, pink hair bouncing, practically skipping with joy. What is with the Lady Catlaya business? Just call me Grandma already, she huffs, greeting the old priest like a friend from another lifetime. The old priest marvels at how quickly she has grown, then pulls out a delicate pendant, ready to show her something more. Did I mention my friend's soul is sealed inside this thing? She says lightly. I honestly have no idea how she is doing in there. She says you are doing wonderfully and asked after your health, the priest relays. My health, she laughs darkly, these days I just wait to die. You always say that, he sighs, admitting that just hearing her friend's name makes him want to curse her out. Wait, she blinks, why can you even hear my thoughts? He laughs it off, can't let her hear all his nonsense, then calls out a warning through the pages. Do not miss what I am telling you, counter her, Eilert. The old priest offers a quiet blessing at the door before she slips back out into the hallway. It is nice to see her looking so, Catlaya murmurs, watching her go. In such good health even though she is still so young, she finishes, studying Eilert with a strange, fond look. Back to her usual self, Eilert throws out an idea with way too much enthusiasm. Next, let's go practice swords at the training ground. She lets out a triumphant battle cry, practically vibrating with excitement. Catlaya is not interested though, she has a novel to catch up on and she is not about to miss it. Seriously, today of all days? Eilert asks, watching her friend beeline for a book instead of the training ground. Oh wow, this is actually really good, Eilert gushes over the pages. Just flip them slowly, Catlaya teases, already used to her friend devouring stories. Watching the saintess in the story pore over every page, Eilert wonders if she reads that intently too. No, Catlaya laughs, it is because you read way too fast. Plenty of readers race through books just like you, Catlaya says, eyes drifting to the night sky, and plenty read as painfully slow as the saintess does. Then, out of nowhere, a strange notification flickers into the air above the rooftop. It is time to destroy the message cuts off before finishing. World, the message finally completes. Catlaya stares at it in silence, a system here now. Eilert notices the shift immediately. What's wrong? She asks as something unseen ripples through the air. A cloaked figure turns and walks off without a word, leaving Eilert calling out after her, confused. A glowing panel flickers to life, her rank has just ticked up from 7 to 8. What is going on? Why are you suddenly so serious? Eilert presses, unsettled by the sudden change. You are being really weird today, Eilert says, studying her roommate's face for answers. The important guest I mentioned this morning is arriving sooner than expected, Catlaya tells the cloaked figure, and Eilert cuts in, half joking. Wait, don't you still have to deal with the whole Catlaya thing? Catlaya goes quiet. No is all she says before she is pressed further. Does she remember what Carpeos once told her? A chilling promise cuts through the air, wait and see because the new moon night is coming to the human world. Eilert's expression turns to stone. That day it will be him in person. The poisonous spirit, newly born, is coming to descend himself. Yes, Catlaya confirms grimly, eyes fixed on a streak of light tearing across the night sky. He has finally arrived in this world, she murmurs, and the air itself seems to hold its breath. Her rank ticks upward again in real time. The system itself is reacting to the danger. An urgent warning flashes across the sky. The world's entire ranking has shifted, all because of one new creature's birth. Something new has appeared in the night sky itself, and it is not something to celebrate. Catlaya says it plainly, no room for doubt. A poisonous spirit has just been born. He's right, someone confirms, as the sky bleeds a deeper red. This is the darkness that will destroy the world, Catlaya says, watching the horizon with Eilert at her side, while a system prompt simply reads, adjust. The number lands like a hammer, current world survival difficulty, level SS. Nobody has anything to say to that. Then Catlaya changes. Her form shifts, robes billowing, feathers scattering into the wind like she is shedding an old skin. The air itself seems to bend around her as the transformation takes hold. A single thunderous declaration echoes out, a god descends. Somewhere below, all anyone can do is stare up, mouths open, unable to process what they are seeing. A column of blinding light tears down out of the heavens. It slams straight into the mansion below, light swallowing everything in its path. The beam stretches for miles, a pillar of pure light splitting the night sky in two. Then the light curdles into flame, and what was radiant a moment ago turns violent. Fire roars where the light used to be, consuming everything her power touches. Something steps calmly out of the inferno, completely unbothered by the flames licking at its feet. A dark, wild silhouette rises out of the blaze, hair whipping in the heat. Embers and debris scatter as the figure fully emerges. Clearly, the fire did not hurt it at all. Far off, witnesses stare at the fading pillar of light, whispering to each other, was that really a god descending? The light dims into darkness, but something is still watching from inside it. The figure in the flames tilts its head, entirely unimpressed by the show of divine power. Streaks of fire slash through the air around it, like claws testing their reach. Now that the figure sneers, voice dripping with mockery, is a really warm welcome. The poisonous spirit has arrived, the fight everyone feared has only just begun. A blinding surge of golden light rips across the sky, something ancient is stirring tonight. The light crashes down over a great palace, like the whole world just held its breath. In her memory, Agnes recalls the gift Lord Voice once handed her, the ultimate, transcendent skill called Divine Advent. It's a booster skill and not a small one, it cranks every ability and skill she has up to absurd levels. And it only scales harder the stronger she gets. Right now, without even using it, she's ranked 8th strongest on the whole continent, casually. That's the exact same rank she held the day she used Divine Advent to kill the demon Artemin 10 years ago. So Agnes can't help but wonder just how strong would she be now if she really cut loose. Her eyes blaze gold, and you can practically feel her deciding to find out. Her rank starts climbing fast, 6th place and counting. 3rd place, she's tearing up the leaderboard like it owes her money. But wait, this isn't Agnes anymore, it's Islet, and someone's yelling at her to stop being so reckless. What about her fever? She waves it off, she's not worried about that right now. Power keeps rippling through her, hair whipping like she's standing in her own personal storm. There's something she needs to see for herself, and nothing's going to stop her from looking. She grits her teeth and pushes harder. Almost there, she's not backing down now. 2nd place, and right as she hits it, a voice roars out one word, halt. Even after all that, she admits it to herself, she's still not strong enough to beat the ultimate mastermind out there. Someone murmurs her name and Islet turns to look, she can't believe what she's seeing. A massive clock hangs frozen in a sky full of swirling stars. The sky itself is turning backward, unraveling like thread. Ding, system error flashes across everything like reality itself just crashed. A silver-haired figure appears, the voice that shapes the world itself, and he commands it, halt. The system goes dark, temporarily offline. It reads, please wait while the system is restored. The voice turns to Agnes with a warning, some very strange things are about to happen from here on out. Islet, thoroughly lost, asks what he even means by the world being out of order, and reminds him she once asked why he cares so much about the Psyllid. He's a returnee, the voice says quietly, talking about someone else entirely. And that same someone is the true main character of this whole world. He doesn't slow down for questions. This world runs on a loop that only holds together while its main character keeps coming back to life, and the Psyllid wasn't supposed to start looping for another 3 months. But right now, the whole world is out of order. There's no undoing it now, he tells them. Because the main character is already dead. Reality cracks like glass. Shards of the world scatter around Islet. Everything keeps splitting apart, and the voice's stare doesn't waver for a second. Islet wakes with a gasp. Was that a dream, a memory, something else entirely? She bolts upright in bed, shaken to her core. Still rattled, she gets to her feet. She rushes to check on Agnes, who's stirring awake too, groggy and disoriented. What happened? Islet asks before shouting for the head maid. She stares out the window, uneasy, like something's still not right. A double rainbow stretches across the sky outside. Everything looks exactly the way it did before, suspiciously exactly. The realization hits they're back to yesterday, again. The whole world turned back a full day because the main character died before he could even loop properly. Islet can't wrap her head around it. A mere man, the center of the entire universe. Agnes tells her yes because that's the will of the strict, the god who's supposed to run this world. This world was supposed to collapse into ruin the moment that God abandoned it. But somehow the world refused to just die. The workaround, infinite time loops, kept running through a returnee. Islet, alarmed, asks who actually killed the Psyllid this time. Could it be? Agnes confirms it, the newborn chaos she'd mentioned before. Even the demon lord worships this thing, Agnes says. Surely he's some kind of high-ranking demon. No, Agnes pulls back the curtain literally, he's human. She keeps going, dead serious, laying out exactly what they're dealing with. Islet's floored, he wields the power of a demon god and he's only human. His only wish is to burn the whole world down and he's more than strong enough to actually pull it off. Islet asks the obvious question, can't Agnes just overpower him with divine advent? No, Agnes admits quietly. I don't believe it, she mutters, still trying to process her own answer. Islet clasps a hand to her mouth, stunned into silence. There's more bad news, this rollback is going to keep happening for 7 more days. Agnes looks down, quiet and heavy with everything she knows. Every time the newborn chaos kills the main character, the day resets so he just kills him again. And each time he does it more brutally than the last. Until he's killed the Psyllid 7 times over. Islet's face falls, the weight of it finally sinking in. Agnes looks aside, quietly adding, everyone's memories reset along with the day. Every single memory gets wiped clean after each reset. And the main character himself never even realizes what happened to him. Then Agnes turns the question back around, what about you? Islet stands there, arms crossed, just as unsettled. Why you and me? How do we even know all this? Agnes clasps her hands together. I've always wanted to ask you something too, Islet. Who exactly are you? Agnes asks, and for once she looks like she genuinely doesn't know. We open on a glitch. The transmigrator support system just rebooted itself mid-readjustment and is already reconnecting to the server like nothing happened. Islet blinks awake completely unbothered, wondering out loud if her own soul just suffered a server timeout. Across the room, Agnes turns with a pointed look, asking her point blank if she is finally going to admit who she really is. Islet meets her gaze and gives her the truth, or at least part of it. Agnes, I'm Islet Roadline. Your recruit, she says, your disciple, and with a small smile your friend. Agnes just stares back in silence, weighing every word. Finally she exhales and lets it go. She will not push for more, not today. For now, Agnes says that is enough. Islet answers with a quiet, grateful thank you. Turns out they are stuck reliving this exact day 7 times over and Islet is already sick of it. Agnes's genius fix: go binge a trashy novel called Saintess Awakens the Demon Lord in the meantime. Groundbreaking mentorship right there. Cut to a moonlit tower far away, where somebody else's night is about to go very wrong. A stranger with pale hair jolts awake in a cold sweat, gripping his sheets like his life depends on it. His hands will not stop trembling and he has no idea why, just a nameless, bone-deep panic clawing at him. Something about tonight has left him utterly terrified and he cannot explain a single bit of it. Flashes of the nightmare cling to him, a voice somewhere deep down sneering about sparing him. He claps a hand over his mouth, shaken, asking himself if that was really just a nightmare. Another fractured image bleeds through, a battered figure demanding to know exactly who this man is. He bolts upright in bed, breath ragged, dragged straight out of sleep. Something is not right, he tells himself, and his gut has never been more sure of anything. That same voice sneers back in his memory, calling him a fool for even hoping he had escaped it. The voice presses further, telling him he would be smarter to beg for eternal rest instead of fighting. Then comes the real gut punch. It promises to kill him the moment he finally remembers how he died. It is not finished either, warning him that whatever hell holds in store is nothing next to the death actually waiting for him. All he is left with is déjà vu, a pain he cannot place, and a terror with no name and a desperate urge to scream for help. He murmurs that his salvation is not here, he finishes, and the words land like a verdict. Back with Alit, she is throwing herself full force into training, giving it absolutely everything she has got. She face plants straight into the mattress, completely wiped out. Phew, I'm exhausted, she groans into the pillow. Agnes worries she is pushing herself too hard and insists she needs real breaks. Alit brushes it off. She has had plenty of rest across these 7 looping days and she still has not hit Aura Master rank. Agnes just tells her not to rush it, since impatience is the real enemy here, though Alit's quiet but still says she is not fully convinced. Later, up on a rooftop, Alit is quietly rummaging through something she clearly is not supposed to have yet. Turns out it is a stash of coupons, 3,000 points and a VIP shop pass no less. She recalls being told she can cash these in once the next big update drops, and now she is dying of curiosity over what the VIP shop even sells. Maybe, she grins, there is something in there that instantly bumps her to Aura Master. Agnes, ever the responsible mentor, just tells her to get some sleep for tomorrow's training. Alit agrees easily enough, figuring she will find out what is in that shop soon enough anyway. Tucked in for the night, she is still hoping against hope it is something really good. Sure enough, a blinding flash yanks her right out of sleep. Oof, why is it so bright? It is the Transmigrator support system announcing its second big content update, and Alit's brain short-circuits on the spot. She bolts upright, practically vibrating. The update is finally here. She dives straight into the patch notes, eyes lit up like it is Christmas morning. With her point balance sitting pretty, she cannot wait to see what is new. Ta-da! The system practically shouts back, and Alit's jaw drops at whatever just got unveiled. The star item, a violence filter that keeps her calm during brutal scenes, a basic safety feature now locked behind a monthly fee. She mutters sarcastically that the business department is really earning its keep, right as the system hard sells her on how essential this paywall is for surviving an S-class universe. There is more. A new chat feature has apparently been added too, and Alit leans in, intrigued. A chat, she practically shrieks, completely blindsided. Her whole face lights up with disbelief. Does that mean, she wonders out loud, that she can actually talk to other transmigrators like her? A notice pings in, confirming the new chat feature is officially live. It is built to help lonely transmigrators stuck in unfamiliar worlds make friends with others just like them. And just like that, she is being pulled straight into the community chat. Whoosh, she is yanked in before she can even brace herself, yelping that she is not ready for this. Panic fades fast though, replaced by pure excitement as she clenches her fists, ready to meet whoever is on the other side. Out of nowhere, a notification swooshes open. You've entered the chat. Alit has just been dropped into some mystery group chat. Wait, what? I'm not even ready for this. She yelps, and right on cue, someone calling themselves God Mode 1297 just says hi. Another God Mode pops up to say hi too. Alit blinks. Is everyone in here using the exact same username? Turns out God Mode is just the most common tag around. Between requests for genre change vouchers and tips on clearing floor 101 of the skyscraper of suffering, this chat is chaos. Alit just stares at her screen, scrolling. Yeah, this is a real, fully functioning group chat. So does that mean everyone in here is a transmigrator like her? One guy claims he's already passed floor 101 and somebody instantly calls him a liar. Weirdly, she already feels close to these total strangers. Makes sense, really. They all got dropped into worlds they knew nothing about and probably had to fight just to survive it. Then her own phone buzzes with an alert. A prompt pops up, pick a nickname that reflects her achievements. Options include God Mode, Childcare Fanatic, Killer Heels, Evil Farm Owner, and the first SS class. Oh, I actually have to choose one from the list. There's way too many, she mutters, scrolling through. Too many people already named God Mode, but wait, what's this one? A flashback flickers by, her surrounded by undead, snarling that she's about to heal them straight into the grave. Is this because I slaughtered a pile of undead with my healing skill? Oh my god, she laughs, hitting select. I love it, she locks in her new tag, Killer Heels, iconic honestly. Killer Heels has entered the chat, no takebacks now. I can finally meet people just like me, she thinks. I wonder what kind of transmigrators are actually in here. First message she sees is someone calling themselves daughter of a divine viewer, typing in full baby talk and begging for study buddies. Eyelet is stunned. Who needs them anyway? Someone else snaps, while a self-appointed critic for balance wonders aloud why she's still obsessing over childcare fantasies. Fair point, someone argues. People spend their whole lives chasing the childhoods they never got to have. The critic pushes her to drop the childcare novels and go check the new shop update instead. Oh, that's right, Eyelet perks up. A brand new banner flashes onto her screen. The VIP Points Shop, exclusive access apparently reserved for the biggest spenders around. The VIP Points Shop, she stares at her phone like it just handed her a golden ticket. Turns out she's got tickets in hand, her reward for clearing every single floor of the skyscraper of suffering. Now I can finally use them, she pulls the trigger, yes, she's going in. The screen fades out entirely, replaced by a glowing VIP Points Shop access pass sitting right in her palm. A message flashes across the screen, she's officially been upgraded to platinum-level spender status just like that. Petals swirl around her as the shop's magic sweeps her clean off her feet. Out of the haze, the silhouette of an ornate wardrobe starts to take shape. A door materializes right in front of her, glowing softly through the falling petals. She reaches out and pushes it open. Her eyes blink open onto a world drained of all color. Everything around her has gone stark black and white. She's standing utterly alone in the middle of a gray, empty street. She starts right as someone else stumbles into view, completely stunned. What is this place? Agnes, you scared me. Turns out she's not alone after all, her fellow transmigrator followed her right in. Agnes panics, insisting she's never seen buildings like these before. Are they somewhere dangerous? Eyelet tries to play it cool. Nope, totally safe. How can you possibly be so sure? Agnes fires back right as a glowing shop sign flickers to life behind them. The VIP Points Shop. A disembodied voice, the so-called executive of creative economy, chimes in to say there's nothing to worry about. Somehow that is not reassuring. Turns out this whole place is just a general store, tucked away on the outskirts of the godly realm itself. I had no idea I'd end up in the actual godly realm, Eyelet mutters, right as a voice calls out, wondering if a customer just walked in. An old woman steps out of the shadows, pipe in hand. You're my third customer of the day. I was skeptical, but that ad I bought really is paying off, the shopkeeper cackles, waving them inside. Welcome to the VIP Points Shop. Come in, dear, she says, all business now. This is the VIP Points Shop. I've got a little over 100,000 points on me, Eyelet offers. The old woman's eyes light up. Do you now? Well, let me show you exactly what that buys. First up, a ridiculously luxurious inventory bag with 3,000 square meters of storage space. Agnes is already sold. This has to be it, Eyelet. But Eyelet wants to see more. Next up, the glasses of life, sin, and love, each one revealing something different about anyone you look at. Wait, these can't be taken off once you put them on, right? Eyelet asks warily. Yep, some customers hate knowing things they can't unlearn. Then a watch catches her eye. Turns out that watch is a one-time use artifact. It can send you back to any point in time you choose. Wow, that's actually amazing, Eyelet gasps. Wait, can transmigrators use it too? Sure, the shopkeeper shrugs, money doesn't discriminate. Without missing a beat, Agnes snaps it up for herself. Eyelet just blinks, caught completely off guard by how fast that decision was made. She keeps browsing the shelves, eyeing another curious artifact glinting nearby. Tucked in the back, a strange pink disc-shaped item, oddly labeled like some kind of save file. Eyelet picks it up, turning it over in her hands, clearly intrigued. Ma'am, what does this one do? She asks, holding it up to the shopkeeper. Oh, that's for returnees looping through multiple timelines. You won't need that, you're just a transmigrator, the old woman says, waving it off. Eyelet's grip only tightens around the disc instead of letting it go. Then I'll take this one, ma'am, she blurts out. The shopkeeper blinks. Didn't I just say you have no use for that? No, I need it, I'll take this. Eyelet insists, even after being told the watch is the objectively better pick. But this is what I want. The old woman studies her a beat too long. Well, didn't peg you for the stubborn type. I don't know why you want a save artifact, but I can't sell you one. They went out of production and I'm... Would you like to take that one instead? She offers, gesturing to something else entirely. Yes, Eyelet clutches the disc to her chest like it's the only thing that matters. Fine, I'll send you to where it actually is, the shopkeeper says, and the air around Eyelet starts to swirl. Bring it back and be quick about it, the old woman warns as Eyelet vanishes. Suddenly she's yanked loose and dropped somewhere entirely different. What? No, wait, she screams, reaching back toward the shrinking light of the doorway she just fell out of. And just like that, she's swallowed by the dark, tumbling completely out of control. It starts with a crack ripping across the sky, and something small comes tumbling straight through it. Thunder rumbles as she comes flying down, hair whipping everywhere, already yelling that this is no way to treat a VIP. Customers, she groans mid-fall, thoroughly unimpressed with this welcome. She hits the ground dazed, staring around at a storm-lashed nowhere and wondering just what kind of dungeon she's landed in. The storm clouds keep boiling overhead, thunder roaring like the sky itself is furious. It's a bleak, empty place, not a single sign of life anywhere in sight. And then she spots it, a cliff dropping away right in front of her. She's sliding straight for the edge, bracing herself, sure she's about to go over. False alarm, she actually sticks the landing. Well, more of a bonk than a landing, but she's in one piece. Meet Ayelet, pink hair, sharp green eyes, and about to have the worst errand of her life. A notification flashes up. She's entered a dungeon of unknown difficulty, thunder crashing right on cue like it's underlining just how bad an idea that is. She perches alone on a jagged rock, swallowed by lightning and dark on every side. Is that a giant crater? She leans out over the edge, squinting into the storm. She peers down into the pit and it's just pitch black, nothing to see at all. I wonder if anything's actually down there, she mutters, staring into the void. Someone calls her name, Ayelet, and she snaps around, instantly on edge. A golden-haired woman appears beside her, rattled. We'd better leave, immediately. Lightning booms and an urgent notification flashes across her vision, screaming danger. This is an unidentified danger zone, leave now, it warns, and Ayelet just grumbles, wondering where that old lady even sent her. The artifact isn't the issue here, she says, alarmed. I have to leave this. The dungeon itself seems to wake up, lightning flashing violently around her. Her necklace glints for a second before dark smoke starts curling up out of nowhere. Her eyes go wide as something jolts through the air. Something has awoken, she realizes. It must be the dungeon master. The golden-haired woman yanks her by the arm. You have to leave before it finds you, Ayelet. I know, but how? Then a voice cuts through the storm and Ayelet freezes. That's the old lady's voice. She lunges forward, reaching for something just out of sight. A voice tells her plainly, what you seek is right before you. A glowing artifact flares to life in the storm, radiant even against the lightning. The light rips through the dark and lays the whole cave bare for a second. The artifact, she gasps, spotting it at last. Her face lights up with pure shock. This is really it. I see, she tells herself, I have to take that item. The artifact turns out to be a strange little disc stamped M-Hub, not exactly what you'd picture for a magic relic. That's how I get out of this dungeon, she realizes and takes off running. Ayelet, someone calls out, trying to stop her mid-sprint. She doesn't even slow down, she's already committed full speed ahead. Her shoes pound the ground as she races through drifting debris. She's closing in on the glowing prize with everything she's got. Sprinting flat out now, the dungeon roaring around her like it knows exactly what she's after. The artifact pulses brighter, thunder booming like a countdown. She dives through the lightning, reaching for it with everything left in her. One last leap, she's almost got it. A hand shoots out and snatches the artifact clean out of the air. It's her, she skids to a stop, artifact in hand, heart pounding. Rubble rains down around her from the mad scramble. The item flashes its true purpose, a save point artifact built for burned-out returnees stuck in death loops. Use it, die once, and you're pulled right back to the point you saved. Only 14 of its 30 saves are left. She turns the little disc over in her hand, staring at that 14/30 stamped on the front. Wait, more than half of it's already used, she says, clearly not thrilled about that. Then a notification chimes, ding dong, and something in the dungeon has just found her. She freezes, clutching the artifact to her chest. Something heavy thuds closer through the dark. It found me, she realizes, and her whole face drains of color. Her heart is pounding so hard she can feel it in her hand. It's not even fear in her head anymore, her whole body just knows something's wrong. A faint shape drifts toward her out of the pitch black. Whatever it is, it can sense exactly how outmatched she is against the real dungeon master. The notifications keep firing off, it's trying to identify her over and over. "Ma'am, get me out of here," she screams into the storm. She jolts upright, adrenaline spiking. More identification attempts flood in, relentless. "Ma'am, hurry," lightning crashes down around her as she's caught out in the open. It's still trying to pin down exactly what she is, wind whipping at her feet. The storm surges and sweeps her clean off balance. She's flung through the air, dress snapping in the wind, barely holding herself together. Whoa, rocks and debris go flying as she's thrown across the ground. Her face is frozen in pure terror. A jagged spike of rock bursts up right where she almost landed. The dust settles over the wreckage. And then the notification changes. It failed to identify her. She's safe for now. The storm's fury fades to a few last drifting sparks. Back at the shop, she holds out her hand. "Ma'am," artifact ready to trade. Still shaky, she hands it over. "Yes, here it is." "Great, you've got to pay up first," Granny Discount says, already counting the cash with a very satisfied grin. "Hold on, let me give you your change," the old woman says, but Alet's got a bigger question. "Ma'am, who is the master of that dungeon?" "Huh, what are you talking about?" The old woman frowns. "That dungeon has no master." Alet's jaw drops. "What? That can't be right, there was one." "No, there isn't, I'm telling you there is no, but there was one." Round and round they go. "Don't be so stubborn and just take your change," Granny Discount huffs, shoving coins into her hands. "Run along now, my shop's closing soon." A portal shimmers open. "See you next time, pink-haired girl." Her eyes blink and the light around her starts to fade. She's standing somewhere completely different now, disoriented. "I'm in my room," she realizes just as Gold Streak throws her arms around her. "Phew, are you all right, Alet? What a terrifying place that was." "You can say that again," Alet sighs. "What do you even think that dungeon was all about? But hey, at least we got back in one piece." Then she pauses. "Wait." "No," they both wail together, the realization hitting hard. "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" her friend asks, panicked. "This thing has less than half its saves left and I paid half price for it," Alet groans. "Oh no, I should have haggled the price down," she cries, clutching the artifact like it personally betrayed her. She practically collapses backward in dramatic despair. This can't. Somewhere in a collapsing dungeon, the system keeps trying and failing to make sense of her. All she can do is scream for help. "Ma'am, get me out of here." The identification attempts just keep stacking up, one glitchy readout after another. Whoever this woman is, the system has no idea what it is looking at. Her robes snap wildly as she is thrown backward, the dungeon shaking apart around her. Lightning cracks across the sky as she plummets, a cross pendant swinging from her neck, the only clue to who she might be. Blood drips from her hand. Whatever is happening down here, she is not walking away unscathed. "Whoa," she yelps, caught in the chaos with nowhere left to run. The dungeon grounds lie in ruin, storm clouds still crackling with leftover lightning. Even the system gives up. It has officially failed to identify her. Word comes down from above. The dungeon known as the Crater of Atonement, a place of unknown difficulty, is disintegrating into oblivion. Something pale and glowing takes shape in the wreckage, right as the ground keeps rumbling apart. The system flickers with an update. The prisoner of the dungeon, marked only as the sinner of the eternal abyss, has been released. Two eyes blink open in the blinding light. Whoever or whatever that is, it is not done yet. The dungeon convulses again, rock and water thrown skyward in the blast. One final boom levels what is left of the cliffside. When the dust settles, the system delivers its last verdict. The prisoner, the so-called sinner of the eternal abyss, has died. Cut to somewhere much sunnier, a cozy house wrapped in blooming roses. Whatever just happened in that dungeon, this is a very different story. Hands lace up tall boots, quick and practiced. Someone is getting ready to head out. Pink hair gets tied back and secured, one last touch before the big day. "All right, I am all set," she declares, ready to go. And there she is, green eyes, pink hair, a cross around her neck, wrapped in a traveling cloak. This is Ailette, or Allie for short, dressed and ready for whatever comes next. Step, 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 Allie heads out the front door, cloak billowing behind her. Someone calls her name from the garden path, Ailette. It is her dad, glasses gleaming, already lining up a question. "There you are, did you pack everything?" he asks. "Of course," Allie says. "What about?" he starts. "Your emergency rations and money," he presses. "Don't worry, Dad," comes the reply. She nods along sweetly. Little does Dad know just how thoroughly she has been stuffing that bag this whole time. Spring is almost coming to an end. It is finally time. And soon the day finally came. Her own words, penned that morning, "Today is the day I embark on my adventure." She can barely hide the excitement on her face. A gentle hand rests on her head in blessing. The tutorial period, the thing that has shaped her whole life so far, is officially over. Her mother's warning is firm. "You have to be cautious, Allie. Do not display your powers too often or people will keep asking for help. And do not get involved in something you can't handle." Dad adds his own rule: "If you find yourself in danger, do not try to figure things out. Just come straight to me or your grandfather, okay? And do not forget," comes the last bit of advice, "you can always stop and come home if the going gets too tough." She melts into the hug. "Okay, Mom," she says. Dad, ever the charmer, cannot resist one last dad joke. "If you must find a man, then find someone like me." "I'll keep that in mind," Allie laughs, already halfway out the door. A blue crystal sparkles in her palm, the key to her journey. She lets out a nervous breath. This is really happening. Cloak swirling, she flashes one last grin. "I'll get going now." The crystal shatters in her grip, magic bursting to life. Her parents wave her off. "Have a safe journey." She is yanked through the portal, cloak whipping around her as the world dissolves into light. A message flashes across her vision. Her mandatory tutorial period for a wholesome transmigrated life is officially complete. Another notice follows right behind it. Area restrictions lifted, difficulty in all zones restored to SS class, no more training wheels. She gulps, bracing herself, right before something lands with a thud. "Ha, a bouquet," she blinks, utterly confused. Flowers in hand, she is just as baffled as you are. "Lord Voice," she gasps as a message rolls in congratulating her on finishing the tutorial, complete with actual tears of joy from whoever is on the other end. The messages keep coming. The architect of the skyscraper of suffering wishes her luck, the advocate of confidentiality promises to keep watching, and the eye overseeing all chaos wants in too. Cute, very normal deities. More unsolicited advice rolls in. "Find the most handsome guy in the universe already, change the whole story of the novel, and sure, keep splurging. Great life coaches, these gods. Thank you for all the encouragement, TM gods," she says with a huge grin, because apparently even the higher powers are trademarked now. One last notice lands different from the rest. Her timeline has just been linked to the timeline of the 17th return in the novel. That is not a small deal. Welcome to Greenwall Village, the place where Tessalid returns again and again. Be cautious, the system warns, difficulty reset to SS class. Of course, Allie says, that's exactly what I've been training for. Ding ding dong, somewhere in the village a bell starts ringing that absolutely should not be ringing. What's that sound? Someone asks, an honestly good question. I think it's coming from the church's bell tower, comes the answer, which raises a bigger question, who is up there? The church, it's been abandoned for ages, someone says right before a kid comes sprinting over. Come on, I heard a wacky lady is banging on the church bell. And there she is up in the bell tower having the time of her life. Hey, what are you doing? Stop it and come down from there, the villagers shout, her defense, but it's got a nice beat for some reason. She drops from the tower with a bam, only to find the whole village has gathered to witness her nonsense. Turns out all the muscle and rhythm she picked up in her past life just came together for one very unnecessary drum solo. What's this nonsense about? Someone grumbles right before an actual boom rocks the whole village. Every face in the crowd goes pale in an instant. What's happening? Someone shrieks, pointing at the mountainside, an avalanche. It is the first calamity of Tessalid's 17th return, and Allie just walked straight into it. Her expression hardens. This is exactly the kind of danger she came here for. The novel Infinite Returns to Save the World has officially begun, and this time, Allie is playing a part nobody wrote for her.